Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は99日目です。It's day 99. Tomorrow is a big day. I think we have enough material for tomorrow. How organized it's going to be can be interesting. So, as a quick reminder, right? I typically choose a fairly lengthy day to do retrospection. Why 100? I think in the past year or two, I typically say minimum, or maybe in the last couple years, I typically say in the minimum of months. So if I were to do something for more than a month, I typically choose somewhere after a month to do some retrospection. Whichever is convenient. However, it can go way up. Like the upper limit is fairly varied. The minimum, the bottom line is at least a month. So 100 days seems like a pretty decent amount of day. I think SRS required a little bit longer, largely because I'm not familiar with it. On the flip side, today I have the Duolingo Spanish thing. We picked a logical closest month period, and from that experience, which Duolingo is different, I could say the upper limit is around 100 days. So I gave myself sufficient time. These days aren't like systematically the same throughout. Like I'm not going to tell myself, oh, I'm going to use this and it's got to be 30 days. It's got to be 60 days. So pardon my consistent inconsistency, but generally speaking, we play it by ear, fill it out, focus on the process, put a bottom line. I'm a bottom line kind of person, so as in the lower limit. So at least, I typically ask myself, at least how long? As opposed to at most how long? Or I think this is more common nowadays, exactly when you're going to do it, regardless, because of deadlines, right? And I totally get that from a professional standpoint or someone who makes a career in offering expectations, right? You set a deadline, you do it. For myself, it varies from case to case because I don't do this professionally. And also, since I don't do this professionally, I think the general aspect of my personality and workflow is that I do at least a certain amount and sky's the limit. When professionally, I would cap that upper limit in order to be pragmatic, right? So that's where you have the two. But I feel like for all intents and purposes, most people choose an upper limit when they're doing something for fun, and then they choose both a lower limit and an upper limit, flatten that expectation to do something obligatory. So like how minimal effort you can do. This is not summarizing everyone. I'm talking about anecdotal experience over time, how people talk about their expectations, right? And this is from personal experience interacting with people online. And there could be plenty of reasons to explain it, like self-selection factors and whatnot. But generally speaking, the behavior is if you have to do it, there's a very narrow range. The bottom line is nearly identical with the upper limit. So that to me screams goal-oriented thinking. Basically, okay, so I failed if I don't become fluent in Japanese. I succeed if I become fluent in Japanese. How does that fluent vary between failing and succeeding? It's nebulously constructed as a single point. So that's the goal-oriented thinking, right? If you do not exceed past this point, you're a failure. If you do not, if you pass this point, you're a success. right? There's no range or differentiation or granularity between the upper limit and the lower limit. Give yourself a range of acceptable sufficiency versus a necessity. So for myself, tomorrow is day 100, and I feel that was the sufficient, it was a necessary bottom line I gave myself. And then between the bottom line, I guess I should really draw this, huh? So let's double back a little. So how do I define this? I feel the vast majority of people, right? This would be the y-axis would be, let's just say, experience, right? And if I were to anecdotally take average from the internet, my direct response, my personal experiences, and then if we're talking about obligation, right, it would look, the range would look like this, right, with a very dedicated center point. So then when it's not no obligation, sometimes it goes from the point, right, and it drops down. So they're more focused on looking at a lower limit. Oh, sorry, the other way around. More focused on looking at an upper limit than a lower limit, right? And so this is me. I'm not saying everyone, of course. The people that I tend to interact with may self-select themselves into these similar thoughts. So when I'm obligated to do something, I typically think of what I can do to be necessary, right? So this is necessary, but how high I can go is usually what extra things I can do, but they're not necessary, right? They're not necessary. So this would be extra. However, this, for me, WaniKani is not no obligation. I think I might have screwed up some of these, but we'll see. No obligations. So if I'm not obligated to do anything, like professionally, what I typically do is I take the upper limit of what I typically do as necessary, and this goes up to an undetermined variability, right? And this is an area of sufficiency. This area is dependent on arbitrary. This is an arbitrary checkpoint. So however I feel, and it's based on the process. So most of the time, I make sure I clear necessity, which I typically clear around where I think I do extra. And then if I have to be pragmatic and obligated, I tend to look at whatever is necessary and what extra things I can do during that. In contrast, I think most people on average talk as though when they're obligated, they're looking at one fixed point. You have to cross this point, so they only view things as necessary. And for myself, this middle spot is sufficiency. And this extra spot here is reaching idealism. So very much like this, where, oh, okay, I think it's time. But generally in obligation, this is more like, instead of idealism, it's more like deadline. That's what restricts me. So if I'm doing a job professionally, I would be as pragmatic as possible to reach something that is necessary. And then everything else is sufficient to fulfill the task. But I will continue doing so until a deadline rises. So when someone asks me to do a project, like Project A, right? Project A, let's say it has a 30-day deadline. 30-day deadline. Right. A 30-day deadline. And I reached the necessary task by 15 days. I typically don't sit there for another 15 days doing, like, enjoying something else a lot of times, because I loved my job before this. I actually work on the next things. Whatever, like, I would elevate beyond Project A. I would do Project A plus during this time. So I'd be setting myself up ahead. And that doesn't typically have a deadline. It doesn't typically have an upper limit, right? It ends at the deadline. So I continue to do something else that's related to Project A continuously till there's a proper deadline. So this kind of thing helped me a lot when I was working professionally. Basically, I knew that there was a time when my boss or my mentor is going to say, your time is up, stop working on it, you got to wrap it up, present your stuff. And usually this is very unsatisfactory. I don't think I've ever truly felt satisfied. And you might be thinking, well, doesn't that make you depressed on everything you put out? It's like, yes and no. It does make me depressed and disappointed in myself most of the time. However, that disappointment was used as fuel for improvement, self-improvement. So it's one of those like gnarly situations that I think a lot of people in my position or related positions have problems with. The idea that whenever you are set with a deadline, you feel like you can do more. And that's the type of personality that I would say I gravitate towards and empathize with. Now, I don't think this is the average type of normalized behavior that I meet online. So why am I explaining all of this? Because tomorrow's 100-day review and today's, I'm going into a review period now. So in another 6 days, HanziHero has a review period. My retrospection things are inevitably going to be unsatisfactory to me. They're going to be a lot of details, and then there are going to be a lot of incomplete things, largely because I tend to tackle as much as possible without doing a very great job, which I'm working on like covering up the ends, you know? Like the way to do that professionally is to ignore some things. Say, oh, I'm sorry, I don't have time to address this, so we're just going to leave this out. And you can use your imagination or come back later, right? I do not do these retrospections tomorrow, today, and 6 days from now with the idea that I had to finish something. So it's not an obligation. So I'm in the not obligation situation. So many of these things that I'm talking about, even this bit right now that I'm talking about, it's something that I will continue to be working on every single day. Every time I have an opportunity to talk about it, every time I have to come up with a review thing, I'm continuously refining how to explain my process, right? The reason why I say this is oftentimes people talk about reviews as though it's an endpoint. right? Like, I recently got asked if HanziHero is good. That question is viewing HanziHero's experience as an endpoint. I don't know if it's good. It's continuously tentative for the foreseeable future. If not even at the end of HanziHero, that the value of HanziHero will go on beyond its content. So I try my best in these situations. Tomorrow's review of HanziHero, of WaniKani, will be what I literally did in order to make it feel like an endpoint, and then the rest of the stuff that I talk about, which is predominantly everything else of the review, is open-ended. So most of the time I want to keep that in mind. Average people, though, I think most of the time when they think of obligation, they think of a necessity, no point of sufficiency or improvement or sufficiency, right? Or I said sufficiency twice, but there's no range. There's usually, they're so close, they're so stacked together that it's either past that point or below that point. So this is the 1, this is the 0, false and true. And then when they do obligations, this is where I've had opportunities where people think about language learning, right? Language learning often is voluntary, but it's viewed this way. Oh, there, Uni. Let me write this a little bit. Thanks again. So it's typically viewed this way, in my opinion, the way they talk. They take the necessary pattern that they have from their obligation. So these are equivalent at whatever that arbitrary feeling is. And the limit, the upper limit, is stretched a little bit, but it's a very defined upper limit. So this is defined as idealism. So the upper limit is when you choose to do something voluntarily with no obligation, there's an upper limit, and it's still viewed as 0 and 1. So this little range here is more like tolerance, as in, oh, you can tolerate being below this, but above a certain point, however narrow it is, it stretches a little bit. And anything beyond a certain point is successful. Anything below is failure, still with a small area of tolerance because of no obligation, right? And that's kind of how I view my discussions with most people's satisfaction when it comes to evaluating things. Like, did this product work? Do you like this product? So after past a certain tolerance, the product sucks, right? When you drop out of the tolerance of a product to achieve your ideal expectations, it's a failed product. You're not looking for anything else other than the exact point of success, in my opinion. Like, this is how I view when I talk to people. I'm far more relatable when I tend to talk like this versus how I express my actual ulterior motives and whatnot. Usually people don't stay for that because it takes a very long time, it's arbitrary, and the upper limit is very, very high, largely because I'm not obligated to do anything. When I'm obligated to do something, there's an upper limit, and that upper limit feels like an endpoint. So I want to say this now because this next couple weeks, or this next week, I'm going to be doing a lot of these, and this applies to everything else. Video games, when I do my opening opinions, you know, for day 1 opening opinions, and then I do my tentative takes, which is for any project that goes beyond a 30-day period, right, and beyond, and my ending candid conclusions, which they're conclusions for the time being. It's always almost 99% of the time for the time being. These are my current existing opinions. If you ask me again at a later time to reflect on the things I said then, it would slightly change because I'm no longer that person. And that's kind of the idea. This upper limit will continue to proceed. And most of the things I say and reflect are subject to change. So oftentimes I talk about candidness, opinions, and tentative. So they're opening opinions, tentative takes, and candid conclusions. That's how I view a lot of things. Life is on a continuum. So that's all I wanted to stack a little bit for tomorrow as a teaser. But today I also have one of them. It's on Duolingo Spanish, and it's been like, I think today is day 35. Yeah, so I found a convenient place. For WaniKani, it's tomorrow. It's day 100. And why is it day 100? What is my extension for drawing on the Google page? It's a Chrome extension called Web Paint Tool. You'll probably find a lot of versions of that if you are not on Chrome. I was told that most of the extensions also are compatible with any Chromium-based thing, so that would include Firefox. You're welcome, Soda. So I just chose 100 days. It could have been 150, 200. I think SRS kind of retroactively self-evaluates themselves. So, but I chose 100 days because there are things I'm going to change up pretty dramatically. Yeah, a good idea. Just something that I wanted to frame. It looks very noisy, so I will have to think about how I want to represent it. But yeah, I think a vast majority of people think of obligation as a single point necessity goal with no room of sufficiency or even idealism. And then when there's no obligation, they tackle the common average experience is they tackle idealism. And in order to make room for idealism, you have a room for tolerance, which is in between. So that tolerance is neither satisfactory nor disappointing per se, but it's a tolerance. For me, the difference is I reach the necessary thing as an obligation, but I don't stop there. I see it as being sufficient. It's the least I can do professionally. And I reach a period of idealism as well, sort of, because it's imposed by a deadline most of the time. So the main difference is I'm not saying I failed. I'm saying how much more I can do. And I drew specifically a little bit lower in the range for XP because it could be lower, it could be higher. My range can encompass a larger range when it comes to obligations. I know I can meet something, but rarely do I ever do just that. Obligation or not, I tend to find that any investment or extra investment can be done even at a deadline. So the irony here, one of the funny ironies, I suppose, when to others, or counterintuitive things, is that yes, I rarely ever finish early. From the outside, from an outside perspective, as a professional, I rarely finish early. I generally finish on time. What I do with that time is very different. So when someone says, oh, but you technically finished 15 days early, I do not feel like I finished 15 days. I was given 30 days to work on a project. So I reach sufficiency and I continue to do other things with that project as a form of self-obligation or integrity. So if a project takes, like a teacher gives me, like a professor gives me 3 months to work on a project, I work as quickly as I can to fulfill those requirements. as I can comfortably do, and I continue to work on it in different ways that the professor might not suggest. And I only typically include whatever the professor requires and inquire about any extra things that I've done, because professionalism requires that you fulfill requirements. If you do more with that requirement, that may or may not seem like a good thing. I feel like that is very well stressed. Professionalism is not about what you want, it's about what is asked of you, in my opinion. So you're meeting expectations, you're meeting this little narrow thing, but you can always leverage and ask. So oftentimes when I'm doing a job, right, a position, I'm like, oh hey, I completed this at the time specified. It's like, I also did these things if you're interested, right? So the offer is there. There are some drawbacks to this, and very well an employer can take advantage of this, where they notice like, oh wait, but you got it done early, so what did you do with the rest of the time? Well, I have something to show for it, just in case. But when someone says, okay, so I see you finishing in 15 days, why don't you do this in 15 days next time instead of 30 days? And the idea is, it's a drawback. They could exploit that. However, that also would give me an indicator that I need to move on to a new employer. Alternatively, it can work in your favor too, when someone says, oh, you continue to work even though you finished early. So there's all these little stipulations that you can leverage professionally. Unprofessionally, so no obligation, I will tend to introduce constantly incomplete projects or incomplete ideas, or suggest that things are incomplete, largely because there are no deadlines. I don't enforce anything that is required. Now, someone asked me before if I wanted to be a professional content creator, or more like I want to do content creation for a living. I actually already talked about how I don't think content creation is professional in any way, because there's no standardization, right? You don't have standardized deadlines, you don't have standardized vetting process. So in order to be professional, one has to be able to compare apples and apples and oranges and oranges. However, what professionalism looks like as a content creator is nebulous, largely because it's not professional. It's with high integrity and faith and pride. There's lots of integrity, and those people are really admirable in that way. In fact, I actually find it even incredibly impressive that content creation is not professional, and there are people who are holding themselves to deadlines and trying to limit their arbitrary idealism in their process. At least the people that I like to watch, because I do not have that much discipline. I actually deliberately uncap my discipline. So I'm not going to tell myself, oh, I must produce a review video every 30 days and move on to the next product. Then move on to the next product. 30 days, here's my summary. First impressions after 5 days, review after 30 days, do or die, finish or not, I'll wrap it up and I move on to the next project. That is professionalism, right? But for content creation, that's kind of self-imposed professionalism. I think the one where the closest thing to professionalism when it comes to content creation is sponsorships, because the professional side of things, the business side of things, give the content creator a deadline and a minimum. And then how do they approach it? They typically approach it like this, where they are obligated to fulfill the sponsorship and no more, right? And that leads to that feeling of professionalism. You meet your requirements, no more, no less. Occasionally, When people say, oh, I don't really need this money for the sponsorship, I don't really need the sponsorship for my career success, then it becomes less of a no obligation. So then you can have things that go beyond that sponsorship with a level of tolerance. This is where all this model came in. And for myself, if I receive a sponsorship, right, which technically I haven't, but if I were given opportunities like beta testing and whatnot, and I did have a couple opportunities already, typically I would ask if they have something necessary. And of course, these aren't sponsorships. So naturally, the person who told me, oh, do whatever you want with it. So then immediately it gets popped into no obligation. So when someone gives me a key and they're like, oh, you can try this game out, they're really expecting a professional response like, oh, I'll try it for 2 days and then see what it's like, and I'll put out a video before launch. Instead, the last time I did this, I played the game to its completion. It took about 20 plus days. I talked and broke down all the things that were tentative, expecting that the game is continuing to be updated and subjected to change. Unfortunately, I think the developers decided to move on the last 2 games I did this, right? However, one of the developers, and I like to think the other developer, our relationship, our professional working relationship doesn't end there. I look forward to seeing their next game, right? If they continue. One of the developers is deciding to go on to the next game, and they want to move on professionally. They want to end the chapter, which is the deadline, and move on to the next project. However, the relationship between that person and me go beyond that. So I'll continue to do as much as I can when I have no obligations. When it comes to sponsorships, that's kind of what I would feel comfortable in accepting. I don't think it's going to happen because generally speaking, sponsorships come with deadlines and obligations. And the question is, do I need those things? Probably not really. It would be very attractive if someone's like, yeah, just go do whatever you want. Like, for example, someone mentioned dreaming Spanish, right, multiple times. And I looked into it. The answer is no. There's no conditional lifetime affiliation with all fair use clause involved. So I can't do dreaming Spanish. My integrity is what I have to share when I don't have obligation. I have integrity, right? And some might even call it professional integrity, but that's kind of a bit of a stretch because professionally I act and do things incredibly differently. All right, so just thought I throw that out there for tomorrow because I'm probably not going to say this all this stuff again for tomorrow. But our Spanish thing today, I got some stuff for Spanish as well. All right. It says no mistakes, but we do have make it a YouTube short. YouTube Shorts, I've already tried YouTube Shorts. And the video is too long. What I just said is already too long. So I typically, again, no, that would mean that I wouldn't change it, but I probably say it differently every time. So doing one video is not sufficient. It's the same deal. Like, I wouldn't want this to be the representation. And YouTube Shorts are too short. I already tried a couple of YouTube Shorts a long time ago. Would need video editing, but takes time. I disagree. Video editing is why these things are not great for me. So if I edit any of those things, it gives me the luxury of producing a product that I don't believe is ever complete, especially making claims and disclaimers on experiences. So not only would I be making more work for myself, when I make a video and edit them and post them, I would have to update that video every single time. So after every single review, I would have to edit and replace that video because things might change. When I become a professional or something, if I do, I would have to go back and change all those videos and or remove all those videos. And unfortunately, that might change in the future. That might change in the future too. But people refer to videos. They don't like seeing the same video again, like being told the same thing but slightly different over and over again. So instead, I'll continue doing this at the beginning and near all the reviews. So technically, I am making a video every time. I don't have to edit most of my videos, in my opinion, because I want to know what it sounds like unedited. A lot of my spiels and stuff come from practicing. So I don't want to have to rely on scripts and editing. Now, that doesn't mean I won't release edited videos in the future, but probably not about these things. These things, I think, rarely have diminished return, I suppose. And it's maybe a little bit more incentivizing me to be able to say these things and represent these things as it's happening. So whenever someone asks me about expectations next time, expectations, how you figure out where you are, I'll probably explain the whole thing again. In an ideal world, though, I would say maybe when we have more people who are interested and whatnot, I don't mind hiring an editor and or commissioning someone to cut any of this stuff. Like usually in a super ideal world, you would have enough audience engagement in which they would cut it themselves and use it for their own purpose. Right? So from time to time, I have various things placed somewhere and you can cut it out and use it for your own benefit. Right? I'm not looking for any monetary compensation or anything from these type of things. So editing the thing, it's fine. I actually prefer to talk about it again and see how I can improve it. So this spiel that I just said, like what I showed this first 30 minutes, I've been practicing that for 2 or 3 years, maybe even 4 years. It's a theory or a composition that I was evaluating the last 2 or 3 years. And I've been practicing along the way. So the whole graph thing, how I represent and depict people's expectations correlating with the things that they talk about when it comes to goals. It can look very different the next time, so stay tuned. The videos that will have these things are all the review videos. So maybe I'll cut the video out into a smaller segment. Generally, I'm talking in blocks already. It's not a bad idea, I would say. And when you said, but it takes time, my time has a conflict of interest with that. So the alternative is to hire an editor. And that is very possible on a few conditions. One of the conditions is that these YouTube videos end up producing monetization, right? And I can hire that editor and say they keep whatever proceeds that come from those videos. The reason why I'm doing it that way is, if you remember the graph, I want to find an editor that feels like they're not obligated and have an expectation of experience that looks like mine. Right? So what happens is I don't take anything from the YouTube channel. This person takes everything. And that's probably how I would offer the position. Like, then I would know after a certain amount of time what the upper limit is. If this person truly behaves like this, or even this, then I will know fairly quickly. But it would be of no monetary concern of myself. Now, the other side of things is going to be a little tricky, which is selecting for and pre-selecting for a type of integrity, right? Because I'm looking for integrity, no obligation integrity. And then those people will come and go, because eventually they take this as a stepping point, because I am a stepping stone, because I don't have professionalism. I'm not a professional content creator. They can take this and go and try to seek professional positions, like a YouTuber that is actually consider themselves as professional and have deadlines and whatnot. And I probably would help the person in the process, because I would get to know this person over time, this editor over time, and scout for like bigger fish, basically bigger fish. I mean, this is all assuming that I do not change my course at all and whatnot. So that's kind of one of the ideas behind making videos. I used to edit videos myself and do all of that stuff, but I find that I already know sufficiently enough about the experience that I prefer to have someone else do exacting editing and whatnot. I personally do not feel that live entertainment should be edited. However, I do understand that on the YouTube side of things, people tend to expect edited content, or they, in another way, they tolerate edited content while expecting idealism coming from them. And I love that I make mistakes, even when I'm like, I play and I use the mistakes that I make. They don't get edited out. I don't speak the way I speak now because I have the crutch or the fallback of editing. Yeah, and you might be interested to know, yeah, I don't slip very often when I speak as well. There's no like cursing and all that. That's from practice. It's not necessarily like I don't know what a curse word is or controversial topics are. So professional integrity, I suppose. Professional, but not literally professional integrity. Yeah. When there's a demand for it, it'll be interesting. I think it is possible that edited videos will be a thing. It will be part of a different channel, but it will be using all the content that I've made up to this point, I suppose. But all that traffic and popularity or possible potential monetization will be for whoever ends up fulfilling that position. So then for that editor, if they don't want to make content, they don't have to, right? They can focus on the thing that they want to do, which is to edit things. That's kind of a possibility, a way to negotiate me doing the thing I want to do and them doing the thing they want to do, while both of our interests are aligned. How far off that is? Very far off. It would require a paradigm shift, in my opinion, in how YouTube handles their monetization. It would require a paradigm shift in socialization on Twitch, because Twitch do not support this type of behavior, or coincidentally enrich for this type of behavior, and YouTube does not too. So, and it's largely why I spent over 6 or 7 years on Twitch and the experience is largely consistent with other people, but my skills are not consistent. As in, I have had plenty of wonderful new skills added to my ability, all for the day that maybe Twitch socialization behavior and or YouTube algorithm business and whatnot kind of line up, right? Because I don't need to be successful or successful in the way that people, I don't need monetary support or something like that, or popularity even, because I don't need it, but it's welcome. It's definitely welcome, and it would present new challenges for me to tackle. Like, how the heck am I going to edit videos that are 10 hours long every single day? And one of the potential things is to have an editor, right? Hire an editor. Largely because if I'm already recording 10 hours a day, how am I going to edit that stuff in the remaining hours in which I do? Or, oh yeah, I need to go over our stuff actually. How will I make time to do the rest? I could make the streaming shorter and whatnot. So questions, more questions as it goes. But I do have to tell you, in full disclosure, I did make shorts. I did edited shorts, and they're all private now because the edited shorts created, especially shorts, created a dissonance with what my content is like or what I do. So a lot of people it was a significant boon when it comes to, like, you know, exposure and whatnot. However, there was a exponentially more interaction. However, that interaction was very difficult. It was to the point where anything I do when I cut out will be a misrepresentation. So the alternative is to deliberately make shorts for the sake of shorts, which I'm not ready to do at the moment. And then video editing, as I talk through pretty much everything I present, the video editing, as much video editing as I would like, it's more or less cutting the big chunk into smaller chunks. So in fact, that's kind of what I do now. At some point, if I juggle enough things, for example, I will cut them all and they will have me practicing my spiel unedited for those things. So for now, every Twitch stream, when I have a block, so WaniKani block, HanziHero block, and Duolingo block, they are legitimately 3 cut videos, but I practice all of them. So they are unedited because most of the things that I talk about and whatnot are meant to be unedited. As in, they are meant to be presented in a oral format. So kind of like no takebacks when you give a presentation. If you go on stage and give a presentation, you don't get edited. You're presenting the thing. So most of my content is already this long. If you try to edit it out, it'll feel like something's missing. Maybe if I digress too far from the topic, then you could edit that stuff out. Like WaniKani, for example, if the goal is to only see the WaniKani thing, then the first 50 minutes of this live stream can be edited out because it's not related to WaniKani, right? However, what I said was related to WaniKani. Most of the things I say that are very far off, like when we talk about food and stuff, I typically bring it back to the thing that it's related to. What is nice about YouTube is you can fast forward. Now, I wouldn't mind hiring someone to do a different type of editing process, but it would be asking a lot for them. And that is for them to either code an automation process and or themselves manually, and that would suck. They would watch my videos on 2x and they would put chapter markers whenever they find something interesting or a topic shift. But that would mean coming over, like, on average 9,000 hours of things per year. That's absurd. So the more obvious way to scale this up is, in the future, I'll encourage people, hey, you know, more doable viewers hit them. Exactly, Uni. Exactly. I was just about to get there. The most ideal situation is I try to encourage and produce a behavior, like encourage a behavior, not to manipulate, but try to encourage a behavior where at some point maybe there's enough interaction where anyone can just slap a marker. It's like, hey, yeah, you divvy out, right? You divvy out, you scale up. So that is possible. I could try to, in the future, make my stuff a little bit more attractive to grow a slightly larger audience, and that can scale in itself and say, hey, you know what? If you slap a marker, maybe even provide an incentive, like, hey, if this marker causes a spike in this video's traffic, I'll give you something. Because on YouTube, you can actually see this. You can literally see how often people jump to a point in the marker and then where the retention is. Like, all of this is automated already. So it is very possible to shout out and to encourage and help me and them understand like what parts are interesting and whatnot. So you slap a marker on there and suddenly all the traffic just slaps onto this one marker. And I'm like, I gotta do something. Let's talk about it and let's credit this person to marking it. So all of this stuff is possible in the future. This is provided that, again, I'm not willing at the moment to change my style in order to be a little bit more viral. This is where I would plead that I don't practice what I preach when I tell people I am actually waiting to be lucky one day, because I don't need the thing anymore. I don't need this thing at the moment. However, if luck presents itself, I have an idea moving forward, and you pretty much highlighted. I actually have how I'm going to implement it and what I'm going to do vocally and like statistically, and how I was going to do like the incentives and whatnot. So yeah, have everyone collaboratively do that. Not on Twitch, unfortunately, because clips do not work the same way. However, if markers work, whatever, I was going to do an algorithm based calculation. So whatever that increased the traffic of that, I would give it back to the person who made the marker. So all the proceeds, whatever, obviously the YouTube channel is not monetized right now in any way, shape, or form. If it were to be, I needed a way to offset, like, okay, so would people be upset if it's monetized? Well, my idea is that I would use that monetization to give the people that I talk about all the time, non-descriptively, a way to encourage themselves to want to do these things or pay attention to these things, right? So if that money, because this person is already watching me, right, for example, which takes time out of their day, Oftentimes I only know people for like 2 or 3 months, and then hopefully they're happy and they go on and do their business. Those are the type of people I talk to every once in a while, because they are successful, productive people. But now I often talk about people who aren't, who have maybe decision making and exposure things that aren't incentivized. Like, you don't get money for doom scrolling, right? You don't get education, you don't interact with anyone while you're doom scrolling. So alternatively, in the future, if the YouTube channel gets monetized, I have to be able to distribute that money back into the YouTube channel. And for me, what is very reflexive of my personality is when it scales up and someone makes a contribution to that YouTube channel, they get that contribution, because I want it to be like a working relationship, something that allows them, hey, you could do this yourself as well. When you highlight something that other people are interested in, can you do it better? And the idea is, whatever they do and they're working to better mark things on my video, it also means they're thinking about how to get other people's attention in a very incentivized way, but at the same time they're also practicing a skill, and they are teaching me what's interesting that only they can understand. I can observe other people in other ages and infer a lot of that thing, but if there was a viewer out there who's actually grown up in that environment and they are able to statistically, or not statistically, but intuit what is interesting that captures other people's attention, it helps inform me, and I have to give back to them, in my opinion, out of professional integrity, because that is fantastic. So I'm gonna say that's not gonna happen for another 5 or 6 years. However, it'll be very interesting if YouTube and Twitch change by then, where it encourages people to be attentive and also incentivized for even being the watcher. And that's pretty sweet. This is my version of something that already exists, because some of my favorite YouTube content creators, they have community members who they're willing to share their wealth and their time because they trust that content creator to do great things with that money for other people who don't have money. Like helping with the fight against tuberculosis in developing countries. I'll let you figure out who I'm referring to right now. Also, once again, a New York Times bestseller for nonfiction books about tuberculosis. Hats off to John Green. That kind of thing is really remarkable. Now, the question is, how do I do a spin on that? Because I do earnestly believe with slight incentives, exposure, and being surrounded and working with people, even through the internet, and chasing numbers, it can be a working environment to encourage people to self-improve and still give them enough flexibility that they can figure that stuff out themselves, right? So there's far more, but the general idea is, yeah, getting people to work together. Maybe another 2 or 3 years. And then there's the daily bot, of course. Low effort daily bot, reminding me that I'm also live on Twitch. Yeah, great idea. For sure. The YouTube Shorts thing, that's kind of hard. I think I keep putting this away. I think right now it's very difficult to find or integrate that into the idea. There's also the idea of making all the streams into small, shorter videos, and I tried doing that too. Someone I watch does that automatically, and usually it's in 30-minute segments. Imagine what it'd be like if you subscribed to my YouTube channel, and suddenly at the end of every day, every one stream each day, you get like a notification for like 12 different videos because they're broken up into 30-minute blocks. It's probably gonna end up having to be on a different channel. like a sister channel that doesn't give you the it doesn't explode everyone's notification things, because notification is a very habit forming thing. I actually do not notify myself to do things, so most of it is discipline, and I expect other people to also do that. Obligating oneself to enjoy being around someone or listening to someone is a professional's necessity, but not a voluntary one. I like occasionally talking to someone after a 4 months absence because they've been working on themselves. Now, if I were able to affect their life like monetarily and stuff, that would be pretty sweet. There was other choices as well, like doing something that was inspired off someone and then sending all those proceeds to that person who inspired the idea in the first place. That's a possibility, but since I have no way of financially supporting these things yet, we'll have to wait on that. So in the future, I can maybe ask the person, hey, you gave me a great idea. This is the result of your ideas. And some people will, naturally, the people that I interact with will say, well, you did all the work, but thank you for acknowledging me. It's like, yeah, but I want to get you something, right? Because it's the response of that. That can be a possibility. But I have, it's a double edge. I don't do things for profit. This is not a professional gig. So in a way, the irony here is not only do I have no way of supporting other people's creative investment in me, I also don't have any incentives or financial backing to expand anything that requires a large amount of money and resource. Yeah, I wouldn't hire someone on faith. I would hire someone on all of the above. It's very different, in my opinion. I think some people hire people by financial gains and meeting their sufficiency. I want to hire people based on all of the above: an emotional investment, a pre-selection, and also a trust that they take integrity in their own work. Have I found anyone like that by coincidence? Not yet. There are a few potential people that I would approach. However, I do not have the financial incentive that would provide them with what the easy stuff that they need. What is the easy stuff they need? Money for food, rent, that type of thing. That's the easy stuff. Getting someone to want to do something because they get to go to work and do the things they want to do, that's the hard stuff, in my opinion. And if I am ever to become a leader or an employer of some sort, my employees would want to come to work or do work, not because I'm way past that. I totally understand if you were to pay someone and do that whole dance between being paid to do something versus wanting to do something. I don't really find that very enjoyable. Too old for that. Maybe not too old. I don't like. What's more about that in the future? if it happens, right? We're looking a little too far into the future. Goal oriented. Okay, so speaking of our goals, we have plenty of time today. Tomorrow, I'm actually taking a leap day from Duolingo Spanish in order to give WaniKani the time for the 100-day review. Okay, so I told myself that I was gonna go over this 30 minutes earlier. Let's see, there are no mistakes, but we have 3. I demonstrated my workflow yesterday a little bit, which I'll go over tomorrow. The 3 from yesterday was kokoro tsuyoi. Kokoro tsuyoi. Right. Oops. And why was this written? Why was this written? This was written because it's not quite what I think about, right? So reassuring. Does reassuring have 1 R or 2 R's? I'm gonna say 1 R. Reassuring. And then we had bakaru. Bakasu. Right, bakasu. Why was this stopped? It was stopped at the interpretation because this is a little bit of a turn of phrase on the change. So what are you changing is the important part. You're changing minds. Bewitch. And then ureru. And why ureru? Because it's intransitive, I think. I'll have to check that. Those are the 3. Let me quickly check that. Where? Probably. It is so difficult to find. Oh, wait. Is there a search bar? Oh yeah, there is a search bar. There we go. There's a search bar. Yeah, so this is intransitive, right? But I paused because it's a dedu. Intransitive. However, we have a mnemonic for it, so what do we have? 5. It's 5:20 ish. We'll try to complete this. Get to our HanziHero stuff. If we hit 6, there's a chance we might hit 6. We'll see. Tomorrow might actually be the second peak day too. Second peak day. If that lines up, we're probably cutting Duolingo for the review. That's what I gotta do this. Alright. Alright, so Ateji. 돼지. 아, 돼지.
乗せる
思わず。
思わず今度
今度。
体重
体重。Oh, wait. Oh, wait. What? Oh, no, wait. This is next time. Wait. This is like this time, but next time. Right? Hold up. I typed like so many thoughts at once just now. I had like 4 separate thoughts all at once. Yeah. This is You're almost done with getting 1,600 reviews that you've been neglecting for 6 months down to 0. Took you 13 days to get down to 60. Nice. Way to keep at it, Uni. How do you feel right now? How do you feel? Solid work. And then you can start learning new words. Fair enough. Does it feel great that you're like... Does it feel great that you're like, yeah, you know, I remember this. I remember this. It's like, not so much this, but I know a lot about this. How do you like? Give me a little taste of how you emotionally feel about the 1,600 reviews. Let's see. Do I have not intentional? Not intentionally. Because I just found myself almost writing not intentionally. Maybe even not deliberately. You restarted Anki 2K 6K core from scratch after not doing it for a long time. Stopped at 2K cards. Oh, okay. That's a lot. So what are you doing now then? What is the 1,600 views for the 2K?
Hatsuon.
Meisha.
You're now back to 1.5k from 0. Okay. Keep it up. Does it feel like riding a bike again? Since you this is like going now, what is it like the second time around? I like to believe it's quite different. Like you're getting an opportunity to observe other things, like pick up on other things through those cards again. I would feel that would be a wonderful feeling where I would seek that when I'm saying, oh yeah, all right, let's do it again. Only this time, now you get to pay attention to a lot of other things that you don't typically pick up on the first time around. For example, raise up a lot of relationships. You can read around 25% of manga. Is it any particular manga? Or are you talking about like the coverage? I guess you might be talking about coverage. In general, okay.
泳ぎ
泳ぎ. So hopefully you can read more kanjis to be able to read them Yeah, yeah. I feel, you know what would be really fun? I mean, I don't know if it's fun for you, but uh, the nice thing about written stuff is there are apps that actually do this, but generally you can grade the manga yourself, which is a fun little creative process. I typically say this in a form of journal writing, but since mangas are already written, you can grade the manga yourself and grade it translationally, which I don't think it's kind of a thing that people stray away from. So things like you write the kanji, meanings that you write the kanji that you know, and then explain the rest in the language that you prefer, or like the language that you can explain that stuff, or take a guess, right? Take a guess. And it's kind of like journal writing where I suggested from time to time. I do this on my own. Is the idea that if you can write certain kanji, you can use them and then support them with any other form of expression you have. There's different ways. One way would be like, I don't know, let's take this for example. I don't know if you're into this, but for example, this one would be, so we're returning things, right? You can comprehend somewhat Japanese from just hearing, but not at a high level. I see. This is probably not going to do with it, but so you see this, right? But how do you augment this, right? Maybe there's some like, I'll illustrate. What do I see here? Well, I see return and thing. But there are many ways to express this. Or item, yeah, or item, right? So then you can use this, but you can also draw this. How do you draw return and thing? I actually do it this way. It's like, okay, well then what else can you do? If you have this as a shorthand for this, sometimes you'll see this in a sentence, which I don't have a sentence for, right? And these things can end up being interesting ways to shorthand something else. Like, okay, now I'm thinking, and so what could these possibly be? that kind of thing. I'm not sure if I have a great example. It would have to be like in the moment. I think once I add the context sentences in, I'll give a better idea. But I think it's difficult when things get very similar. It's difficult, which in my opinion is a good thing. Because then you are challenged to try to differentiate the difficult things when they're very similar. And when they're very similar, they're actually easier to remember on their similarities. Unfortunately, I don't actually know those characters that are... those are very different characters. So like, the first one has blue, right? Well, that's Shizuka. The first one is Shizuka. The second one I don't have a read for, and then the other one is something to do with Dade, so who. So one is like quiet, one is probably who plus a ka, maybe an unknown, and Tashka. And they're very different to me. So it's not even difficult. They're incredibly different. Like, they're so different. You have like word. Word is unique among them. A crown, a roof, a stone, a brush, a dagger, a beanstalk, or a bean or grain stalk, a moon. All of them, their combinations involve something different. So if that's what you mean by very similar, I can't really relate to it. I can't empathize with how they're maybe you're talking about their meaning is very different, that or very similar, then I could probably appreciate that. But when I see those characters, like since I tend to write and look at radicals and stuff, those things are irrecognizable. Maybe you need to find another example. Yeah, I'll give you an example. Anything that deals with these. These things. Or actually, I think I made this one up. And maybe even this one. It's probably this. Or, oh, and there's more. Oh, and there's also more, actually. Oh, no. I think that's one too many things. But let's just use these, for example. They're very different as well. So my resolution for all these characters are this level. If you can find an example thing between all these, I'll let you know. Well, actually, I think this one is probably crossing it. And I think it's pretty good. What's another one? Another one would be something like but then it can be modified, right? Oops. Like this. Maybe something like this. I'm using my mouse, which is horrifying. There's also different typesets like this. And then we have combinations in with these, like for example, this or this. Yeah, it gets a little bit. I totally agree though. I'm not saying it's easy. The idea is these things are difficult, so you spend time with them. Or like, oh, this is a good one. They're really poorly written because I don't usually use a mouse, but things like this is pretty fun. And then any combination of this and then any combination of something with this in it as well. I'm writing it a little bit flat because this thing is like a middle, is an average, because it could have this, it could lose this, these things could be faced in different directions, these things could be flat, and they're actually just different typesets of the same thing. But then you can lose this and it can become this when it appears. And then we also have stroke proximity stuff. Stroke proximity stuff would be something like this. But it can look like this. Yeah, and these are actually radicals. So this one you can probably remember in older sister. And this forms the basic structure of rain. So yeah, yeah, definitely very similar, very similar things. But if I had anything to say about it, is why I did the whole drawing thing. Like for me now, now it takes less, it also takes much less time to see that here's an element, here's an element, and here's an element. So the next time you go look at something, it might become like instantaneous. It's kind of fun. I don't think this is necessary though. Like the nice thing about things that are difficult, the nice thing about things that are difficult is eventually it kind of gets streamlined. So I totally understand what you mean by you can hear things but not at a high level, but you can comprehend things as a whole, and I like that idea, you know, comprehending things as a whole. And I think that's actually one of my weaker things. So you are probably way ahead of me when it comes to that. I like building from bottom up, so it takes a very long time for me to like start ramping up. But like, how many components do you see here, right? Ooh, I look. This is what I think about when I'm looking at these vocabulary words. So I was gonna go and do some of this. I was gonna go and do some of this for the review, right? So you got the road. Yeah, so this would be a road. But it can also be a scooter. Thanks to WaniKani. This is both a stool and a folding stool. Now they are different things. So, and then this here can be both a roof, but depending on where you're going to go, I have cliff. Also a shack without a drop. So I think about things negatively too. So in relation with each other. So what is a shack in HanziHero? A shack in HanziHero is this. So I not only think about this being a cliff, or being actually I don't even know what this is in. I don't even know what this is in WaniKani anymore. Is this a thing in WaniKani? What could it be? A canopy? This is probably a canopy. So this is a canopy, but it is a shack as well. And what's different about this is a shack without a drop, or a canopy without a drop, is a cliff. And these are both cliffs between WaniKani and HanziHero. While WaniKani is canopy and HanziHero is shack. So I try to also relate to the relationship between each of the characters. And that's the same way as well as relating and grouping all of this. So I could say, I could write down as many things that have this in it, right? Which these things, Aki and your SRS help out with that. So then you try to resolve the things that are overlapping. I don't know how scalable it is because I haven't reached 2K at all. So maybe later down the line, I'll be like, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. These are too similar now because now I have 2K worth of things. How many things have I known so far? I mean, I know quite a lot of things, but maybe not quite a lot of similar things. So it's gonna be another year or two, maybe a year and a half until I reach 2K things. I think the highest I would say between, if I were accumulating between Chinese, traditional Chinese, simplified Chinese, and Japanese of these characters, I would say I'm close to like 1600. But they would be 1600 of not like coverage based characters. They're characters. They just look like characters, right? With no meaning attached to them yet. But the nice thing is, at least like especially the scooter thing, right? This scooter and road thing, so many things can end up in this place. in this place. And yeah, what's I want to give an example of one that I would get confused. Hold. For whatever reason. Oh, yes. I got one. I got one that... Oh, now for this one, sorry. I'm trying to give you an example of, like, I don't want to say because it's difficult and I don't think it's difficult that I don't make mistakes or something. I want to give you this one. Anything that deals with this with a principal character. Or this, a mix-up with the same principal character. So these two would be equivalent characters. It's kind of like this situation. But right now, I have more of a this and a this. So a example, or this and it's standalone. So like this. How do they make this thing? Probably. Right. Like this. And then just the principal character alone. Right. And or you have the same principal character but attached to these two. I think a good one for this is like this. And then we can throw in some simplified ones too. Or actually, this is a good simplified one. So something like this, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if this exists. I can't think of what that would possibly stand for. Or even this, if it does exist. But these two are great examples. Yeah. Very close. And hear me out. The reason why I get this confused is I still read from left to right, even within a character. So when I saw this and I saw this part immediately, it's a 50-50 gamble if I'm thinking about this or not. It's kind of like reading a, like if you read care, right? And you're reading caring, right? You could, when you're really fast at reading things, right? You're just skipping, you're like going really fast. You could skim just the first part and then you drop the last part. And I do this out of laziness, so I try not to, right? I try not to. I'm revealing something of a habit that I do quite a lot. So I try my best not to do it. It happens in Spanish a lot. So when I'm listening, you know, me too, but because of how similar I remember them. Ah, okay. Like for example, this. In English, I do this a lot because in Chinese, it's bad. This is a bad idea. I'm revealing some bad tendencies. In Chinese and Japanese, it doesn't matter if it has an S or not. Heck, it doesn't even matter if it has an A or not. It's just S. But you're thinking, oh, but if you think of S, then wouldn't you get it confused with ser and S? And I'm like, well, no, because it's S with some blurry things next to it. If you know what I mean. I'm trying to like describe how people selectively listen, even in English. Like if I said something like, hey, this is a very interesting part, blah 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 blah, and you can imagine the rest, that's kind of what happens in the characters too. It happens over time for me, where I'm like, oh, I read the top portion. It's like, okay, it's like a 50-50 shot maybe that I'll get it right. Whoops, I've got to read the bottom portion of the character. What's a good one? A good structure, an example is if the structure is like this. So you have a character here, you have a character here, and you have a character here. And what happens is sometimes I would read the top two characters and I just ignore the bottom character, and then it'd be like, whoops. And those are human experiences. That I call this a human error, because what happens is it's not like I didn't know what this could be. I just read the top and I picked whatever the first one that came about. And that is what I mean by SRS's shortcomings, or like shortcomings in the sense that you have to do other things in order to compensate for it, right? Because in reading, when you have like something before, right? You have something before and after, you know what I mean? What happens is you already read something before, and then you only have to read a part of the character to get the rest after. And that's why context reading, context specific reading, and paragraphs and bigger meaning become so useful. But the downside is you stop paying attention to these characters as a whole, and like as detailed. You pay attention to character as a whole. So this is related to your first comment. This, in my opinion, is why I'm far more confident that you are much better at reading and listening than I am in context, because I still view things with a magnifying glass. Like I still view all of these things as separate things building to a larger thing, while you're looking at the whole thing very quickly. So when you're looking at the thing very quickly, right? Like this, the examples you gave me, right? Oops, this was good. If you look at the whole thing in general, it's like, well, there's a prominent figure in the middle, and there's this prominent figure, and then there's like some blurriness around here. So if you don't have a context sentence, right, something before it, something after it, this blurriness doesn't get resolved, because you don't pay attention to this stuff anymore. It's like, oh, this has got to be fish in this sentence. Why would it be corner or angle? And I think that's very human. This is one of the more telling signs that someone is already reading and understanding meaning and being more quote-unquote fluent than someone like me, who is still mechanically telling myself this is brush, or you could say this is a cross with a mouth, right? So I'm pretty confident that's unfortunately or fortunately, that's a natural consequence. Like, for example, draw a tree. Someone would say, oh, I've stared at trees all my life. Of course I could draw a tree. What does a tree look like? Well, for most people, how can you represent a tree? It's like, well, some people would say, no, that looks more like a cross. Like, okay. Like, okay, now it looks more like a tree, right? And then you're like, nah, now that looks like a cloud with a cross in it. Okay. All right, well, now that just looks like a cross inside the cloud, which, so what I'm illustrating here is the faster you get to a tree, the faster you're looking at the whole thing. But if you still see the cross in the tree and the trunks and as separate things, this is how I'm still looking at Japanese and Chinese. I'm still looking at it as separate things. But the neat thing about human brain is at some point, when you stare at this long enough, you stop seeing that there's a cross in the middle. And that's where all the details starts flowing off. Where like, oh, I didn't notice that were there 3 strokes? Were there 4 strokes? But it doesn't matter to you because when you place it in the context of the tree, you're going to get it correct, which is pretty neat. I think the brain. For you learned with the breaking down. Ah, yes, yeah. The uchi and niku. Oh, jeez, those are terrible writings. But yeah, the uchi and niku. So what do we see here, you know, right? Inside plus person. Yeah, inside plus person. Yeah, person, inside. Or you can say a hooded. This is a hooded person. A hooded person. So what is hooded? Right, people wear hoods. And part of the person is inside the hood. So you can have a hood and a person. And then you have 2 people under something, which then this could be viewed as an enclosure. And bones wearing meat. Yeah, bones wearing meat. Exactly. So I think that's pretty cool. I wouldn't be able to say this if I didn't start learning Japanese or like reading Japanese or Chinese. I think this is the most fun part about reading kanji and Hanzi. You can't do the same with, like, for example, you can't do the same with English or like Roman characters very well, right? You're like doing this, and I'm like, I don't, it would be fun to actually do an social experiment, which I will do in the future, where I use Japanese to learn English again. Because I'm genuinely interested in how a Japanese person and or a Chinese person like what's going through their head, like, because why is this important? Because in the future, if I know this stuff, I can articulate the English to someone who is learning English. Like, how do I think of transferring how they're looking into this? Like, how do you get from this to this? S for snake for us, but then on another level, yeah. Oh yeah, ooh, yes, yeah. Snake. That's a good way to, that's, yeah. Oh man, but and then here's a fun one that I would think of whenever I think of snake. I have problems reading sometimes in English because I skip over a lot of things when I'm looking at isolated words, right? Much like kanji and SRS. So I know I do this very often. That's why I don't solely rely on SRS, or actually I don't rely on SRS at all. This is the first time I've ever done anything with flashcards because it happens in English too. Like for example, snake. How would I remember snake if I needed to remember the word snake? Do I have another word that's similar to it? Snack is related to, like, to me, snack helps me remember snake. Like, wait a minute, but they're not the same by meaning. It's like, yeah, but they kind of look the same. So it goes back to your example of, oh, these things look very similar because they're difficult. And it's like, to some extent, it's very difficult if things are similar. I remember snake and back? Wait, how would you remember snake? Consider back. Oh, you mean like how do I get from snack? Wait, what are you asking? I can explain this part if I were to go about this. Go from snack to snake. I would draw this. I mean, if you use snack to remember snake, you would use back to remember snack. Oh, yeah. So hear me out. Then I would draw this. It's a snake with a snack on its back. Or backpack. And then we can use backpack and we can learn how to say pack. So then it becomes a snake. A snake with a backpack and a snack on its back. So I that's how I would think about what in the way would I try to get how I'm learning Japanese to going back to English. And I wouldn't be able to do kind of these things on the fly if I weren't already doing it here. It's interesting, but it'd be too much. It's fine. It's fine. You'll be fine. I would love to hear in the future how like you go about like ironing out your Japanese and whatnot, because obviously I'm giving an example of something I'm very, very used to. I've done this for some time, and I recently co-opted the way I learn mnemonics, my mnemonics, and then adapting it to what these guys are doing with their kanji and how they're doing their mnemonics, and I've combined them together. So it's not too much for me in the sense that I've been doing it for a while now. After learning the whole Anki deck, you might try to sit in a call with a Japanese friend. Ooh, you have a Japanese friend available. That's kind of nice. Very convenient. I would immediately say, thank you for letting me use you. In Japanese. I don't know how to say that though. Make it a little fun. I might do that in the future. I don't have a convenient Japanese friend yet, but we have like 2 or 3 years for that. あなたを有することがありがとうございます. Oh, that makes sense. And then you bow. Exactly. It's funny that I can't read that kanji at all, but I know what it means. Like, what I mean is, I know what it means just by what it looks like. That's where I am at right now. Like, when I read Japanese, like, oh yeah, that's exactly what it means, because that's what the characters mean. Like, but you can't read it, and like, well, I can read it, but I can't pronounce it. I don't know how to pronounce it yet. Like that's fine. Spanish is a different story because I've already gone through the process of converting everything into phonetics back like 2 decades ago. So Spanish, as fast as you type, I would reliably be able to read without knowing what it means. So that's an opposite problem for Spanish sometimes. I would like read a bunch of Spanish and I'm like, I would think about what I said after the fact because it's faster to read than to think about what it actually says. You also have a Spanish friend that regularly messages you? Oh, that's cute. That's very nice. I think it's a lot of fun when you go from Japanese to Spanish when you're trying to like read things or like speak things. It's like, oh, I've been practicing this the whole time. You don't say that with English. Here, this is gonna sound like a really hot take, but going from English to Chinese, it feels like I didn't even change. The reason, one of the bigger reasons is largely because I already use tonality in English. Like, in a way that I speak, I use tonality. I'm not trying to be Japanese and heiban my way through English. Now, granted, there's rise and falls that are very different behind the sounds, but you can still do a lot of intonation here and there in English. Now, are they very important and needing to be regular? Like, how do I Englishify 不好吗? Like 我是不好吗? Like that kind of thing. But if you shorten it a little bit, it kind of gets really close, in my opinion, obviously. Like where you rise and fall might be a little different for the words, but you produce these sounds all the time in English. Now the question is, how do you sort them out? In Japanese, this happens as well when I transition from WaniKani to HanziHero. Oh, now I'm checking time. Sorry. When I transition from WaniKani to HanziHero, every time I read something, I'm like, oh, that's E, right? That's E. And I'm like, no, that's not E. We have to do, is that E, 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 or E? But when I think about in Japanese, right, when I'm reading the character, I can also read the kanji as opposed to the Hanzi. I'm like, oh, it's always E. It's E relative in pitch to the next thing. Like, it's just E when it's standing alone. But in Chinese, it's like, all right, now I gotta think about which E this is. That's kind of fun. And it reminds me of English. Like, I am very happy today. 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 Right? And you can use all of them if you want. In English, I think the funny part is people naturally do it already, but they don't do it. They are they're heritage speakers. English people are heritage speakers of their tonality. So most of the time, whenever they're happy, they're not saying, oh, I should say happy. I'm very happy, right? Very happy. Or I'm very happy. The only Chinese you will know is what you've learned from just speaking with parents. Good enough for you. Oh, okay. Wait, are you a heritage speaker? Did I already know this? I'm not sure if I know this about you. So you're a Chinese heritage speaker? Oh, now we got lots of things in common. I feel like I'm not sure I knew this. So now we have so many things in common. Your parents are Chinese, you know Dutch and Spanish. Ah, okay, and English. Okay. Intriguing. So, may I ask, did Iris Hey Maku, just popping in briefly to say hi and wish you well today. Thank you, Valentine's. I wish you well too. Hopefully everything's going well. You are also getting back up to speed because I remember you were a little bit burned out recently. Hopefully all your classes and whatnot are doing well. Ganbatte. Right. May I ask what kind of Chinese that you speak with your parents? 你刚刚去福州內嗎? I use gangan because I wanted to, because we learned that in Mandarin, but you speak Cantonese and Mandarin with your father. Oh, okay. Dang. Mandarin is very bad. Nah, heritage speaking, you probably understand way more than you actually speak. That sounds like a heritage speaking situation. I totally understand. And it's one of those things, like my mother would speak in great details. I'm like, oh, all right, that sounds good. And the other language that you never know the name of, which your mother speaks? Oh, so she does. So your mother does speak a dialect. Intriguing. I wonder what kind of dialect it is. Yeah, my parents are Fujianese people, so I exclusively speak. Occasionally we would throw in like a mix of Mandarin, Fuzhou, and then occasionally Mandarin, Fuzhou with an ending from Cantonese. Like, 你说哎呀我买你公司喏哎呀做乜嘢嘛? Like it's a little bit of a mix a lot of times whenever you need something. Like, sometimes I would add like a little bit from Canto because I'm like exacerbated in Cantonese, and then I can't occasionally there's Mandarin that just pops into it, but largely it's Fujianese. It's the dialect that both my parents speak. So yeah, every time I hear yeah in Mandarin when I'm learning Mandarin, it's like, wow, if that isn't a unifier for Cantonese and Mandarin. And also Cantonese have one extra tone than Fujianese, I think. Oh no, sorry. Fujianese have 2 extra tones than Cantonese, and then Cantonese have 1 or 2 extra tones than Mandarin. And you don't hear any of those tones until you hear them, and suddenly you're like, yeah, that's Cantonese. And then you hear the special tone in Fujianese, is like, yeah, that's Fujianese. And that's kind of what the audio cues that I had back in the day. I'm kind of happy that now I have more resolution in Mandarin. So what happens now when I'm like hearing my parents watch their programming, because it would be there's Jade World, which is typically in Cantonese, and then they would have like Chinese channels, right? Mandarin, standard Mandarin. So now I'm thinking to myself, well, that's not Mandarin. At least, like, I've heard enough Mandarin now, or read enough like things in association with each other, that yeah, at least that's not Mandarin. Instead of saying what it has to sound like in my head. So before I used to have to wait to hear the cues, as in I need to hear enough of the program to pick up on what I can confirm it's Cantonese. And because of heritage speaking, I can't discern the difference between Mandarin and Cantonese. So there was a time before this where I would speak to my parents and I wouldn't know if I'm speaking in Mandarin or Cantonese as a substitute for the Fujianese that I do not know the equivalent of. And then alternatively, I could replace them with English words. So Nia busy ma is probably the most classical word that is adopted. And you probably immediately know what that means because the key word is not even in Fujianese. Nia busy ma. How do you say that in Cantonese? Lei yo mo something to do. I think I might have said your mom. Jeez. Hold up. Hold up. How good is this Cantonese thing? Hold up. This is probably gonna be literal though. Nei mong me mong nei mong me mong nei mong I don't know. I can't read the heckin' pinyin that they're using here. What the heck is M4 mean? Mong mong how do you do this? Like, what does this mean? Is this like a shortened, like, what? So is this like a 2-2-4 to make it sound a little better? Hold up. Oh, there's no audio either. Not sure how to read Canto. all right. Maybe in the future. Yeah. That's kind of funny. Sorry, I'm digressing pretty hard. We'll reconvene in the future. I can only listen to Cantonese. I can't reply or construct. Until I hear someone say something, I can't respond to them. That's heritage speak, right? Oh, here's another thing about having Chinese parents, right? I don't know if you like, if you are you're probably interested in linguistics or have a background in linguistics at some point, right? What is it? It's like the response thing. So the thing about response, they have folds, right? Folds. I don't know. I'm using made up words. Folds, as in how many point perspective that a response have, or something like that. And what I'm saying is, in a response, the nice thing about Chinese derivatives, I don't want to say derivatives as in like a bad thing or a lesser thing. It's more like anything that is remotely related to this group, they have a zero fold response. So in the sense that when you're asked a question, oftentimes you respond by restating the question and then saying yes or no, right? And that, I don't know how much that plays into why it's very classical for diaspora, as in second gen Chinese related speakers, like anything related to the Chinese mega group, that where you feel like you can have enough conversation and speak and stuff, but you always have this you tend to have this like, oh, but it's garbage, right? Because oftentimes whenever you have to speak to someone like your parents and whatnot, they're probably asking you some sort of form of question or reply, and you hear it, and then you can respond to it. You don't have to say something like, in English, for example, the English, when they respond, oftentimes, I don't know how many folds, but it's greater than 0. It's greater than 0. Basically, you need to construct more things that you can't find in the question. So, right, like if someone asks you a question in English, you have to know how to respond by constructing the response. But in Chinese, you can say things like, 你出去跑步了吗？ Right? 对，我出去跑步了。 Right? Like you just say yes, and you repeat. You repeat the same thing. So you don't need to do all the work. You never have to do you rarely, 80% of the time or more, you just repeat the same thing you just heard. So it's like doing Duolingo. It's like doing a Duolingo exercise. You add yes, so Duolingo only has to teach you, quote unquote, teach you how to say specific response words. And then it's basically, if you're listening to the person, you repeat the same exact thing and you just say yes or yeah. In fact, a lot of times you just repeat the thing and don't make it sound like a question. Like a lot of times 80% is like 100% of the word. You just say the same thing and you remove some of the words. Like it's even less than 100%. It covers all the words you need, and you're just like, yep. Or other words, zerofold, the great zerofold of Chinese is to make it sound like you're a native speaker. A lot of times you just say yes or no. Like 对，不，对。不错。That and you might be thinking, well, isn't that like Japanese? Japanese has this kind of. Japanese has like it's still greater than 0 because you have to conjugate sometimes on that. Now, I'm not talking about like simple the aspect of showing understanding, right? I think it's still related to Japanese, where you could say like daijoubu desu for a lot of things, or but you still have to say something a lot of times customarily with yes and no. Like, はい、大丈夫です。いえ、大丈夫です。Right? You still are kind of still adding some more context, but Chinese is so like rudimentary in his response. You could say yes the whole time and people would think you're like literate and fluent in Chinese. Like my parents would say something like 아바이로 알아이 okay 알아이로와 제네이로와 제네이로와 아바이로와. I basically just said the same thing 3 different ways with 3 different tones in order to have a complete conversation with my father. And that's it. Like, so when someone says like literally you 大丈夫です, right? I kind of feel it. I legitimately feel why it's fun for people to be like, bruh, 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 bruh. Like I totally feel that. It hits my soul when it comes like, oh yeah, that's how I talk to my parents, but in Chinese. Like I sound like that. I imagine myself that is what I sound like my parents in Chinese, but it doesn't sound as funny in Chinese because that's kind of how it sounds. It's like normal. I literally said bro like 7 times to my parents whenever they're describing. Okay, 我爸爸佢講話叫我做大爺，我講一啦話，但我拿住我打醫，拿住我講 okay, 阿伯哥 which is I know, 阿伯 and then 阿伯 go, this means yes I know,阿伯哥 this means oh I just saw I know, and then Janado correct, I know. These are all different expressions of a different form of I know to acknowledge his response. They're not the same I knows. They're like the difference between bruh and bro. So it's so interesting. And I don't know if it's inherent in Japanese because there's no tonality. And what I mean by no tonality is what I mean is you can use your pitch accent for sure, and then maybe that, ka at the end for questions, like, and maybe like up and downs with ne, right? But in Chinese, because it's again similar to English, when it comes to tonality, functionally English speakers use tonality a lot, but they don't functionally ascribe it to very fixed situations like pronouncing a word. So in Chinese you still do that. I sound like a Twitch streamer if you ever hear me talk to my parents. Occasionally my parents would walk in and they would say something like, Dene, okay, abai. Oh, okay. Abayo. Abayo. Janado. Janado. Abayo. That's my full conversation with my father. And you might be hearing like, oh, he just said the same in Japanese. I would say a lot of Japanese people would probably say, did he just say the same word like 4 times in a row? It sounds different, but it sounds like the same word over and over again. It's like, no, it's like 6 different words and 6 different phrases and 6 different responses, largely because you're leveraging tonality. And I think English speakers do this all the time. They do it so often that if I had to play my cards and like reveal my cards, I actually pay attention to when I'm speaking to someone in English. It's so telling. Like when they're speaking, they're saying the words, but they're meaning differently because they're associated with their tone. Their tone is changing. So, and that's why voice acting is so important, in my opinion. So varied in English. It can be hit or miss because in my opinion, not only do the voice actors have to take into account that people have different perceptions of English tonality all the time, most people are operating with intuition what English tonality sounds like. So when someone sounds happy, what do you think someone that sounds happy sounds like in English? They can say it with their words like, oh, I'm happy right now. It doesn't sound so convincing for a good majority of people, but for those who are very monotonous and monotone, they might say, oh yeah, I believe you. You're very happy. Or alternatively, like, man, I'm so happy right now. Or you don't even need this. Like, man, I am happy right now. I'm happy right now. I'm happy right now. Right? So pretty interesting. I think I would say growing up with a tonal language, it's very hard to unhear when talking to people in English. Like sometimes people would smile and say something. It's like, I don't believe you. Like, I know you long enough, like a close friend or something. I heard your voice and how you talk so long that I can intuit when you're saying something and you're lying. And not in the sense of lying in a bad way, but more like believing in what you're saying, but also saying something else because of the tone change in English. But it doesn't change the literal meaning of the English. And to me, that's really hard for a voice actor, for example, because the voice actor has to predict all of these things. In Japanese, there's some consistency. There's quite a lot of consistency. And that's why, in my opinion, I think nowadays listening to Japanese is really appealing, because if a Japanese person wants to sound serious, they kind of know when they're serious even without knowing the Japanese. So because the tonality change is very consistent. In English, it's like, wait, is this guy supposed to be angry or what? I'm a little confused. Like, man, this is garbage. This guy doesn't even sound emotional. Like, what does that even mean in English? Like, am I being emotional right now? I could be. I mean, I'm shortening my words a little bit, and I'm kind of holding up my breath a little bit and increasing the pitch, relatively speaking. But I think it would be kind of interesting to have someone who's multilingual who does these things. It's like, how do you... I love watching people do impressions of each other. It's like, how does English sound to a Japanese person? And then how does a Japanese person, like the perspective shift, like literally what is it that they're hearing? And I hope one day I'll learn enough Japanese and Chinese and stuff to really be able to kind of make an impression and describe it in words. In English, I without a doubt, I know that when someone speaks to me in English, I hear something different. Then I hear different things about the English than someone who only speaks English and write in English. Like and it helps me a lot. Like when I'm in a voice chat, I hang out in Discord a lot, like in private Discord, and I try to get people to talk while we're like watching things or doing things. And since I can't see them, I rely on how they're speaking and in what way they're speaking. Because in English, there's so much flexibility in how you say the word, how you say different words put together, and also how you use your diction, right? Diction applies a lot to English. I don't know enough Japanese, but I feel like Japanese is far more restricted in diction in order to be more precise. So like, how do you express being angry but not angry, but distributing it in a polite way as to not offend the other person? You can probably get a sentence like that, and maybe 7 out of 10 times most people would agree that this is probably a great way to be critical about someone, but in a polite way, and you're saying it humbly. For example, in English, what does that look like? Or what does that sound like? Well, someone could say, hey, no offense, but you suck. Someone could say, you suck, but hear me out. I'm just trying to be honest, right? So And those are still the same words, but they're like arranged in a different order. Like, great. That's very helpful to, like, for example, that might not be so helpful to a Japanese person. Like, what the heck? Like, why would you put the suddenly put this clause back here? Aren't they the same thing? Like, for example, is it the same to say just being honest first and just being honest second, or just being honest at the end? And when I'm thinking of what I learned in Japanese now, I'm like, there's kind of only one place to place it most of the time, with like within the context of a single sentence. Like there's like, for example, in Chinese, a good example that is baked into Chinese is you have to say time towards the front. And after doing Duolingo for a while, when you're translating, you're like, oh, okay, so where am I gonna put the time? Am I gonna put it here? Am I gonna put it here? Or am I gonna put it here? But the feeling of this sentence makes me want to put the time at the end, not the beginning or in the middle. And when people speak, it's even more telling, because sometimes they put the stress in different places in the different sentences, and you kind of get a really great feeling about it. It's like, man, dude, yesterday I had a blast. I had a blast yesterday. Like, you know what? Oh no, I can't put this in the middle for yesterday. I need an example that allows me to put it in the middle. Like, at the time. So, at the time, I absolutely love it. I absolutely loved it at the time. I loved it at the time. Wait, I loved it. I love at the time. Oh no, I need a longer sentence. But you get the point. I think. I want to do that with Chinese. I don't know if you can though. I don't think you can do that with Japanese that much too. I think I'm really confused when definitely not Chinese. Definitely not Chinese. Like, it would be so confusing. I think for Chinese and Japanese you can swap them around. Like, for example, 我说, and it still makes sense though. I agree. It would make sense still. And yet it is not natural to do so. In English, that's kind of funny, because I wouldn't call it natural, because I don't think natural English, I think natural English is weird, and that's probably why. But like, if you say 我学习中文明年, right? 我学习中文明年. You're like, all right, there's something really wrong with that sentence. What's going on? What happened? And it's like 明年我学习中文, right? Because 明年 goes in the front. But meanwhile, when you're doing it in English, what does that tell me in English? It makes sense to me. I'm not sure if it still feels the same for Chinese people. It makes a sense to me because I speak English. Because all I hear is next year I'm studying, or if I'm feeling a little lazy, they basically said I'm studying next year. And in English, I would say I'm studying next year more often than I'm saying next year I'm studying, because next year hasn't happened yet. So I'm studying is the more important thing, and then next year is when it happens. So the most important thing is you're considering about studying, and when is it going to happen next year? But in Chinese, you want to specify next year because you have no idea as to when you're doing that action. Because it's going to be translated as I'm going to study next year, or I will study next year. In Chinese, there's no way to know if it's will or going until you hear next year. So then someone's like, okay, you're saying something about studying, and then it's like, oh, next year. So now you have to go backwards and say, oh, you're going to study next year. I see. Makes sense. So they double back in the sentence. And in English, it's either. And their importance is different. So it has two different meanings. If you put next year in the beginning, that means it's very important that it is next year. They're talking about how they're looking in next year, and then they're talking about studying. So to me, that would say that they thought more about next year than they thought about studying. And for myself, I would say something, I would say a future time at the end, and focus on what I'm saying in the present. I don't know enough Japanese to appreciate that at all. So maybe in a year and a half or two, I might draw some parallels between how I speak in English versus how I speak in Chinese. And for the record, by the way, when you mix up, like, jumble up Japanese and jumble up Chinese and jumble up English with relation with each other, I don't think it makes, like, I still think it makes sense. And I feel like that's probably one of the benefits of, or one of the intuitions of having multiple languages, like learning multiple languages. You're ultimately, in my opinion, feel more flexible in it. It's like, yeah, I'll figure it out. Like, I had no problems when you were typing out that Japanese sentence. Like, I don't know what that sentence, I don't know what those characters read, but I'm pretty confident. Like, I'm pretty comfortable in knowing, like, I got the meaning of that. It's fine. I will one day, though, no kidding, no cap, start speaking, structuring my English after Japanese or Chinese when I'm thinking. I still read sentences like that. I read Japanese and Chinese sentences in the same structure, even if I'm translating. Like, it doesn't have to be in a complete sentence. This is kind of weird. That's kind of a weird situation. When someone's like, oh, the only way they can understand. That happens to you with Dutch, English, and Spanish? Yeah. Like, my parents would say something like, here's a great example. I'm sure you already encountered this. My parents would always say, like, oh, he go store. He out now. And I'm like, they're probably referring to my sister. You see how crazy that is? Like, in my opinion, like, someone's like, wait. He out now ends up being your sister? I'm like, yes, because in Chinese, pronouns are all the same. And also, there aren't, like, prepositions. like who could my parents be referring to when like they walk in and say he out now? I'm like, probably my sister. Like, because you don't use gender is not going to inform you about it, even if my parents are using broken English. They left. Yeah, they left. Or something like 今天我 like, okay, today me. What do you mean today me? I said, oh, right now. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's the only message where they left to go shopping, but you're alone now. Yeah, they left, exactly. Yeah, it's such a good one. For English, like, I'm trying to translate some of the things my parents say. Us car out. Or something like far from here we are. Far from here it is. Or not worth trip too long. Not worth trip too long, or something like that. That's usually what I hear in English whenever I'm hearing my parents. Like, if they're saying something, say, "Oh, okay." Like, sure, not worth too long. Got it. Correct. Exactly. This is. It's something like I don't know. 真正这个的 or something like that. I don't know enough Mandarin, unfortunately, or like I don't create it. It's almost 2 hours that you've been just like, it's fine, don't worry, we got this. All right, it's fine. Let's just, if you're not smiling and having fun talking about languages, why are you even voluntarily doing it in the first place? All right, I got this. I've got this. It's nice to know where you are in your Japanese stuff. So, yeah, it's fun to know that you're going through your 2K. I guess now you're gonna go into your 6K at some point. Where we're at. I think at most Japanese wise 600. I would say average 600. I might have seen another 400 maybe like from immersion or exposure where I like assume what I presume what the meaning is until I get it. So I talk about this a little bit. I'm learning on stream. However, off stream, I told myself I'm already investing a lot of time. So off stream, I try to focus on using the things I know. And then everything that I don't know, I'll either write it down and say, oh yeah, this came up a lot, but I don't know what it is. But here are all the things I know regarding it. So oftentimes when I'm reading manga or seeing a subtitle or like a headline or something in Japanese, I would say, what do I know about this? Well, it has something to do with these meaning that I know now because of construction, like radicals and stuff. But I'm not going to go out of my way and say, oh, I should write that down in my Anki deck and learn the pronunciation and the pitch accent. I'll be like, it'll come with time. So I would say I probably know more than 600 characters lately, but the thing is I don't know it in its completion. So and when it comes up on WaniKani and stuff, it's kind of fun, like, oh yeah, that makes sense now. Like that's kind of the feeling I get when I'm not streaming. I do participate in immersion and comprehensible input, but I don't complete I don't like chase after completion or pedanticness. I don't go to my dictionary if I don't know everything about this character. I know this character in this context, so that's as much as I'm going to get. And then when WaniKani comes up and the vocabulary word shows up, I'm like, oh, that explains the rest of the stuff. And it's really fun. And I repeat this process pretty much for all 3 languages. You do Anki during commute or before or after bedtime and lurk in Japanese streams? Well, that's fantastic. You know, that's like me watching One Piece while I'm playing, when I'm doing my dailies. Os? Oh, are you an Os person? Okay, so let me give you a hot take here. Long story short, I played Os for a very long time before, but I met 2 goobers who also played Os. And Os, this one goober lives and breathes. This is one of his favorite pastimes. And he really likes emotes. That's kind of a behavioral trend that's associated with it. And since you can see that, you probably have like a 7TV extension. I let him choose the emotes. So whenever he's like streaming and he does like all the emotes and whatnot, it also is added to my stream. So whatever comes up every once in a while when your emotes and your words get replaced, it's not my fault. I'm kidding. I let him. So occasionally someone would say like "ain't no way" and it comes out as "ain't Norway," and it is, it's kind of fun. But he is easily top 500, right? Top 500 if he were keeping to it. But yeah, I used to play OS. Do you play OS? Or have played OS or looked at OS? It's a fairly common trend to be associated. You have played? I see. I don't even know what that's like anymore. It's been like 3 years. Maybe you stopped? Yeah, me too. Not because it's not interesting and then that like I wouldn't play it anymore. I didn't nowadays, because of streaming and sharing things with people, the only reason I stop for something, most of the time, 90% of the time, the only reason I stop is because something else more interesting came along. I want to give an idea. I think the more common thing for people to do when they're younger is the thing that they like is no longer interesting, so they're looking for new things. I stop doing something because something else even more interesting comes along. Rarely do I stop. I would still be playing OS now if there wasn't any other interesting thing that came along. We might go back to it one of these days. See how far things have changed. I don't remember when I stopped. I guess maybe I was trying to get to 1K. No, to 10K. So like to get to the coveted four digit or something. To the 4 digits. You only play like few songs and stop nowadays? Fair enough. Yeah, most of the songs, like I like listening to the songs more than I played OS. Not that's a pretty high praise for OS. Like I absolutely love music and listening to sound and whatnot. Provided that it doesn't make my ears bleed and destroy my hearing. I enjoy listening. So OS has always been like a really weird mixed bag where I get easily distracted by the music in a different way that it's not conducive to playing. One last thing. I treat music like I treat this kanji here. Sometimes when I hear the music, I don't hear the whole thing. I hear something and then something else. So when I'm tapping and playing to OS, my rhythm slightly changes and whatnot, and it's become a impediment. Like I add extra beats here, There's a lot of improvisation, and in a rhythm game, that's absolutely egregiously terrible. Much like my relationship with Japanese at the moment, where sometimes my pitch is going to be pitchy, and then I really don't worry about pitch accent a lot because I know it's going to be inherent. I have a feeling it's going to be inherently pitchy. It doesn't hurt me, but it might seem a little off-putting to other people. I tend to try my best, but I know that's kind of an inherent thing. I don't know if you ever do that. I love how crazy good people are when they hear a piece of music and they can like immediately recite the lyrics and like drum on beat and maintain that beat. if I listen to a piece of music and you ask me to play it back, it's gonna sound sort of like the music, but then there's improvisation in between. Like I'll jump a beat here and then like slow down slightly here and speed up here and there, and oh, I'm just gonna change an octave here, and then I'm gonna choose to harmonize here. So my brain ends up skipping or adding things, but I capture the essence of the music. And I kind of like listening to music when I was playing OS. Not great for gameplay though. You know, crap misses here and there. I sometimes I'm not even sure if I choke on an OS map or I decided it just sounds better with one extra tap here. Like, oh, you're doing triples, why not sixths? It's like, oh, you're doing doubles here, why not quads? Like, because, you know. Oh, and even crazier is when a song like crescendos, you know how like a song is building up, I crap miss all the time. Like I wanted to go, like I wanted to build up faster, but it's building up regularly, you know, like a EDM track or something. When you're going up to beat drop, when you go up to beat drop, it actually stays the same, the moment, but the music makes me want to go faster, like go from doubles to quads to eighths, right? Go to double, fourths, and eighths to make it. But when you're playing the map stays as a steady BPM. So all those things, weird. I'm a terrible classically trained violinist musician. You give me sheet music and it's probably one of the most challenging things I have to do. Basically to reproduce. The nice thing about sheet music is at least it's written. It's written there, so it keeps me in track. I think what made classical music as a violinist back then manageable is because I had sheet music. Just like in Japanese is written, Mandarin is written. That's fantastic. My Fujianese is not written, so it's like all over the place. Sometimes when I say gold, it sounds like silver, and then silver can sound like gold. So occasionally my parents are like, do you mean silver or gold? I'm like, oh, like, and I would just repeat the word again. It's like, I know you're saying gold. And it's like, there you go. Now you're saying silver. And then how do you remove all that? Easy. Now you don't have to worry about it. Just write it down. Sorry, I just learned silver yesterday, so in Chinese, like, all right. Anyways, writing is still important to me. Writing is helpful to me. Maybe not important to a lot of people. I literally did that recently. I told my parents, like, how do you say sentence? I'm like, 句子. Like, how you say 句子? And they're like, 句子? What the heck is that? I'm like, this. And I literally wrote it. I actually used my phone and I brought up a notepad and I just wrote it. I'm like, this. How you say this? Remove all doubt. And then your handwriting comes into play. But the nice thing about smartphones is if you scribble something, you can transcribe it and then it'll find the closest text. So what happens is I did manual input and then hit it, and then they transcribed it into a character, right, in a font. So it removes doubt. Okay. All right. So what is this? Return stuff. Response. NG.
返事
In. Katsu. No, Katsu.
勝つ
Katsu.
かな
Ana.
使う
Scout. Hold. When it's a predicate, I have problems. Not enough context. So we have attach, right? But do I have anything off the coup? I don't think so. Attach something would be, or to be attached. That's what I would go with. Probably to. And then what is being attached? Good. It's good. It. Saru.
去る
Saru. It's good.
つく
Oh, speaking of inside. Chicken.
実験
Oh, this is cool. This is cool as well.
つく
It's cool. Oh, that one doesn't appear yet on Anki. Oh, really? Interesting. This is to be helped. Multiple ways to talk about this. I want to say every time and every degree, but how is every degree interpreted? Maybe not. The stare. Maybe not, actually. Just stick with every time. Each time. Right? Each time or every time. And that would mean frequently. I don't think there's a pivot to using the degrees. Other than every degree of time. Indo. Ne? No. Kindo? Or is it Michi? Shortcut. One's Kindo. No, it could be Chika. Oh, no, it's Chika. Chikamichi. Indo sounds awful. Chikamichi.
近道
It doesn't sound that bad. I'm saying it doesn't sound like it. That's not what that looks like. Gashi.
Maido.
Idol.
重要。
重要。
うち。
ち。いや、必要。
必要。
助かる。
助かる。重い。
重い。ね。好き好き。役場。
役場
20。
20。教わる。
教わる
Why are you so quiet today? Huh. The audio is slightly... Maybe this song, this background is just very loud. Itsuki. Tsuki. Tsuki.
次々。
Kitsuki. Okay. Right? Kenkyu. Oh. Kenkyu sho.
研究所。
I can. Ne? Oh. Yeah, yeah.
体験。
I can. I was asking myself if it had rendaku or not. Sendak. Uh, Hold. How do I know? I don't think it's to be taught something, but oh wait, yeah, it is to be taught something, right? I could write to be taught something or to learn something. Yeah, no, that's fine. Kinjo. Oh no, kinjo. Sendaku.
近所
Soko. Shime? Ain't no way this is shime. Is it? Shime. No, it's shime. Shime. What else could it be? Nama? Oh no. I don't think I have another read for... Thanks, what you typed on. Hold, I gotta think. Yeah, this one's kind of weak. Only because I'm not confident, right? So this is clan plus name, or you could also say clan slash surname plus, we're not, kind of just name plus surname equals full name. And I want to say it's Shime. The downside about this meh is because I have some nightmares with meh. Yeah, that's just kind of how we're gonna have to go.
氏名
Shime. Okay, it's fine. It's a little weak. It's a little weak. Wait. Departure cell? I thought they used chu for that. Or shutsu. Oh, maybe I'm confusing this with Chinese now. I mean, that does make sense too, to have a sale. Oh, sell. Buy. So... Thai. Or no. No, this is... That sounds awful. It's Hatsubai. No change. Hatsubai. Winner chicken dinner.
全部
Denbu.
発売
Hatsubai. San. I went into a full digression off of this yesterday. Unhealthy. Okay. Jitsu. Jitsuryoku. Yeah, Jitsuryoku. Why do I keep adding? Ooh, there. I paused on this because it is unclear. Why did I pause on this? I paused on this because it is unclear if there was a shortening, which I don't think there was. Like Jiyoku. Jitsuryoku. There are two that don't shorten, and one was Hatsubai, and Jitsuryoku.
実力
Jitsuryoku. Injo. Yo. It still says Jitsu.
実
Jitsu. This changes. Yeah? Hot. No, Hatsuyo. Hatsusho. Hot. Sho. Ooh, wait. Oh, no. Itsu. Sho. There's shortening here. Sho.
必勝
Isho. Shosha. Ne? What am I thinking of with the shoe? There was a shoe one. Shosha. Fine.
勝者
Winner. Meh. This is to... This one's to decide, right? Because ma is to be decided. Yeah, so we got Kimaru and Kimeru. This one goes fine. This is transitive.
と
Oh. 決める
決める
話。試験
試験
話。
話
勝負。music。勝負。連絡。
勝負
assistant. Oh, this is the shoe. Joshu.
助手
Joshu. Oh, yeah, Joshu. Whoops. Joshu. This is different. So we have to take something, but this is to receive something, right? And transit. Although I think both of them kind of. Okay, hold on. Yeah, these two are the two that are gonna come up. The other one is this is tsukeru, but there's also tsuketoru. And there's a slight granularity between them. So this is wait, not tsukeru. Ukeru. Ukeru and uketoru. Yes, this is the uni receiving an education.
受ける
Ukeru. Main point. Yoten.
要点
Yotto. Oh, I can't remember from like a dragon's. Chotto matte. Chotto matte kudasai. As you run away, and as you run away with from Hikaru, or oh no, what was her name? Oh no, I haven't heard that name in so long that I forgot her name. I think her name was Hikaru. Awamura? I'm thinking of Like a Dragon. It's whenever you have to do like the new game plus thing and finish all the mini games and stuff, you're just like running away from her the entire time. And she's like, Chotto mate. Mate yo. Like, no. We're running. Pick up those legs. What is this? Temporary determine assumption.
いる
You do. Ate? That sounds fine.
家庭
Ate. Distant. This is to receive something. But it overlaps with the other one too.
Oyogu
Oyogu. Spicy taste. Karakuchi no rendaku.
辛口
1番目。
1番目
Okay. This is to exchange something. We're gonna use exchange something. Sekai.
変える、
変える。何度。
世界、
世界。
何度、
何度。Oh, stuff is true. These are facts.
事実、
事実。All right, we got 38. We're collecting 38 from our digression. Yes, yeah, let's go. Okay. Nanji.
何時
Oh no, these are really far back. Okay. So, all right. It's transitive, right? So, it's transitive. I'm intransitive. It's intransitive, right? So, since it's intransitive, I could say to stop. Right? I'm making the habit of pausing on predicates because there's not much conjugation when it comes to not much grouping when it comes to predicates. This is tomaru. Yeah, it's just to stop because the other one would be to stop something. So we're gonna do to stop. Simply tomaru. Tateru. Take a stand? To stand up? Oh, to stand something up is probably. This is transitive, right? To stand something up. And it's still tateru.
Tateru.
Toki?
Toki.
Toki. Maru.
止まる、
What the heck? Why am I drawing a blank on this? A pod. That was not good. Simultaneous or same time? Oops. You stand something up. Doji?
同時
Okay. Daishu. Flat day. What the heck is a flat day? Heijitsu. Daytime or weekdays. Weekdays are flat days, right?
平日
Heijitsu. Sore? Okay. Some part of me want to say Daifu, but that's awful. It kind of reminds me of Fusen, but you know, oh no, this is Daifu. It's Typhoon. But was it Daifu or was it Taifu? Did we swap it up? Oh no, I don't actually know. Like, some part of me, my soul tells me it should be Dai. My soul tells me it should be Dai. But my objectivity tells me there's a reason why I stopped on this. Because it's not Dai. It's probably Tai. It's Taifu.
台風
Yes, Taifu. Because it's closer to typhoon. Fault. Fault. Like to be wrong? Okay, this one isn't great. So we're taking what looks like fault plus ooh. I'm gonna take a guess. Oh wait. How do I even know what the read is for this? Alright, well we'll go off with it's like to be wrong. Right? Does that help? What are you at fault for? Oh, Utsu. No. Is it Utsu? Utsu. What are you at fault for? For being noisy, maybe? Because you want to be a beatboxer or something? Is that where we're going? It's your fault for being rude? Or is it Shitsu? No, that just sounds... Yeah, this one's weak. I think this is our only usage of this character. At the moment. I half want to say it deals with beatboxing. This one kind of sucks. It's who? Can't think of anything else. That's uh oh, I know what this is. I remember the mnemonic now. It's not to be wrong. It's okay, okay. So I can think of this. So it's a fault, right? But whose fault is it? It's the cow's fault. Because of the cow, you lost the ring. Wait. It's the cow's fault. Wait. So it's definitely Ushi something. Ushi, it's the cow's ring now or something. And that is to lose something. Which then that translates to Ushino. This one, it's bad. It's very, I think. So you're definitely losing something, right? So it's Ushi, which is the cow, and it's the cow's ring now, right? Ushino. Ah, it's not. Oh, no, it is! I had a typo! It's definitely Ushino. I'm not gonna even look at it. It's fine. This is why you need double check. I tried so hard on that one. It's Ushino. I just typoed so terribly. Feels bad, man. I'm convinced it is. Flat? Taida? This is Taida, right? Flat. Laishu. Oops. I'm so upset that there was a typo at the end. Do they want 1 o'clock or 1 time for this? Oh, this is gonna trigger me. This is gonna trigger me if this is 1 time and as opposed to 1 o'clock. I guess we're doing a 50-50 here, right? Well, it's not really a 50-50. Maybe. One time would overlap with Ikai. So maybe they want 1 o'clock here. I'm gonna get so triggered. We'll go with the safe one. Oh, I have my Spanish keyboard still activated. Okay. Okay. Fine.
平ら
That was a special one, actually. But the mnemonic is using a proper noun, and a proper noun is very, very identifiable. They were using Tyra Banks. I'm so upset. I'm really upset about that typo. I am I worked so hard.
1時
GG. So upset. Wait, is this meat? Imasugu, right?
今すぐ
Imasugu. Imasugu. How do you write this in English? What are we using for imasugu? Maybe. Okay, so let's go over some. So ima now. Kongetsu this month. Kyo today. Imasugu at once, right? Or all at once, or right? Imasugu. Konkai this time. Imamade up until now, like until now. Kotoshi this year. Onya the night. Onshu I had this week. Ondo, which I just did right this time, or like next time. And then got a new one, Kesa, this morning. Yeah, Imasugu. What else could it? What other things? It is definitely at once, but it could mean other things. Lacking point. This drawback too. It was one where shortcoming. Actually, does it have shortcoming? Faults, drawback, shortcoming. Okay. Kit 10. Kit to 10 sounds awful.
欠点
Kit 10. Big energy. Key. Okay, what's wrong with big energy? Reminds me of lively or energetic, but I don't know which one they ended up using for lively and energetic. Right? Oh no. It could go Aiki. It could go not energetic and They could go sky. We're thinking energy in the sky. Like go with key for the air. Which then that would make it the atmosphere. Not sure if this qualifies as space.
Taiki.
Taiki sounds like atmosphere, as opposed to going with the energy within. Ushino.
失う
I'm so upset about this. I want to flip a table. This is the tree one, right? Oh. Use tag. That's it. I sent you. What else can you say about this? Right now, immediately, right away. Okay. Alright. Okay, that's fine. Imasuku. This is special. Dendaku? Is that why? Kazan. Kazan.
Kazan.
Kazan. Okay. We didn't know where the pitch accent was. I'm trying not to get triggered by Ushino. It's gonna be so long for now. It's gonna sit with me so much. Ushino is gonna burn into my soul. And thread. Oh, fur thread. Wool. Do they want like wool yarn? Okay. This is atmosphere. Big energy is going to fill up that. This one's kind of rough. I think I could go down the rabbit hole with this one. I'm gonna write this down. So big plus energy. You want to fill up the atmosphere. And then Taiki with no rendaku or change at all. Intriguing. Oh, wait. Oh my gosh, is this just life? Please tell me just life. We're back to the scary life thing. All right, let's go through my life stuff, right? So we have Nama. Okay, here we go. So Nama, or like fresh or alive. So Nama biru, right? Nama, and then we have one's life, which is jinsei, and then we have some predicates as well. What were they? U. So umareru is to be born, because it's intransitive. And that's related to umare, which is a birthplace. What else we got? We got like ichinensei, nensei for like a year student. Ichinensei would be first year student. Then we have sensei, teacher. I don't even know how that works out, sensei. But it's a life as a centaur. And then we have to live, which is ikiru. Ikiru is to live. Gakusei, student study, student life. And then we have to give birth, which is transitive. Umu. Then we have the non-traditional one, Isho, which is what? Life? Whole life? Isho. Isho. And then we have this, which is Seiketsu. Seikatsu. Because cats. No change. We also have personal life, if I remember. Personal life, which is what so she personal life is watashi no plus that. No, it's just she. Shisekatsu. There's grow, haidu. And then we had like Shogakusei and Jugakusei and Daigakusei. So those are materials. And then the special, right? What is it? Iji for material. Life insurance, which was life and preserve put together, which is Seiho. And there's one Seibutsu for living things. So most troublesome ones deal with life. Like life as in life. So this is life. Seikatsu. And then the other one is born. Born is the weak one. Seikatsu is seikatsu.
生活
Which is life. Volcano. Do I really want to write that down? Yeah, I should write that down. But that's still fairly weak. I'm still not greatest. So, let's see. Life plus lively equals life is seikatsu. Alright. Bihan.
2時半 ゾ
So,
ウ先週
Senshu. Wait, hold. You would think is Moito. But no, but we don't have Ito. No, Ito is Kun, so this is probably Keito. Kun? There's no way it's Moito. That sounds so weird. Right now. Ito. Are you double Kun because Ito is weird? Do I even have an onyomi for thread? What is the onyomi for thread? I don't even think I have that read. Yeah, we're gonna
ケイト
Keito. Okay, now we have express. Wait. Are you express? Oh. Why do you look slightly different? Because you are! This is wheat, isn't it? It's wheat. I should have thought about it longer. It's freaking wheat. Freaking wheat. That's a whoops, isn't it? Are you whoopsing me? Yeah, this is definitely one of those. Yeah, it's not the one. It's what is this wheat one? Oof. Wheat. What is the onyomi for wheat? Bay? No. Bay is rice, right? No. Yes. No. I can figure this out though. I totally figured it because we already know what's wrong. It was a 50-50. This is the wheat as in you're counting out the wheats for the winter, counting out the stuff for the winter to make sure everyone has enough wheat. So it's mugi. Sucks. Very sucks. Alright. So are we going to key for this? Sword 7. I've lost all confidence now. It's gone. It's all downhill from here. Key. I want to say they just went straight to key. Nope. They did not. Okay. Do? It could just be do. To. It could be to. Why do I think it's to? I need some substance. Hang on 1 second. All right. So what was it? No, I should write the last one down. So wheat. I messed up on wheat, which is we're thinking about winter plus grain, and that leads to mug, which leads to mugi. That's two kanjis. Usually kanji is near 99%, so these are kind of rough. So this is cut, which I see a sword and 7, where you cut things into 7 things. But what the heck? How do I connect that back to? So I see sword and 7, right? So it's something like shaping something. Oh, setsu. We'll just use Tai setsu. It's setsu. Is it something like you cut into 7 sets of things? It's sets of things, but I don't know how that relates. You cut them into pairs and give sets. Okay. I just cut it into 7 things. Just divide them. Yep. Okay. Fair enough. That's good enough. Am I worried about this one? I'm not really worried about this one. I'm worried about the wheat though. Wheat. Yikes. When was the last time I used wheat? I think it's only once. And it's for wheat. Crescent moon. Oh no. Oh wait. I can reason this. Moon is very important. So, but I think this one, I feel like this one is okay. Oh, no, it's not. It's like, Muka? No, Mika? Mikagetsu? Or Mikatsuki? Oh no. Oh no. It was like a modified 3rd day. Oh, Mika? This is where I flip some tables. I need like a table flip emote. I should draw the table flip emote at some point. That'll be the first, we'll make it like the first. It's definitely Tsuki. I'll make it my first animated emote. It's like a red panda flipping the table. This is Mika and then Tsuki, but Tsuki is second, so it's going to be Zuki, Mikatsuki, Mikatsuki, Mikazuki. That's kind of rough, actually. Let's write that down. It's a special one, so 3 plus day plus moon. Oh, you thought it was Mikagetsu. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, that would be, yeah, so it's special. That's what I meant by the shortened Mika. There's no mitsu, like the tsu in between. So it gets truncated and then you have to rendaku the tsuki. All the moon ones are not hot. Like the standalone moon ones are not hot. So I always pause on them just in case. This is 3-day moon, which is crescent moon. Crescent moon. And what do we have? We got Mikazuki. Mikazuki. Ooh, that one is a tough one. Are you still next? You better be next. Okay. You better be cut. Jeez. Which one can I use for this? Corner or angle? So kaku is the thing, so I'm guessing it defaults to angle. This is where I start adding synonyms, but I'm not sure if I added the synonyms. This will be the last time. Oh no, tomorrow will be the last time I'm going to be doing these stops like in this way. It's going to be different. In the future, I'm going to take the 50-50. So I'm just going to take the 50-50. If it's wrong, I double check it, add the synonym, and move along. Because this way is too... It blocks off too much time when I keep doing this. I mean, it is very different, but at the same time, I don't like negotiating constantly. Like right here, this would be a negotiation. It's a 50-50 between corner and angle. And it's not quite clear they have both, right? Although, they have to have both. Right? Okay, they do. Oh, antlers. I haven't even used in the context of an antler yet. Or a horn. I'm not sure if this also... Oh, yeah, antler. Yeah, horn. Yeah. That's where the horn thing comes from. In HanziHero, we are a bridged angle, corner, and horn at the same time. So, that kind of makes sense. These types of horns. Not the blowing horns. Although, on the HanziHero side of things, it's kind of... I think they're also referring to the horn. Because horns, that traditional horn is the shape of a horn. So, yeah. Sono. Ah, man. Sonohoka. Don't like. Ah, man. I don't know how to phrase sonohoka. So this one is not. It's just that other. The other. Maybe other than that. Other than that sounds kind of good. Other. Sonohoka.
その他
This kaku. Mr. She?
し
She. Heckin' wheat! I'm so upset. The other. Mugi. Kaze. Crescent moon. I can't spell crescent. Kaze.
風
Shumatsu.
週末
Shumatsu.
じ
Oh, I'm so triggered. All right, it's fine. It's fine. All right, let's see if tomorrow is peak day. How do I determine if tomorrow is peak day? It's 2 days away. Okay, so this is 2 days away. So tomorrow is not peak day for that. 2 days. 2 days. Or, oh, some of them are going to. So half of them are going to. Because I had that digression, right? Yeah, 21 hours. From now? No. There's a chance I'm going to bypass them. Oh, it's at 4 p.m. It's one of these times. So it could be an extended day tomorrow. Okay. So today, this time around, it's not as you know what? I could do the thing first, then do the WaniKani lesson. So then it'll just flow in. I could start with the bit before going into the WaniKani lesson. That's probably the way we're gonna go about it, and then make certain, just commit to it. So we're gonna take a bye day on Duolingo Spanish tomorrow. This is a pretty good day. We reconvene. Yeah. So we'll do it after as opposed to before. Oh, that was from yesterday. I kind of went off a little bit. All right, Monix, Tombstone. I gotta go to the bathroom. Sorry. Tombstone. Tombstone, Kiss, Beans, Alcohol, Landslide, freaking Geoduck, Music, Dynamite, Sick, Stairs, Bundle, Turkey, Fault. Ooh, Fault. Ooh. Okay. Sell, Chinese. Okay. Let's do our reads. So. Ko shi o in wait shu en a un kai no yo ryo ka san bun mon go na then yoko sho shin sai q. All right, and then we got some disappointment. Bathe in the disappointment. How come I didn't? Oh yeah, there it is. Bathe, swim, smell the disappointment. Smell the disappointment. All right, okay. The heck was clan? Clan plus surname? Oh. Ne. Shime. Okay. What was it? Fault? It's kind of funny. I quite literally used this as an example today when we were talking about things that are similar and can be confused. Ushi. Man, this one is such a weird one though. Ushina. Ushino. A typo hurts so much. To lose something. And then what else we got? Big energy. I think this one, of all the big ones that dealing with sky, it's probably this one. I would likely get confused. Taiki. Atmosphere. We have life and lively, of course. Which lively is it? Oh. Say. Nope. Oh wait, no, that's fine. Say. Katsu. Say katsu. There's life. I think we're okay for now with this. I think the one we can pivot to life and personal life would be to add shi to it. So shiseikatsu, or personal life. And then heckin' wheat. Oh my gosh, man. I can't even write it. Maybe it's both. Or... Wheat. Mugi. And then 3. So. Right, sun. Oh, no, not sun. Mika. Zuki. Present. Oh, I can't spell crescent. How do I spell crescent? Crescent moon. Alright. Alright. We good. Today was nice. A little bit too much of an embellishment, but we're all good. We'll get it. Alright folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani in Japanese today. Got a little digression in the middle about stuff, and then in the beginning, you know, talking about motivations, necessity, sufficiency, and idealism, and or arbitrariness in one's expectations, right? And then in the middle, got a little fun talking and comparing and contrasting Chinese, Japanese, and English. Threw in a bit of Spanish here and there too, because I have some Spanish thoughts that I have to negotiate before this evening. Have that review in this evening, the tentative takes. All right. So you're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. Otherwise, you know, feel free to follow along. Drop your hot takes. Be ready to discuss. If you're only interested in Japanese, right? Minasan, mata ne. I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, and I will be back. Probably get some for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第62天. It is day 92. HanziHero we're just trucking along now. Well-oiled machine. Possibly becoming complacent. Possibly. What was yesterday's thing? Oh yes. Let's review tone. This is tone. Fun. I need to remember fun in terms of the portion and the mnemonic. Oh, right. This is the weak one from yesterday. Li Xiang. Li Xiang. Li Xiang. Li Xiang is ideal. Speaking of ideal. Okay. So you can think about it. You pull, logically thinking is a very ideal way, right? Okay. Not too bad though. And we're really ironing this stuff out. It's less than an hour for these things. I think it's scalable. We're in a scalable well iron. Although yesterday's, ooh, I see them. They're not great. So yesterday's characters are gonna be a problem. We'll see.
食物
食物 food things. It's food. Edibles. Okay. 我需要更多食物. Right, I had to remind myself what this was again. Recently. 更多
我需要更多食物。
食物. 我们没有食物。我要去买食物。
我要去买食物。
去买。
食物完成。
完成 to finish, to turn into finish, to complete something, to finish the task so it turns into the final result. Yeah, I think we're great. 他的 thesis, 他的 something 文完成了。
他的论文完成了。
论文 interesting thesis 论文 or no
他的论文完成了。
论文完成 mission. I know you. 完成 do I know you? I don't know you yet, but I do know you. Whoa. 完成 something 或
完成任务。
Oh no, that's woo. Ah! I keep getting Huo and Wu are the weakest one of the weakest characters so far. Wu. They both involve doing something like the mnemonic is similar. Not the actual character though. 任务 Do I have 任？ I have this 任。不知道这个字。Okay.
完成。
完成 I do Wan work? Walter. Oh, he's trying to sell his equipment and be done with it. Done with his cooking life.
满意
Yi. Okay, so mine is the Mario with the full bucket and things. To be full of ideas. Is to feel full of appreciation that an idea was fully carried out. Okay. Alright. 他对你的工作满意。Oh wait, we know 满意. So that's what that looks like. 满意 something 了，
他对你的工作满意极了。
极了。Expressing agree, maybe. 满意的答，满意的答复，答复。Answer.
满意
Satisfied? Yeah.
远处
远处 distant. Oh, how did 处 work? Tiger location. Oh yeah, that's actually literally distant location. With the current thing. Distant point, distant. Okay. 远处在打 thundering 打电
远处在打雷。
打雷 I figured they might just keep the 电 but no 打雷 Jeez. Oh, do I know lei? It's not the same lei. 远处的山 range
远处的山脉。
山脉 Alright. 远处
远处半夜
midnight? Oh, that is kind of deceptive. Fair enough. Is the halfway point of the night. Some might even say the halfway point is the middle of the night. I know, I'm so good at this. I'm kidding. Qing. That's supposed to be Qing. Yeah. 他经常工作到半夜才睡。Oh yeah, before sleeping.
他经常工作到半夜才睡。
So 经常 interesting. Light often. Lightweight often is often. 经常 and then 工作到 till 半夜 midnight 才 before being able to, right? Up to that until then sleeping. 下半夜 after, never mind.
半夜
All right. 食物远处
半夜，
半夜。
满意，
满意。
完成，
完成。All right, let's go. 零食 yeah, 零食 is my prototypic snack. With nearly zero nutritional value. Oh, that's one way to look at it. Snack is something with literally. That's not true though. It's so weird how the world has painted to a point where snacking or consuming something is considered zero nutritional value. It's crazy how hyperbolic that is, but also so relatable. It's like completely illogical, viewing snacks as having zero nutritional value, or any type of food or consumption as zero nutritional value. There are certain things though that do actually quite have nearly zero nutritional value, but it's not the type of snacks that was commonly used to apply that type of saying. In fact, I would say it has excess of specific nutrition. That's why they don't have any nutritional value to them. Or perceived nutritional value. 孩子们喜欢在放学后吃零食。Oh, 放学后 as in after leaving school. 晚餐 yeah, 晚餐前请不要吃零食 yeah, please don't eat snacks before
晚餐前请不要吃零食。
yeah, 晚餐前请不要吃零食 and don't eat a snack before dinner. Ruin your dinner.
零食，完了，
完了. You finished? Fair enough. 完了. To be done for. To be done for. That's true. Okay. 你说完了。你怎么快就做完了？你怎么快就做完了？
你这么快就做完了？
你这么快 Oh, it's 4. Yeah. 这么 Oh, it's silenced. 这么快 Yeah. 你这么快 Right.
完了，
完了。
夜间，
夜间 nighttime. Fair enough. In interval time during the night is nighttime. 夜间什么 patrol
夜间巡逻。
巡逻 Jeez. Oh, that's an owl, alright. 猫头鹰 right? 猫头鹰 The only reason I know 猫头鹰 is because of Duolingo, because they were referring to Duo as a 猫头鹰. Although I do technically know 头 now, and Mao looks like Mao, and Ying Still kind of looks like Ying because it has a turkey and a bird in it. 猫头鹰在夜间什么 something 时 prey
猫头鹰在夜间捕食。
时
夜间，
夜间
到处，
到处 everywhere instead of arriving at the location. What is this again? Once you have arrived at every location, but you would need the keyword every for this. Once you have arrived at every, then you have been everywhere. Oh, that's gonna be bad. 到处 That one's gonna take some time. You arrived at everywhere. 到处叫食物，到处叫到处叫食物。That 3?
到处找食物。
Yeah, 3. 找食物。到处找食物。到处都是。That's supposed to be 树。鸡。
到处都是树木。
木。Oh, do I know it was moo? I don't think I knew. 树木。Okay. No 树的。
到处，完全，
完全 finish plus all or whole completely. You have completely done with something. You finished the whole. Okay, complete. Holy. Okay. 完全 Okay. 我完全忘了 We forgot. 我完全了 understand 英文。
我完全了解英文。
了解 Oh, that's right. 了解 The other, yeah, that's right. The other read for this. 了解英文。我完全相信你。
我完全相信你。
Believe.
完全，
完全。All right.
临时，
到处，
夜间，完了，完全，
All right. I think it's about
空气
character type soon. 空气 doesn't help me with atmosphere. 空气 empty air is still empty. Refers to air that takes up all the empty space around us. Air or atmosphere. Yeah, I was about to say. 排气 The moment I thought about 空气 I thought about Tai Chi. Taiki as well. 空气 Alright. 空气没有味道。空气没有味道。Okay. True.
空气没有味道。
我们需要空气来 breathe. Oh, I feel like this is who. It could be who. No, it could be 接. No, who. 猪 who. Something.
我们需要空气来呼吸。
呼吸. Okay, 呼吸. 谁下没有空气？空气。谁下没有空气？
水下没有空气。
空气。谁下没有空气 ？Make sense. 空气。
空气，生活，
生活 Oh my goodness. 生活 It's the character I got stopped on today just to make sure to live or life. Yeah, jeez. The coincidences seem no bounds, right? 生活生活 How did we get the 活? Oh yeah, that's right. Oh. Something 的生活 with
他独自生活。
独自，他独自生活。你知道什么生活吗？ Interesting. That turns out to how to live. 我的生活不错。Okay. 生活。
天空，
天空 Oh no. There's too many skies and heavens. Oh no. 天空 Okay. 天空 You can either choose heaven or sky. 天空夜晚的天空很美亮
夜晚的天空很美丽。
丽 Dang it 美丽飞机在天空中飞行
飞机在天空中飞行。
Sky, huh? I mean flying, 飞行中飞行。天空是蓝色的，对。天空 Okay.
里，
All right, now we're getting into the characters again. B. All right, my man. What do we have with a suit, some beans, and some steaks? Not those type of steaks. Okay. Link is in the basement of the house. Sure. How can I place him in the basement? Where he is conducting a ceremony. He wears a green suit. Oh, this is starting to remind me of the other one. Suit and places some beans on the cement floor. He then takes a stake and impales each bean. It is a strange ceremony for sure. That is going to suck. Okay. Baptism. 洗礼. Oh, that kind of makes sense. Wash ceremony. Oh, this is part of the Li Wu. What the ceremony gift? Oh, I can yeah. Li Tang. Oh, a ceremony placed. Yeah, okay. Li Mao. I'm not sure if I have any context for Mao. I imagine. Oh, there's death. Yeah, death is in the left character. Yeah, ceremony. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
礼怕
Ah, to dread or to be afraid. To fear. Yeah. I think I'm gonna add to be afraid just because. Dread is good though. Ah, Patrick stars in the bathroom of the auditorium. His entire body turned white with dread. He flopped on the floor, cowering and begging for his soul to be saved. The reason? One of the actors from the play is washing his hands and is dressed up as a soul, which Patrick dreads. Patrick, not the brightest, mistakes him for some sort of all-powerful, dreadful ghost. Oh, okay. He was scared out of his mind. To be afraid? I mean, to be scared is also dread. Okay. Kapa, yeah. Ken dread. Dreadful. Able dread. Napa, even if. That one's tough. No Kong refer. Familiarity. Or hi. No hi, but hi pa. There's a to be afraid.
怕礼空气怕天空生活
Alright, here comes all the characters. Goal. Enough? Yeah. Enough. Many voice quarters. Gandalf is in the bathroom of the bakery, working a part-time job to save money for a new robe. He has to bake many pastries each morning at 4 a.m. sharp, and is so washing his face for the new day, and he then speaks into his voice recorder while staring into the mirror. Oh, I've had quite enough of this horrid job, he records, before leaning against the stall and puffing at his pipe. How many more days do you think Gandalf will last? He has to bake many pastries each morning at sharp to make sure there are enough pastries, you know? I was kind of thinking that's the way they are going about it. Oh. Nungo. To be able to. They have the ability and enough ability to be able to. Yeah, okay. Bugo. Not enough, yeah. Okay.
Go
Oh.
讲
Jiang. Oh, we have another component. Let's go. A wired mesh. Mesh. Oh, that kind of looks like a turf, though. Ooh, okay. I'll take it. It just looks like wired mesh.
讲
Jiang. To lecture. Right, that's a rack. Okay, Jimmy Neutron is in the basement of the chapel, sure, giving a lecture to the priest about why science is superior. Okay. He stands on top of a rack, which still doesn't place him in the basement, and is surrounded by a wired mesh. Okay, so that the priest cannot attack him. He shoots his words of reason and logic at the priest, who covers their ears and rings. Okay, so we got the priest thing going down. A basement. It could be outside when he's doing this. So he just happens to be in the basement. This one can be a tough. My tone could be lost. All right, we'll see. 讲话 speech makes sense. To lecture by speaking, lecture language, language speech, or lecture speech. A lecturer, yeah. 讲师 lecture platform. 讲台 yeah. 讲台
讲停
停 halt, to halt, that's fine. To stop as well, okay. Timmy Turner is inside the English manor, chasing Slender Man on the velvet carpet, yelling him to halt or stop. Timmy keeps on wishing spike projectiles. Where's the spike? Okay. Onto him, trying to reclaim the fairy tiara that Slender Man has in his hands. Fairy. Got it. Timmy Turner. Inside the room. Inside the English manor. Ting Liao. Ting Liao. Do we have Liao? I feel like we do. Elbow with a katana, with a sword and a rice patty. Yes, this is Liao, where Link is chilling in private. Oh, Link is chilling in the bakery with his sword and a picture of his homeland, his rice patty from home. And he doesn't know how long he'll be staying. That's private. Liao. 停车场. 停车场. Okay. The stop car location. 停止. 停止 to stop. Stop and stop. 停等. 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 停顿. Not done. 停顿. So many. 张停. Car. Axe. Sun. Okay.
停
Oops.
换
Juan. Oh, this is the Juan I was looking for a while now. So it's a different one. Okay. A ninja. Okay. A person with that wears a hood, has and carries a dagger. A big dagger. Simply a ninja. Alright, I got you. I got you.
换
Juan. Yeah, this was what I thought the original Juan was. It's not. That one is to return. Which return and exchange are related to each other. The Hulk is in the bathroom at the pawn shop, alright? Once again, but in the bathroom. Talking with a ninja. The Hulk offers exchange. 1 finger for ninja star. Since he can't afford to buy them from the pawn shop, he rips off his finger for exchange before the ninja even agrees. What the heck? Alright. Doesn't quite hit. Huang Wei. Huang Wei. What was Wei? Walter White. Oh, it's position. To exchange positions. Oh, that makes sense. Jiao Huan. To mix and exchange. Yeah, that's still to mingle, exchange. Exchanges to mingle. To replace. Che Huan. Okay. That has good on that one.
换
Huan.
讲
Jiang.
够
Go.
换
Huan.
停
Ping. Okay. Pretty iffy. Pretty iffy. Alright, time to lock in. Okay. Alright. Alright.
读音
这个汉字的读音，
姓吹牛
他在吹牛。
英语
这个国家的人几乎都会说一点英语。
为体育馆
我在体育馆打篮球。
Son of a beasting.
故事
我不相信你的故事。
有拿到
他拿到了工作。
Market. Yeah.
老百姓
老百姓的利益。
Oh, wait. Wait, what? Oh. It's not that. It's Oh, I can't put this in a position. I think the position doesn't work.
请
Yeah, I don't think the position works.
是
Oh no. Yes. That's fine. That's wrong tone. Whoops. I'm so preoccupied with the
生鱼片
生鱼片很贵，
wait, what? How am I messing that one up?
气味
一股馨香的气味。
This is a different one. Oh wait. Oh wait. No. Oh, I'm getting two of them mixed up because wait. Was it this one? Slender? Like you're trying to shove? Who is trying to shove? Maybe it's because it was in the bathroom. Thought it was Shrek, but maybe not. I gotta put this in a word. What is the word that we have for this one? Maybe that helps. I thought it was sure. Might be sure. No, it's not. I just genuinely do not remember. I totally typed that. Oh, I think I'm getting two characters mixed up. I think the other one was Bien. Yeah. No. That was the one I thought sure. I typed sure for Bien, and then now I just typed sure for Bien, or for sure. That's fine. Okay. What did I type incorrectly here? Oh, 1-4 mix up. Right? Did I saw 2? I could have sworn I wrote sure. What?
Hang 画
I talk. Oh no, I didn't. Yeah. So
变
I mixed up B and that's fine. Yeah. Momentarily mixed up. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. It's kind of sus. What?
怎样
这件事你怎样解释？
Oh, wait, did I not type this the first time? I'm so confused. Unless it was a different one I'm getting confused with now too.
茶道
他爱茶道文化。
平
Why is the tile in the middle? Oh. Because he's throwing tiles at the gate, yeah. Oh.
房租、
付房租、
活该、
这家伙落得如此下场，活该。
牛角、
我在田野看到一只牛角，
I don't know what I
Ban.
messed up. My hands are ruined.
科学、
科学很无聊。
云、
I genuinely don't know what I typed incorrectly. Just slow down. Okay.
应该、
我今晚应该读书。
What was this one for Ying? Oh, yes, I remember now.
音乐、 太空、
太空垃圾，
太空垃圾. Ah, no. What the heck is the fat air? Space? Oh, yeah, okay.
天分、
这孩子很有天分。
This was stretching, spool. What? Oh, wrong. Oh, whoops. Yeah. Wrong mnemonic. Ting.
挺身而出，全、
Yeah. An elephant and Slender Man, eh? No. What? Elephant and Slender Man. It's Xena. Oh, I missed the A. Whoops. Oh, we're doing meaning. Oh, Xiang. Good resemble. Oh no, this is the one that I had a meaning problem with. Like likeness? It's likeness. Oh no, it seems to be like, to look like, yeah. There, it looks like a likeness. It looks like.
复活，
耶稣在死后复活了。
The heck? Jesus help there in the sentence. Yeah, so I mixed
始
Shu with Ian by accident. And this is kind of like use. Oh, it is use. Okay, that's fine. I'm kind of
茶馆，
这家茶馆
worried after the couple
Hey.
first ones. Gotta slow down a little bit. Yeah. 对。
乐队，
乐队演奏得很出色。
The heck? Team? Yeah, 对. Cocoons. Electric cocoons. White tree. Your way. What? I don't know what the keyword for yeah is either, actually, now that I think about it. I think this deals with the vocabulary not too long ago. What is Yugi doing with the... Oh, listening. Or music. Music. Oh!
真空，
真空包装
Whoops, I misspelled vacuum.
加油站，
我在一家加油站工作。
That was a 1-4 mix-up. Okay, here we are.
力，
Okay, that's one down.
记者，
我不太喜欢记者。
好像，
好像是这样。
须，
Okay.
应当，
我们应当互相谅解。
活动，
活动几点开始？
Okay. So left Boone left his house.
随，
Um Tombstone Moon Spray. What? Oh, wait. What? Oh, I don't need the E. It's who? It's who? What the heck was this? Was this supposed to be skeleton? Small eyes. English manner.
省，
Economize. Oh man, I keep typing 3. I need to stop typing 3. Wait, did I type? No. Yeah. Yeah, those are fine.
发亮，
他的眼睛总是发亮的。
外卖，
吃外卖披萨。
Oh lordy. Wait. Oh, I missed the I. Oh.
旅客，
旅客们，欢迎你们乘坐本次列车。
条，湖，
Yeah, I. What is this? Oh, like
查出，
你能帮我查出这本书的作者吗？
this is not quite it, but oh wait, is it? Do we have to figure out? Oh, I put to figure out. Okay, good. To find out is okay, but
读 读者，
这本报纸有很多读者。
The heck? The heck is this ladle? Okay.
鹿，
That's not Triceratops. It's confetti.
动物，
这只动物跑得很快。
哪个？
你们是哪个班的？
赢，风，星期天，
你星期天工作吗？
Oh no.
站，
Why is that Jun? Jun. James Bond pawn shop in 4. He has a guard and he has like a ploy to make a fortune or something. Special station. I guess.
这边，
你这边有东西。
That's a typo.
气，热气，
一股热气。
The heck is this? Burner. I mean, it's still black, but I feel like they gave a different meaning to this. Goggles. Burner. Oh, wait, no. It was imp. Oh no. I know what an imp is. I genuinely don't know what this is supposed to look like. It's not black, is it? Oh, it is still black. Okay, just kidding. Just kidding.
课，作者，
这位作者的小说非常畅销。
锁，
Are we using place for this? I don't know. Saw. Superman in the bakery. No, Superman in the cellar of the barn with a flag and an axe. Oh no, office. Oh, it's marking his in. I should have added place, right? Oh, okay. I was like, geez, what's going on?
理想，
生活不太理想。
That's our thing from yesterday.
好，地下，
这里有地下停车场。
做饭，
我每天都做饭。
That was a typo. Earlier.
黄色，
一台黄。
照片，
我们在拍一张照片。
分别，
我和姐姐分别3年了。
万岁，
汉字英雄万岁！
文件，
这些文件要收存好。
Oh, that gives me nightmares about my messed up on wheat. But this isn't wheat. This is express. Yeah, that's a sour point. What was this though?
"表，
What? Oh, W and M. That's a typo.
因果，
因果关系。
下，千万，
3000万。
Wait. This one got me confused because I only want the Tianwan part, right? Oh. I missed it by 1. Dang it. Threw me off so much. Yesterday I wrote 30 million because I thought it was the whole thing. Then today I screwed up. I was legit screw up.
冷静，
你应该冷静些。
有，态度，
他的态度很友好。
吹，常态，
恢复常态。
易电，
我该存多一点钱。
Wrong tone. Only wrote the wrong tone. Wait, what does this mean? So oh, just kidding.
二手
Marshall. Just kidding.
唱片
请播放那张唱片。
去绝碰帮忙
Yeah,
我真
that
想
was a
帮忙。
typo. Okay. Typo. Ah! I did not look at that properly. Wait. What? Oh yeah. Another mix-up on first glance.
可是
这里很美，可是太冷了。
拉开
拉开抽屉，
水果
他吃很多水果。
This is just right? Yeah.
刚
Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Those were most of them were all fine. A bunch of typos though. Oh, there was a legit little mix-up. I have two pairs that are like, if I don't look closely, I'm gonna get them mixed up with each other still. Bian Shu. Oh no, Bian and Shu. And then also that was the big one. What was another one that I thought it was something else? Now that one stuck out. The other ones are fine. Yeah, I can't remember. There's one other pair. Will probably crop up again. All right, so let's get this going, and then we're gonna get into our review, right? Okay. All right. A mesh wire. And ninja. Suit. Steak. Ceremony. The 啊讲透换平，OK，食物原演处半夜半夜满意。Wait, 满意 is satisfied, right? 完成零食到处 which is everywhere. This one might be a problem. 到处夜间玩乐完全完全oops yeah 完全完全is completely 空气 is air 天空 heaven or sky 生火 live life. Okay. Alright, so we got Link, basement of the house. He's trying to keep his ceremonies secret, right? So his secret ceremony is conducting a secret ceremony in the basement and privacy of his home, which makes sense. It involves him wearing a suit. Plus stabby beans. Stabby beans. Okay. And then Patrick. Oh, Patrick. Patrick really PA? No, it wasn't, right? Patrick. Bathroom. Auditorium. And he got spoofed. His soul practically left his body. scared him white because he thought he saw a ghost. More or less. He dreads. Ghost dread. Scare. Fear. Okay. Then we have Jimmy Neutron. Basement because sneaky protest. Basement of the chapel. Share. Surrounded by mesh on top of a rack. Modified rack, I guess. Modified rack. Oh my gosh. Please. Modified rack where he shoots words at the priest about science. Wait, what was the point of this? What was the key word? Lecture? Yeah, lecture with words. We have Gandalf. Bathroom. Bakery. Gandalf, bathroom, bakery. Waking up day in and day out, trying to make enough pastries. Many pastries. And wondering and telling himself into a voice recorder. How long until he says enough is enough. Right. Okay, so then we have Hulk, bathroom, pawn shop. This one's kind of weird, but he wants to, for whatever reason, he couldn't afford the ninja stars in the pawn shop, so he went to the bathroom and cut a deal with the ninja, like by getting ninja stars for some of his fingers in exchange for his fingers, or a finger. And then we have Timmy. So Timmy, not that Timmy. Timmy Turner is in the English Manor. It's inside the English Manor. Trying to stop Slender Man, who took the tiara, the fairy tiara, by throwing spikes at him. Telling him to halt. Okay, that's fine. And then special today was definitely accidentally doing right. Sure for to use with Bien. Which is everywhere. Oh, wait. No, just kidding. It's convenient. Bien. And then I still can't remember what the other one is. Let's go over these. Practice makes perfect. Whoops. UT tone. I think we're okay with this though. Fen. Oh, Fen's gonna be pretty meh. I think we're okay with that temporarily. And then we got this today. Li Xiang, which is ideal. Li Xiang. There was one other one, and then I got paused on one, but we got it. I would say it's a little slightly messy on some things. One would be pool, which was spray, tombstone, or headstone, and moon. Right, Hu. I typed Hui, but didn't really mean to, but that's kind of a big deal. Going from Hui to Hu. So Hu, which is digging Moon Lake. No problems after that. But Hu would probably be one of the weaker jerk reflex things. There was another one. Another pair. That was kind of jerk reflex. The definitions are okay this time around. Characters though. Characters are non-compromisable. We have to land on the characters. That's 3 characters. She was fine. Oh, actually, I can probably use this part to see it. I'm only largely concerned with... Okay, so, yeah, is fine. Shi is fine. Man. One. Chu. I might have screwed up Chu, maybe, in a typo. And then we got these, right? So, A and the component I paused on. I'm like, what can the component be? Did I kind of got stuck on this a little bit. Oh, no, that was fine. This one's pretty good, actually. And then Qu Xiang. One of these. Oh, and there was one character. It's only a specific character. So we have finger, spool, and stretch, right? This is ting, which is erect, to erect. That was a little concerning. It was in the phrase to step forward bravely, ting. Chu ting. Ting xiang er chu. Gotta come up again. Yeah, I wouldn't say. Okay. That's good enough. Okay, so that's a wrap for HanziHero. We do be making great time on HanziHero, really. Gonna watch this later. 谢谢, right? you're more than welcome to follow along. Give it a try if you have time. It's a free period for the first 100 characters. Feel free to drop your hot takes. I always love talking and discussing about hot takes, right? Expanding on it. Make them not so hot. So if you're only interested in Chinese, 大家下次见, right? See you next time. I'm gonna be doing something a little different today. In the next one, we're doing our tentative takes segment or retrospective segment on Duolingo Spanish after that. I'm gonna get up, walk around a little bit, hydrate, stretch, and then we'll be back for that. Thank you. All right, folks, welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. Bienvenidos a todos. Hoy es el día 35. It is day 35, and as planned, gonna hit it off. Check off the first completed, first project that came about for this month. And that is to review section 1 and section 2, kind of like an upkeep. It's around a month from the start of Duolingo Spanish's course, and it's a pretty convenient place because we just concluded yesterday section 2, and I think we'll do one at the end of section 3 as well, but more on that later. So what are we doing today? What is it that we are doing? Okay. So, not that I do encounter a lot of people who frequently ask these things. So, I talked about it earlier today in WaniKani. So let me refresh a little bit here. So these, I do these things every once in a while. They're called tentative takes. Just refer to them as tentative takes. And what this really serves as is often a general summary, right? Like, so I talked about this. Let me see how we're gonna go about this. So oftentimes what I typically do is I think about, when I start a project, I think about what is the bottom line, right? What is the bottom line, or how alternatively, what is the necessary amount of time? Let's just say necessary amount of experience. In order to do a summary, or lots of the words this would take on are review, right? Review, summary, impressions, deal. And I refer to these as tentative takes because, long story short, I typically view these as a in progress thing. So actually, once we reach this bottom line, and I decided that for myself, the basic bottom line, so for general things, I would say for 90% of things, I would start questioning or placing a bottom line at about 30 days. Or, in other words, 1 month, right? And then in between that, anything after that, we reach a second stage, and that's what I call the sufficiency or sufficient experience stage. I would call it the experienced stage. And this is where I decide I need to find a maybe like a logistical, maybe sentimental combination place to pause, right? Place to pause to offer what I call a tentative take. So this is where that idea of a tentative ideas that come up, details, and then and like numbers, right? Numbers and statistics, things like that, right? So that's where we are now. And for Duolingo, I have chosen to comfortably be at the end of section 2, which lines up to close to the bottom line. So the bare minimum that I would say to consider being in branching into the experience stuff. And then as another thing, oftentimes there's also an arbitrary top. I mentioned arbitrary top. So sometimes there's not a defined max per se. So often these takes are, you pass a threshold and you decide on a point, and then the arbitrary max, or oftentimes this would be referring to expectations. It's arbitrary for me, typically because what I'm doing is non-obligatory. Non-obligatory, right? Learning another target language for me is voluntary. Completely voluntary. And here we are. Now, what are these things, right? So there are details that I want to start out front, and then there are details I place in the end, and largely the end details are the things that I focus on a lot, but the front is very concise and can be very helpful for people to wrap around what is it that actually is in it, right, in whatever I'm using. So let's do a layout. So here's the layout of our Duolingo Spanish take, right? So the Duolingo Spanish, we're just gonna say section 1 and 2 tentative take. Tentative takes. So the first thing we're gonna start with is, first thing, numbers. And I usually say by the numbers stuff. By the numbers. So stats, kind of facts, and things that happened, right? So things that happened. Non-negotiable. Usually this is the stuff that I feel is incredibly mainstream and what people usually care about a lot of times. This is, I would say, more than 50% of people care about this stuff more. Right? So once we do that, then we go into our second thing. And second thing is probably what is not on stream. So after we get over the facts, we'll talk about like routine, and off-stream activity. Right. So routine, this is fairly big. It deals with giving an idea, giving a template of my practice and learning breakup of studying a target language, right? Because studying is a combination of practice and learning, in my opinion, or not the way traditionally how other people think about it, but learning for me is the combination of all the inputs, and practice is the combination of output. As opposed to there's input learning and there are various versions of learning. I'm saying what goes in because I'm acquiring new information, and then practice applying that new information, right? So the breakup of studying. That would probably, so let's say conservatively, this might be a 1 hour thing. We'll contribute 1 hour to this. And then this will contribute hopefully 1 hour to this. And then lastly, I will share. Okay, there's 2 more things. After we go over the routine and whatnot, maybe we'll do some comparing and contrasting. This is probably going to happen while talking about these things, so I don't think that's really necessary. We're going to talk about like FAQs. Maybe like an FAQ kind of thing. So an FAQ kind of thing is any stream related interactions that came up. This could be things like a FAQ would be, is Spanish easier than Japanese or Chinese? Very common questions, but they ultimately end up giving me the opportunity of saying something that's kind of answering the question but not answering the question at the same time. It kind of revolves around this, and maybe a little bit of a commentary on differing interactions with speakers and or readers, etc., but largely it deals with speaking. And then finally, much shorter, and maybe I'd like to end on these notes because it's a little bit of looking forward to things. Future plans, right? So future plans, immediate future plans. That can be things that I'm considering, things of consideration, or things that are already in motion. Okay, that's kind of how we're gonna go about it here. I digressed really hard today about the whole expectations and why tentative ticks are involved. I think part of the FAQs, I should have wrote part of the FAQs, are answering the question, like questions like, does it work? Is it good? So these questions do come up, and that's also one of the motivations behind every once in a while doing these retrospection. Also, another reason for retrospection or tentative takes is to keep myself honest. So this is to keep myself honest. It's a way to demonstrate in itself is a way to demonstrate what does that mean to keep myself honest. This is a practice of due diligence. So it gives me a period of self-reflection. Self-reflection, and I'm doing it live to help me like form like organization, bigger picture, and also a bit of like legacy, right? Legacy building. I think it's a way to form catharsis. Make you feel, remind yourself where you started. Give one a method to output in order to encourage and motivate oneself. I do this live because I want to demonstrate that you don't have to actually do it alone per se, but you could share it, talk about it, and it gives you a reward for the output. But it gives you a reward, and very importantly, it makes you creative in expression. This is very different. It's very different from a machine or an algorithm telling you you've completed 1,000 words or something, or 300 characters or something like that. That's very unfilling and muted. Being able to organize, reflect, build legacy, remind yourself that provides strong motivation when there are no other sources to motivate you, right? For example, I do this because this is inherently self-study. And I kind of touched upon this earlier. Maybe I'll touch upon this again. And that's the proverbial question that I don't remember who brought it up. SD brought it up. Do children learn language better? Learn language better than adults? And without going too much into it right away, it does also have to do with their source of motivation and consistency and due diligence. This represents a process that, in my opinion, is perhaps not necessary for a lot of people, but it's incredibly, it can create sustainability. It can contribute to stability and sustainability. One thing that children cannot do, as a tease, children cannot do is they aren't able to yet conceive what is considered due diligence, self-reflection, because they are in that process of learning how to do that. Like reflect on oneself, voluntarily enforce discipline on oneself, organize and look at bigger picture. All of these are very adult oriented qualities that, in my opinion, are thrown at the wayside because there's a heavy reductive misrepresentation of what it's like to efficiently learn a language as an adult. the whole idea of generalizing and reductively saying you learn like you were as a kid so often that's like ham, like they go ham. It lacks due diligence, lacks discipline, lacks self-reflection, lacks all of these things I'm talking about: legacy building, catharsis, output. Some of these just completely lack output, as in output in the sense of something unrelated per se directly to your competence. So why is important that I'm emphasizing this is because the bulk of this motivation is to make a sustainable output that contributes to that negates burnout and possibly even nihilism, honestly. And that happens in adults, so experienced people. It happens in highly experienced adults. When one is learning, knowing the concept of the bigger picture and the foundations and the things you need to know, that is something children do not juggle. They do not juggle permanence yet. As in, when they're learning a language, the last thing they're concerned with is, oh, there are 6,000 kanji that I need to learn. Or, oh, how close am I to the 6,000 kanji? Like, man, I'm not relatively getting closer to my goal. They do. Right? And yeah, that is part of learning a language like a kid. However, you're not a kid anymore if you're burning out and saying nihilistic things like, I'm never going to be good enough in Japanese for me to feel comfortable. That's nihilism. Or like, oh, to be fluent you need to do all these things and that looks like it's really hard, I'm not going to try. That's nihilism. That's what adults do. So while output, for example, it's really underplayed a lot because you're talking in the grand scheme of learning Japanese or learning Spanish. You're focused on, oh, what are all the tasks to min-max your way to getting more Spanish, your target language, as quickly as possible. Yes, that would remove what I'm doing now. Doing this is ceremoniously and pragmatically a waste of time if the objective, if your sole objective is to concern about how fast you can learn a language. That also makes a huge assumption that a lot of these children-like language learning methods are, and that is to forgo the emotional, in my opinion, to forgo the emotional need or the emotional management of adult life, especially adult lifestyle. So yes, certainly someone who's professionally trained and is paid sustainably and is successful at learning languages and have made a career out of it would find it less of a problem, because what they're offering is the fastest way to learn a language. It's not suggesting it is the healthiest, most mentally easy or mentally not challenging way to do it. It's going to be challenging. It's going to be hard. It's going to be very rewarding. But it's also assuming that you have all the emotional management of an adult lifestyle that reflects someone who is incredibly passionate in language. Right? So how passionate? Usually, a lot of times these products reflect the founder's vision. So yeah, if you want to be a linguist and not juggle whatever lifestyle that they are not aware of, like having multiple children, growing up in a household with 4 different speaking adults that have different language preferences, educating your child. Like, all these experiences are not something that would be considered in a min-max program, right? And you can take that with a grain of salt, because now you can answer these questions by reflecting. So for me, I take time off in the evenings, progressively reflecting. This is a big reflection. So this is my formal reflection. Every evening, though, I work on this. I write on this. I ask myself, okay, how do I feel now in a week's time? Okay, this is working. This is working. I need to liberate some time here. Let's go. So I make micro adjustments along the way. And for here, it's hard to capture that because I don't want to be on stream 24/7 showing all my thoughts. I can't possibly physically do it. It would be kind of cool. So these are my summaries. These are tentative takes on things, on how I micromanage, or kind of not even micromanage anymore because it's habit forming. If you do this for a very long time, you kind of don't even process that you're doing anymore. It's spinning the wheel, basically riding a bike. So for me, sustainable output. Output, while you're saying, oh, there's no point to speaking if you can't form full sentences, or there's no point in remembering your vocabulary disjointed if you can't even compose sentences. Well, that is why I feel that's a childish way of thinking, in my opinion, which is very beneficial if you're going to make it to the end. If you're not going to make it to the end, which I would say at least 90% of adults can conceive how far they have to go, unlike a child, which they don't really look at how far they go. They either do and get to the end, or get to wherever they want to get to, or they don't. As an adult, you're gonna need some output, right? Some output in order to gauge things like competence and legacy building, reminding yourself what you have learned so far and what can you do with it. So output, in my opinion, arguably, may not necessarily, like, I agree, it may not necessarily increase your learning, your inputs in the language, but output can lead to a creative process for learning in an adult. And while I agree that it does not affect your overall progress towards the language itself, the target language itself, the creative process for learning in an adult is a source of fun, entertainment, intellectual exploration, a celebration, and it often can lead to emergent properties. So that's what this segment is about. I'm going to go over the nitty-gritty, which that's basically where most people end with their things. They're like, oh, okay, so let's see, 1 month's time, I did section 1 and section 2. So in another month, I'll finish section 3. I kind of know. That's, in my opinion, children things. You have 5 classes. You're going to go to those classes for 3 months. Oh, you're going to have a midterm somewhere in a month and a half. You're going to get the exam done and you're going to finish the exam. And then when you finish the exam, If it's not interesting to you, you're just going to dump all that information. There's no reason to integrate information that you don't need or you can't foresee using. And strangely enough, children, in my opinion, dump most of the stuff they learn in high school, up to high school, because it's not like it's reasonable for them to know if it's useful or not. Now, we're not going to talk about children today, so maybe a little bit when I'm talking about adults. But as an adult, you get to decide. You voluntarily picked something. So there are motivations, applications, and even new emergent properties as you're reflecting. Like, wait a minute, I should write this down. This part, I could use this part. It could be useful in playing video games. Or, oh yeah, I just remembered there's this thing that I always wanted to do. Now I can do it in Spanish. And even with the limited Spanish I have, I can start working on it. This gives a moment to breathe. You're breathing. You're telling yourself, what do you know? What have you learned up to this point? It's actively trying to recall what you're learning. Something that is reminding you of what you're learning feels far less rewarding, in my opinion. It does not elicit the creative process or form of expression. And that is something children do intuitively because there's no other thing that's keeping them from doing it. If they hate something, they're going to tell you they hate it. Unless you are one of the special ones, which as a child I was very reserved and I tend to keep all of that bottled up. But that only meant that people, ironic or coincidentally, obviously, saw me as more of a matured young person, like a young adult. And yeah, that is a characteristic of adults. Adults are able to know to exercise discipline. Now, that doesn't mean it's all sunshine and rainbows. However, if you're not already doing this, in my opinion, it would be a fun little exercise to see what you can gather from it. Oftentimes when someone's burnt out, output. Rarely do I see this like take into account in any part of advice on maintaining language. Maintaining language as a lifestyle choice, as an adult lifestyle choice. And in my opinion, like habit formation, right? Habit formation and maintenance. Now, I concede that this is probably not talked about largely because it's incredibly spurious. And to this day, I can't say I could form a theorem based on like evidence that this is. So the things I'm saying now, right, about legacy building, sustainability, burnout, nihilism, experience, this is anecdotal and observational, and they're case by case and cumulative case studies. There is no hard meta-analyses and whatnot to do this because, in my opinion, adult lifestyle is incredibly spurious. Now, one thing we can try to do is to, lack of a better word, generalize a workflow of decision making that may contribute, to more consistent lifestyles and like consistent habit formation and maintenance. And that's what I'm here to illustrate, I suppose, while doing my projects. Habit formation and maintenance, right? So I'm not here to say this is going to be a life hack for that guarantees to work. Adult lifestyle is incredibly spurious. So whenever it came to theorems and theories about learning and fundamentals of like skill building and whatnot, the more reliable things is to ignore the spuriousness of adult lifestyles, reduce it to some fundamentals, and then generalize it, which that is very reasonable. That's a way to understand incredibly holistically complex things and make it at least contribute something that is consistently significant or efficacious. So one of the things is learning based on childhood development and experience. Child developments hold up quite a lot, and adults have the capacity and the due diligence and discipline to perform that task. What I feel is a disservice sometimes, arguably a disservice, is the neglect on how much tax and emotional management is required to perform those tasks. The prevailing very successful theories, and then I'm getting a little bit more familiar with them because I encounter them very regularly. The prevailing theories on language learning actually do completely sideline most of these things. In fact, a lot of times they don't even qualify what those emotional management points are without saying like, oh, this is blanketed as motivation or blanketed as engagement. And I can understand that because it would be so nebulous to quantify. But there's one big one and one big criticism that I often find is fundamental to some of these popular language learning theories and methods that aren't quantified, and that's how you measure self-competence. Like, it's great for children because, like I said before, children operate and learn language under the due diligence and discipline provided by adults. Trying to allow a child to choose to learn a language and do unaided by the scaffold of adult discipline, the likelihood, and again, great case study nowadays in the last 3 or 4 years, where children, when given to their devices, they latch on to the most engaging thing. So if you're arguing that children are great at learning language, well, you can spin the roulette and find out that I think the vast majority of children won't be that great at learning language without the scaffold and due diligence and discipline provided by adults. So adults, though, can do all of it. They have the capacity to do all of it. Self-study, self-instruction, and self-reflection. And I think that's where all of this falls apart for me. There's no management scheme for methods. Like, yeah, you do this, you're gonna learn the language, and then these are the things, and no management. There's no management of how you stay motivated, what management of time, even management of goals, process-oriented feedback. There's no self-evaluation loops, things that make adult life, even adult professionalism, viable and consistent and sustainable. Children, they learn something, they burn out. They learn something, they burn out. Maybe some things they learn so much that it burns out at a much, much later date, in which they then end up developing the discipline and experience that they have that's characteristic of an adult. Right? I still love science to this day because I loved science long enough in order to form the discipline and sustainability and life balance experience that's required and characteristic of an adult, not a child. So those things are not emphasized at all. Like, what happens when you're learning a language as an adult? It's more like, this is the fastest way to learn. It's like, yeah, that's great. Pragmatically speaking, that's the fastest way. So assuming that everything the adult has does not get turned upside down or taxed unnecessarily and causing fallouts and quitting, it is certainly the fastest way, but I would even argue it's probably not the most consistently successful way. Now, hear me out here. Adults get to decide when they feel successful. So if they believe in a method and they execute the method, oftentimes with lots of effort placed in, they develop a rationale that they are successful. And that's far healthier, in my opinion, than those who think that they failed because they looked at a metric. And that metric does not gauge one's emotional satisfaction. Or it can, but generally speaking, it ends up being incredibly nihilistic. Like something like, oh yeah, I've worked 15 years and I still don't sound like a native Spanish speaker. Because no matter what, the facts are, you're not a native Spanish speaker. You've acquiring a target language. So you are a multilingual speaker. So you're not, you can speak Spanish and something else. That would be something more of a cognitive dissonance thing. We're not going to talk about that thing. I think my main focus now is the idea of, yes, adult lifestyles are incredibly spurious. So this idea that I'm pitching right here of what I'm doing is also under some presumptions, much like the theories and theorems based on language learning. I am assuming or presuming that the vast majority of adults have enough life experience that they understand their lifestyles, and that doing this process, having time to output the thing you invest a substantial amount of time in, that you yourself in your lifestyle have determined it is substantially enough time. When you do a regular self-reflection and evaluation, because no one else is keeping you honest on this. That's the biggest difference. Children do not self-study. I'm gonna be clear. Okay, maybe too harsh, too hyperbolic. Most children, when they are going about their lives, they're not in the process of voluntarily selecting themselves to study. There is a framework of adult supervision in most children's cases. Even in an experiment, it is under adult supervision. Like if you're trying to gauge a double-blind study between a child and an adult, that child has to willingly have the obligation and incentive and adherence to learning that language in the whole period of that adult. But for this, when you talk about target language, like what is the fastest way to learn Japanese? It probably starts with an adult commitment. So if you nonchalantly just say, yeah, I'm gonna just study like, I don't know, once every 3 weeks, and if I like it, I'll study like a little bit more frequently. It's not gonna happen. Like, okay, it's not predictive, but I would say that adherence is fairly low for someone who does not have an active investment in their self-study. A child does not have those flexibility that flexibility of choice, or even understanding what is a trivial skill yet. It is provided by the adult in that child's life, and or any other adult who's an influencer or a content creator who's demonstrating to that child that whatever they're doing is incredibly exciting and important to that child's life, right? So yeah, children are great at being engaged in the thing they like. So if it's not your language, then yeah, they suck at learning language. It is the adult that provides the guidance, and the adults get to provide guidance for themselves. So in my opinion, personally, one of the weakest aspects, and this is part of a bigger picture, it's not saying this thing is sufficient. I don't have theorems or access to evidence and large case studies in order to propose a theorem that can be sufficient for anything. I'm suggesting this is a weak spot that I observe as a consequence of interacting with language learners, especially older-ish language learners. So we're not even in the realm of children. We're in the realm of adults, young adults who think winging it like a child without guidance or due diligence is a surefire way to acquire language. And in that guidance, and oftentimes most of the existing guidance is some electronic device based on algorithm that does not provide active feedback to the person. However, there's also individuals who go back to school. That's a little different story. Or go to like italki or something and have the guidance of another human being who's providing feedback. That's an exclusion. That's not thinking like a child, by the way. That's thinking like an adult, in my opinion. When you take responsibility of your study and you practice your due diligence, you inherently are going to look at forms of feedback. So self-study, which is what I'm referring to here, is not the same as seeking feedback and professional advice from someone who is a professional in teaching, that they themselves are supplanting your adult responsibilities, right? They are providing the experience that you lack, the discipline that you lack. So we're excluding that too out of the convenience of what I'm saying here. Here, if you're self-studying and you don't want to talk to a teacher, you don't want to, you want to be like a child, you just want to enjoy things and then learn something. Well, unfortunately, in my opinion, there requires some due diligence. And where are you going to get this due diligence? For myself, this is how I perform it. So a long-winded introduction. But this is how I perform my due diligence in the sense of what I have learned, and it's both a chore and rewarding, right? The moment you start writing and you're telling yourself, oh yeah, I know this, oh wait, I know this, like, oh yeah, I know this, and this can be this. That's creative process with output. Output informs your input, as in it informs what you know and what you don't know yet. Sidelining output because it's not relevant to increasing the input of a target language, fair game, if that's all you care about. But if you do not output, as a self-studying adult, there is no information or competence of telling you whether you are in fact taking advantage, looking at the bigger picture, legacy building, keeping yourself from burning out in the long run, because then you're at the mercy of the tool or the device or what have you that you're using. And as far as I know, some of these tools have become very excellent at giving encouragement and telling you metrics that matter to them. The question is, do those metrics matter to you? And a lot of times these metrics ends up becoming something that matters to you. However, it is not done as a juxtaposition to things you value. So for example, if you're using an app and you just want to learn kanji, so one of the ways to measure how much kanji you learn is by literally counting the number of kanji. It's like, well, that's great, that'll work. Now, does the number of kanji tell you anything about what kind of pace you want to be in order to not feel like you're overwhelmed with kanji? No. When you go to a program that says you're going to learn as fast as possible for 3 years, do you have any indication of whether you're going to spiral, become overwhelmed? How do you consolidate? How do you sustain all of that thing to get that result? It's not said anywhere. Like, some of the more successful and attractive and popular apps like Duolingo, for example, tries to quantify that, and that is still far more than the min-maxing idealistic approaches that are being pushed forth. Like, for example, yeah, they don't focus on results and whatnot per se, but they do tell you try at least 15 minutes a day, right? And 15 minutes could be sufficient to solidify 15 minutes. Now, there are some drawbacks to not following through on increasing that time or whatnot, but generally speaking, engagement and motivation is by far the most efficacious thing to make something popular, largely because that is the most underappreciated thing in management or experience. I think adults nowadays, especially young adults, have a poor management style. It can work, but they more work in burst. Like, you do burst this, burst that. So you burst your way to the finish line, but if you miss the finish line, it was all in vain. As opposed to an adult lifestyle where, okay, well, I'll do 3 months on, 1 month off, 3 months on, 1 month off. That kind of fits my schedule. And I will review at the end of 3 months, and then review at the beginning of after my month's break, and then continue, and then review at the end. This is kind of like that idea. It is still the foundation of formal education, actually. So that might not work for you. It might not fit in your lifestyle. It does for me. And I am a product of formal education. And I actually took those things with me. If you hate school, if you didn't learn anything from school, that's a great counter rebuttal example of how children suck at skill building. Because whenever they don't care or choose not to care, then they just suck at learning it, right? As an adult, you can still be very good at learning something that you hate with due discipline, right? But naturally, we don't want to get there. I prefer the idea that you stop something because you know you don't like it anymore and it's not working, in order to make it work so you'll like it more, or you drop it because you know it's not working anymore, right? And periodic self-evaluation and reflection involves outputting the thing you actually viscerally observe if this is for you. So when someone says, is it working yet? Is this good? Well, I've only used self-study tools. So it's only good when you know it's good. It's only working if you know it's working. Someone can't possibly tell you if it works or if it's not, unless you're a kid and an adult is forcing you to do it. And if an adult is forcing you to do it, they're gonna examine, measure you, and tell you if it's working or not, despite having that tool telling you certain things, right? It's kind of like going to class. It's like, why do you need to go to class if you have a textbook? Because an adult is providing the due diligence, the discipline, even legacy building, because if you go to a school, you get legacy building because you get a degree. They're going to force you to make portfolios. They're going to keep your records. They're going to constantly nag you about outputting something every once in a while, right? Yeah, sure, you tell me you understand and you read all 10 chapters of Mark Twain's Huckleberry Finn, but now I got to examine and tell you and make you prove to me that you actually read the first 10 chapters of Huckleberry Finn. But when you're self-studying, no one is telling you that. You can sit here, you can twiddle your thumbs and say, yeah, but Anki told me I know this stuff. Like, you do you now? Like, you have that popular theory. I'm gonna refer nebulously most of the time. All the popular theories, like, no, just keep inputting, and trust the process. Like, yeah, provided that all those people who do that can get there. I would say for every one of the people that can do that, there's probably like 2 or 3 people who may have gotten there if there was some ounce or even emphasis on maintaining honesty and due diligence in self-studying. Like, yeah, you can pick your immersion and your YouTube videos and you can give advice on, yeah, so just pick things that you're interested in and go and look for things that's great, but how do you know that? Like, how do you know? One of the parts of adults' benefit is they have, if you're presuming, and I'm also presuming a little upstream, that the adult has enough self-reflection, discipline, organization, legacy, and experience to know what interests them and what doesn't interest them. Because there's a fine line between an adult constantly bouncing and discovering what they're interested in while trying to learn a target language versus an adult that knows what they like because they stick it to something for a while and then they reflect upon what makes it likable and what not makes it likable so that they can fine-tune that skill along with target language learning. So to me, I feel like one of the biggest differentiators between someone who does immersion and is successful and another person who does immersion and fell really face flat on their face is that there are 2 adults. One clearly understands what is engaging them and motivating them and keeping them consistent, and the other one doesn't. And it's not because the other one is less intelligent or less compliant or less hardworking. It's largely due to the lack of due diligence in focusing on, first, do you fill the criteria, the imaginary criteria that is being presumed about you, right? One of the things about comprehensible input, for example, is that you know how competent you are. And I find that to be understandably not applicable to a vast majority of younger adults now. I'm not entirely sure if they even want to know, because sometimes, or many times, more often than I would like, they observe avoidant behavior towards that. Like, oh man, I don't want to be reminded of what I don't know or how much I need to learn or like even be aware of what I like. So these methods work like gangbusters: immersion, comprehensible input. It works really well when you're assuming the target has full competence of themselves, being able to maintain healthy, sustainable habits, have lifestyles that are compatible with language learning already, so they're not adjusting lifestyles, and or are capable of having enough flexibility to adjust to that lifestyle. Feels weird to say this, but it comes well before the success. It's the pre-selection involved. So yeah, I would probably agree anyone who's interested in these nuanced techniques probably got there eventually because they become invested. I personally think that there's a deception here. There's a misrepresentation and a misrepresentation of how efficacious certain methods are, because there's an order to it, much like the theorems that they're based on. There's an order to that discovery. Lots of people, like statistically, will start at a certain position, and once they reach a specific realization of a particular technique that they want, it may seem that it is very successful, because by that time, anyone who made it through those selection process are already fulfilling the requirements. Like, for example, if you threw someone into immersion right away versus someone who went through steps in like SRS and formal education, what part of that formal education SRS experience allowed them to make their way to comprehensible input and immersion? I would say that if you were able to, I don't know how you would be able to do this because it's a human study, right? Behavioral study, but it would be interesting to see if the efficacy decouples when you take into account the order of adult discovery in methods of learning. I think ultimately it's negligent, or not negligent, it's negligible, and adults tend to end up doing all of the above. Enlightened, consistent adults who consistently reflect, organize, and continue to self-improve their methods, they likely engaged in more than one of the popular methods, and or if not even unpopular methods, or methods that are earlier in the stage or later in the stage. It'd be a combination of them, and they would maintain those. It's a messy answer, but it certainly is less egregious, in my opinion, pompous, arrogant, by suggesting that there is one method that somehow fundamentally can cater to the spuriousness of adult lifestyles. It may definitely work for children because there's a farther confined experience. I kind of expounded upon this already, so we're probably gonna skip number 3. I'll come back to this maybe. All right, so yeah, I have a lot to say about number 3, but that's a pretty decent primer. All right, so let's go over the routine. Like, what are we doing, right? Let's grab this color. So we're gonna do hardcore facts, like no, by the numbers, right? This is the by the numbers. By the numbers section. So let's start with some numbers. I think I'm going to say approximately 2 hours. 2 hours per day. And of that 2 hours, I would say on Duolingo Spanish, right? Per stream. So per day, actually, I should not say per day. That'd be inaccurate. It'd be per stream. About 2 hours per stream on Duolingo Spanish. And I would say of those 2 hours, like the first 20 minutes, there will be new input. So this would constitute as like the learning portion. So it's the first lesson set. The first lesson set is where the new input comes in, right? And the guidebook. We'll lump in the guidebook. It's about 20 minutes. So at most, we would say, I would comfortably say, what is this today? Date 35. So let's just multiply by 30, a round number. It is at least 600 minutes, or alternatively 10 hours. I do the math properly, yes. 10 hours of input from Duolingo, right? And then the rest is practice. So we double that, and we have 20 hours of output. And what does that output look like? It actually looks a little bit more spurious. Not all of it is technically practice. So it's practice plus any form of dialogue, like digressions, right? So there are days when this average it goes up because I talk about the stuff that I'm talking about earlier, where I would talk to other people, discuss, celebrate, output, right? Output the celebration, output reflection. So when I decided to stream, I told myself that yes, I would make time for these. I would make time to interact with other people, talk about language, try to make it related to language and habit formation and whatnot. It's a way to keep myself honest and at the same time continuously motivated and engaged, that isn't solely reliant on the app itself, right? On the app itself, but it is inspired by the app because I was doing Duolingo in the moment. That's what I usually refer to as one of the things about streaming language learning, is that the dialogue is an emergent property. Now, these emergent property can come at the sacrifice of efficacy of the app, as well as the efficacy of, or the efficiency of my Spanish. Like, for example, oh, if I chatted about food in English and then talked about Chinese and Japanese, it doesn't directly help or aid in increasing my Spanish competence. However, it has emergent properties on my health and my mental health in maintaining a sustainable relationship with target language learning. It sounds holistic, but I don't think it's that holistic. I think it's a foundational, that one must continue to interact, whether it's about in the language or any form, in order to keep the person consistent. Different types of reward comes with different types of input of effort, and that input of effort also produces different types of reward. If, in my opinion, reward is centralized to one thing, it eventually becomes very, very reminiscent of doom scrolling. You'll need more and more of it because it's pedantic, complacent, and mundane over time. So, for example, if you're gonna say you're very studious, you're disciplined, you have lots of you're very vigilant, right? Then yes, you can probably make it work, where you're going to constantly focus on doing this, and your only readout is this. Your only readout is this. Okay, you finished a book, that's your readout. You finished a book, next book, next book. You can do that for sure. That's great. Like, that requires a lot of effort. It also requires a lot of restraint. And it's usually the same stimuli over and over again, right? and you will probably be successful if you can. For me, the dialogue and the emergent properties of the dialogue while learning a language is part of the output. Whether it's in Spanish or it contributes to Japanese or English or something, it makes it so that I can do this for the rest of my life. And you might be correct. I might never become fluent in Duolingo Spanish, Japanese, or Chinese, but I sure as heck learned more than if I were to quit from burning out. Now, you might be thinking, well, what if you're just taking this so lightly that that's your fault? And I'm like, well, that's why I self-evaluate myself, right? This stuff feeds back on itself. Having dialogue with other people, you get to choose if you focus on how meaningful that is to you when you're reflecting upon it. So I'm including it in this numbers situation to allow me to understand how much time am I being quote unquote distracted from my studies, etc., and is it worth it, right? You answer if it's worth it when you're self-studying. Someone else it's very difficult for someone else to boldly claim they know what's worth it for you as a blanketed statement, which I feel it's incredibly professionally negligent when you provide a product that makes that guarantee all the time, especially with language learning. I think is bold, but I personally would not do it. It's such a scary moment to think that, hey, if you put in 50 hours on our app, you're going to become fluent. I still see that a lot. You know, I type HanziHero to bring up HanziHero every day, and slap dead at the top, I'm not going to name who it is, but it's a tag and it says, okay, so if you use this for this amount of time, welcome to fluency. And I'm like, that is, in my opinion, for lack of a better word, a load of crock. So anyone can quit before reaching to an endpoint. I mean, you're hoping that statistically overall you make a profitable gain on positive statistics overall, but that is unfilling and uncharacteristically emotionally apathetic or indifferent to those who fail, right? As long as it's above 50 or it reaches their profit margins, I think that's pretty sustainable, and kudos to all those people who succeed with that. Perhaps I could be one of them as well in the future, but that is one of the realities. So here we go. I spent over 60%, right? 66.6% of my time with output. So be it saying the same Duolingo phrase over and over again, saying the same sentence over and over again. And I say it this way because some people say, well, you're wasting your time doing that. It's like, perhaps not. We'll see about that. And the nice thing is I don't have to change this fact because it is a fact. I do spend this amount of time. So being honest here, right? This is how to keep one honest. You write down exactly what's happening. There's no fudging your data or telling yourself emotionally like, oh yeah, I put in a lot of time and I don't see why I have this cognitive dissonance about why I don't see any progress. It's like, well, I clearly see where my time is being used, right? And this is for full disclosure. So, okay, so we have this. What does this look like in terms of other types of numbers? Well, I still have to add more. There is another source of output. And the other source of output, because of the way Duolingo is structured when it comes to comparing mobile and desktop, is that I also have about, I'm going to say roughly 1 hour of output doing using Duolingo Spanish. Off stream. And this involves features. So this came about because of features that exist on mobile. And I'll go into more about that in a bit. So actually, I spent a lot more time with output. So I'm using the very most strict definition. You're going to sleep? Good night, Uni. I didn't know you were still here. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Have a good one. I'll catch you later. Sleep well. So you were lurking. Okay, okay. Yeah, have a good one. I'll talk to you later. Let's see. So hear me out here as well. That means that I'm using the most strictest definition of input and output. Input means that it's new. It has to be new. So the propensity of things that I have no prior knowledge or, and I put it in quotes here because in Spanish, I'm actually, a lot of it is actually not new. I'm still catching up to my 20-year-old knowledge that way back in high school. But we're going to count it this way for the sake of the language learning part. So I'm only actively inputting like less than 20% every single day. The rest is output, right? I would say I think that's a fairly conservative and reasonable way to demonstrate that if someone says, yeah, you're not doing enough input, that's why your Spanish is developing so slowly, I would agree, probably, because I expect my progress, quote unquote, my progress to reflect the amount of time I'm getting new information. So it's a difference between someone seeing me upset about why I don't have a lot of progress while using Duolingo, for example, or getting a lot of new knowledge while I'm using Duolingo. Well, I only use 20 minutes a day to get new inputs. How long do you think 20 minutes a day is going to take? And it's funny because according to Duolingo, they kind of expect you to use 20 minutes a day, not only for the new inputs, but also for the follow-up output in a more like a spaced out situation. So I think the average user possibly could do the input. Then for the next 4 days, they would do the rest of the unit. The rest of the unit to get the refresher, the spaced repping across. And then they would stagger some of that constantly going back while doing that. I didn't do that. And here's how it here's what it looks like. So what do all those hours look like in Duolingo? And so from the get-go, I decided we're going to do it this way. So section 1 have 8 units. And section 2 have 26 units. Just off the top of my head, right? And when I said 10 hours of input, that is across section 1, section 2, and these units. And then we're gonna do more here. It would be like 30 hours, right? My math might be a little bit off here. But we're doing 1 hour input across the 30-ish days, right? Oh, that's way more actually. That's 30 more hours. So we have 30 more hours not recorded in stream. So we're talking about 50 hours. 50 hours of output and 10 hours of input. And this is what this looks like here. I've got to write the total numbers here. So suction has, so that's 34 units, right? 34 units. And I'm going to average the structure of these units. But there are some variations. So at the core, we have the input set. That's what I call it, the input set. And this is 5 lessons. So input set has 5 lessons. And then there will be a review set, which is also 5. I should do this a little bit differently. Let's put a 5 in here. Right? So this would be considered an output, right? And then there will be, actually, I take it back. Let me make sure. I think there's a story in between all of them. So what they try to do is, yeah. So what they try to do is to separate the input set, like this type of set, from everything else by spacing it with other things. So in this, there will be a story. So we have a story, right, which is fantastic, by the way. I think stories, one thing to say about stories is they are differently curated voices. So I actually think there were voice performers that were for the stories that they had. And then you have 5 more. And this is the review set. Right? And then you have another story. And this is the average now, where we're taking the average. Not all of the units starting up. There was a little bit of a startup. Then the next one would be a review story set. Review story. No, actually, it's not a set. It's just one exercise. So these are ones. And there's a review story. Now, review story has the option of listening and reading as a first choice. And the listening is the primary, predominant top thing that matures the set, which we'll talk about maturity in a little bit. Listening. So that would mean it would be a prior story. When you get going, there'll be a prior story that's using as a review, and listening would have some of the dialogue blocked out or masked dialogue, and you can click to reveal them, right? So it would have half of it blocked off, roughly. So one speaker would be visible and the other speaker would not be. And then you can click to reveal it. So that is the way they do a review story. It would be a story you have already heard. So it would be a prior story. So this would be let's be even more precise here. The idea is this is going to be an input story. And then, the note about curated voices, which I'll remind myself to talk about a little bit. And then this is a review story. So these are actually, we're going to change, we're not going to use the word review. We're going to do output sets and output stories. That's what these are. So at the first half, or the first set of things, like these two, there will be novel things. It will be a story that you haven't heard, and it will be vocabulary or whatever grammar points or whatnot that you haven't heard. And then the second one would be the output of this, and then the story would be an output of a prior story, a story that you have already heard from some other previous unit, right? Then comes 3 personalized practice. So these are output review. So this would be something that you have already learned from a previous unit, and that's 3 sets of that, right? Then you might get lucky. Oh, or no, we're going to do the core. This is the core. So the core then would have 2 output set. So this involves going back to this, right? And then you have 1 trophy, which is we'll call it like a summary, which takes into account all the concepts from here too, right? And this forms the skeleton of everything. Now, there's a pattern of extra stuff that goes into all of these, and we'll talk about that now. So in between all of these, there's a chance that there will be in between here. So between the output review, so the personalized practice, there may be another story, an additional story, which is an input story, or an input podcast. So these are just new things. They aren't something you've seen, but the vocabulary themselves is still kind of related. So it's kind of a little deceptive to call them input, but it's input in a different form. Input podcast because the format is different. You're hearing the language in a different format, right? When I say output review, these are identical or related. They're very much the same prompts, but presented in a slightly different way. Not enough to be substantially different. So you're practicing it. You're basically seeing the same things again and again, right? And then the output review is the same as the previous ones. So anything that has occurred before ends up here. While these, the podcasts, they stand alone. They are unique in their mix of whatever they're doing. Now, with that said, this is on the desktop version. So we're talking about in the desktop version. This is the skeleton, and they would have this format for like the foreseeable future as I'm scrolling. Now, there is another format, and this brings in the evening output / input, so to speak. And that's the evening where this is off stream. And that involves 3 additional podcasts. Because these are only available on mobile. And I'm not capturing things on my phone at the moment. For like technological and security reasons. So there are 3 input podcasts that do not show up in the desktop version. So I do them in the evening. And then there's one new thing, which occurs right here, usually right before the summary. And then the 3 podcasts are scattered between the story. So you have one up here, one here, and then one after this. So the idea is you're always constantly doing a different task with a mix of input formatting, and or vocabulary between output sets. So in the mobile situation, you're constantly going from, oh, this is new in a grand scheme of things, substantially new in a grand scheme of things, and then you go back to something you know, then new, something you know, new, something you know, and spread out. And the one here is the new feature, the one that they advertised at 2025, which are adventures. And adventures I would put under input. So input adventures. This is where I've been drawing grids every day because that's kind of part of my routine now. So I haven't gone into routines yet, so we're not going to go into that yet, but the adventure. So it's a top-down thing where you click around, tab, and it may or may not involve the current set. So that's kind of strictly to mobile, and there is more. There's even more than that. So in each session or each unit, at each unit, there are these things called, there are 3 starred. They're called, I'm going to call them star sets. And star sets are timed. And these star sets are largely output. So these are output star sets, timed output star sets. And for each unit, there are 6. So there are 3 stars for matching. So we're talking about like SRS matching. Flashcards. It's in the format of, it's in this format. Right? And what you're doing is you're matching. And it goes on. Like, once you match something, it disappears and gets replaced. And so you're matching to a fixed amount that is timed, and you must accomplish it timed. And then there's 3 stars for the unit stuff. So this includes all of the output of your input sets. So like sentences, mic, like I'm just gonna say listen and speak and read and writing. So like the normal prompts, but it's timed. That's what requires, right? So I do those too, on and off. So I'm actually doing these things, and then there's one more activity from time to time, and that is the event. So there's the event, and the event is also a timed ladder thing, but this one rotates every 3 days. So I don't necessarily do it every day, but in the long run, what normalizes all these activities is that I spend about an hour. Actually, you know what? I think it's even fairer. Now that I think about it, we're gonna round this up to 2 hours. And we're talking about 60 hours. Oh boy. Only hit the wrong thing. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so, and that's currently what I do literally. So these are the facts. Nothing is negotiable about this. They are done. That's what they do. And that's what Duolingo has to offer, right? We also want to add... the guidebook. So there's a momentary guidebook, right? There's one guidebook, which I'll go over now, go over soon. And that's what you have. That's the structure. And the timing, we also have to go over timing. So the timing is that I've decided that I would do all of this. Oh, and I'm missing something still. I forgot to say that then all of these things here that form the core, there's an additional lesson at a higher, quote unquote, higher diff, and that's an output legendary, minus the podcast. The podcast you don't legendary, so minus this, with the exception of this. Let me adjust this. And all of this is done in a single day. Every single day is how I'm doing this. So every single day, I would say 4 hours. Yeah, every day 4 hours ish, give or take. Right. And I would do all of this here on stream and this off stream. And what would I be doing during this? I'd be like walking around. Like whenever I get up and I'd be eating or something, I would do these exercises. Like, hey, I need to get up, walk around, stretch a little bit. I'll pace around the living room and do these exercises. Because that's, in my opinion, leveraging one of the most interesting things and available things that Duolingo does. It forms habits where it's so convenient that you can bring it with you on doing tasks of things that you already do. So I actually think when I walk, I tend to just grab my phone and boop into Duolingo and complete these tasks. And I'm trying to quantify that. It's a little bit harder because output stuff, the things I do when I'm outputting, I give myself a lot of leeway. The input stuff is very rigorous. So stream is what keeps me honest about this stuff is in a timely manner. This stuff is nebulously across the evening. With that said, there's one last thing, is the timing of each unit. We have been doing 1 unit per day. Right? So all of this that I'm saying, every single day, outside the 3-day rotation and whatnot. Some certain things have rotations, and remember that some of these may or may not have these. There are some variants, but the core itself and everything, every single day. That's what I do in the amount of time, right? I have yet to. This will be difficult to contextualize, but I also am currently working on a WaniKani project and a HanziHero project. So those things also take certain liberties, and I had to negotiate what I would do in the evening in place of those. So I haven't placed this in a context of, well, where does Japanese and Chinese fit into all of this? And the answer is probably not very comparable and difficult. Like, for example, I watch anime when I'm doing other things as a form of output for Japanese, and that at time doesn't overlap with this. It may be concurrent sometimes, but what I mean by that is I would be paying attention to that stuff when I'm doing it. And then Chinese as well, like talking to my parents and whatnot. So that is more for a different way. This is all the things that are relevant to Duolingo Spanish. So if you're doing any of this already and all of this sounds familiar, then it's a great point of reference. If you're just doing one, then I don't want to give people the idea that I do the same thing they do, right? And then somehow magically am much better. I work. I love working. Working is something I do a lot. So if this seems like it's a lot, it probably is. Especially for someone who has a family, right? A job. So we have to keep that in mind. I really find this stuff incredibly engrossing. So every single day. And then what does that equate to? So thankfully, Duolingo has some metrics that help me out with this. And we're going to go over them now here. Yeah, we're going to go them here. So other facts and stats that I would say are relevant is, so what did I learn? Right? What were the inputs? It's surprisingly conservative, actually. They move at a fairly slower pace, which kind of makes sense from a business standpoint and an engagement and a regulation standpoint. So let's go and hop on. Let's start with concepts, right? We were talking about guidebooks. So this is often a point of critique many times to people who use Duolingo. They say like not enough grammar, right? Lots of comments about like not enough grammar, doesn't explain anything, doesn't explain anything. It doesn't explain anything. So here's my counter argument. It does explain certain things. The idea was it doesn't explain everything. Of course it doesn't. Actually, I would be very worried if I suddenly go into buying a product and they tell me that it explains everything. Because the moment I think about that, it's like I'm gonna go buy a product that would probably say something more cogent, like we try our best to include what we think is important, as opposed to making a guarantee that they explain everything. That is bold and kind of sounds like a scam. Because in my opinion, not in the same thing as scam as in they're doing it intentionally to be malicious towards you, is that they're overselling. So as in they don't sell what they promise. And typically when you have promises like it'll teach you everything, it'll make you fluent in 1 year, that feeling that people get when they're like, oh, I feel like I got scammed or I wasted my money, that comes, in my opinion, double-edged with big promises of products. So it doesn't explain anything is false. Is false. This is very false. It does explain some things, but it certainly doesn't explain everything. And here we're gonna go over the stuff, at least to the best of my knowledge. Okay, so these come largely from the guidebooks. So Duolingo, let's go down by sections. So section 1.1. So section 1 unit 1, right? 1.1. They talk about gender, and introduce ser, right? Ser and gender, as in Spanish words have gender, and ser is one way to characterize someone, right? Then 1.2 is vowel sounds. Not all of it is strictly grammar, but we're talking about like explicit information. Not enough grammar, explicit information. I'm not even gonna go into today, in the interest of time, go into comprehensiveness of the explanation. Like, was the explanation good or not? I think it's still in an explanation. It's not all encompassing as well. So we're not talking about ones and zeros. There exist, so it refutes these comments. So vowel sounds. So a, o, u, right? A, e, o, u, right? So they cover that. They didn't cover consonants and stuff, but we'll see if it happens. Estar. So next one is estar versus ser. Actually, specifically, they take it even slower. They're really only referring to está, estoy, soy, and es, and eres and estás. So that's where they introduce. Estar is more for temporary, like a position or location of a person, or like a temporary status of a person, and ser is for a descriptor and or something of permanence to the person, right? Or to the thing or the object. And then we have de as a modifier. So like largely they were talking about food. So maybe like pescado de Italiano, or like Italian fish or something like that. It's de as a modifier. Then we have questions. And this specifically for speech, not interrogative. So uptone speech specifically. And then also a side note about accent marks, because a lot of the interrogatives have accent marks. Donde, right? Bien. Cuál. But specifically they were just talking about how for the question marks, for the accent marks, but for the question, largely just to frame it with an uptone, not the interrogatives themselves. So they didn't even introduce the interrogatives. Possibly donde, like de donde es or something, possibly at this point. Slow, steady pace, right? So 1.6, it was adjectives are typically after nouns. And they say typically, right? Lots of typical. And then verb or present tense verbs. And actually, even limited than that, it's more yo, eres, and or like me, tú, and su. Or like the tense stuff. Yo, me, you, and he or she so far. So verb present tense, right? They really like break it down, like slowly feed you, right? Then we have negation, and negation of the thing before the verb. So no in front. right? So no tengo, no escuchar, or no escucha, something like that. And also introduced infinitives, which I totally forgot that's what they're called. Right. So like no me gusto escuchar música or something, where you have the infinitives next to a negation of a verb. So that's explained. And then the last unit of section 1 was adjective gender agreements. So you got to get used to, you know, making sure your adjectives agree in gender. And the introduction of the phrase me llamo, or versions of it. So llamar in this structure requires an indirect. So it's me llama, sorry, not llamo. Wait. No, we're fine. Yeah, and versions of that, right? Se llama and whatnot. Okay, so now we move on to section 2, right? So what else we got? We got tú versus usted. And then this deals with like the formalities. And then again, once again, a revisit of ser and estar. In this case, now we're talking about more stuff. They're adding like locations, because now we're moving on to locations and professions and nationalities. So there's ser and estar again to reinforce in association with new descriptors, new temporary things, right? 2.2 brings a subject verb agreement, subject and verb agreement. So if one person is doing something, it's different from more than one person, or we didn't even get there yet. It's more like if I'm doing something, they have to agree. If she's or he is doing something, or you are doing something, it must agree, right? Like tú escuchas and yo escucho, right? That kind of thing. And to keep in mind, these guidebooks are being introduced whether the lesson has it or not. As in, the way Duolingo is structured is, while there's explicit information, their primary focus is implicit learning. They often, when it comes to like grammar and explanations and whatnot, it's largely implicit examples. But all of these eventually cover many of the implicit examples. It's kind of one of those things like, well, if you haven't noticed yet, then, and many of these came after the implicit examples. So all of these things are already being shown in examples well before they were covered in guidebooks. And I'm not a stranger to that. I actually quite like that, because it gives, in my opinion, it gives the person the opportunity to try to be active in trying to explain and observe patterns before be given an explicit information. Not everyone is conducive to this. I think there is a far more larger audience that want to know something before they use it, and that's perfectly reasonable. So this would probably be an adjustment period, like being able to see explicit information almost optionally and hidden away, compared to using implicit examples and learning implicitly. right? In fact, most people think the most common type of comment that I get oftentimes is that implicit learning is not the same as teaching. So a thing doesn't teach you, they are incapable of teaching you implicitly, which I can see what they're talking about. Oftentimes these are individuals who qualify that explicit instruction and explicit information is considered qualifications for teaching, is an aspect that needs to be present to consider it teaching, and that would be true if that is the assumed condition. Duolingo, the vast majority of Duolingo's things is not explicit. So technically, if I were to put myself in their shoes with their qualification, then yes, Duolingo doesn't teach your language, right? However, with that acknowledgement, me personally, I spend most of my time learning through implicit observations. So like, how does a scientist learn that these things happen? They observe it and then they learn to explain it, right? They observe that if you do A, it leads to B, and that A, if we observe and measure A, we can learn how to explain B. So in my area, my thought, which I'm outside maybe of the internet generation, but the vast majority of internet people that I talk to when it comes to what constitutes as learning, like I don't ask them directly, they speak as though humans are not able to learn without explicit instruction. So like, you couldn't have learned how to breathe well or walk and crawl well by observing people. You have to be told how to do those things in order to constitute it as teaching. Like a person walking to demonstrate something is not considered teaching. That's implicit demonstration, as in they didn't explicitly explain how they made those steps. And that's understandable in this day and age, in the age of the internet. It's practically a meme at this point, where someone will say like, oh, let me show you how to cook an omelet. You know, show a person do it, and then the comments would be feel like, wow, way to explain it. You didn't teach us anything. You just showed us what it is. But it's very common. It's acceptable in today's age, and I think it also bleeds into language learning, and video games and whatnot. Cue the yellow paint controversy with video games. Cue how unpopular fantastic puzzle games are and fantastic mystery games are. If they don't explain things, then you can't possibly learn or implicitly be able to solve them, because thinking for yourself and critical thinking and problem solving is a thing in the past, or something like that. I disagree, obviously. I actually think it's my particular position that pre-selects for people who don't believe in implicit learning, as in learning through observation. Sometimes all the things that you might want, that you need, yeah, I would love explicit instructions, because you can leverage being an adult about it and whatnot and that stuff. But I feel like kids don't even learn as kids before they become adults nowadays. What I mean by that is, earlier I talked about how children requires the oversight of adults in order to capitalize on their enormous potential in implicit learning. As in, they experiment, they do things, and they learn really, really fast, but it's under the guise of implicit learning. I actually think early exposure to social media and the internet has circumvented the need for that, and it became more of an optional skill than an actual part of growing up. Like, as a kid, I had to learn implicitly. And then as I get older and older, I became more and more reliant or been introduced to explicit learning. So in the long run, in my current age, I have a balance of being able to implicitly learn things and explicitly learn things. Now, in language learning, that's a very important topic because immersion and comprehensible input is implicit learning. It's not explicit learning. So you have these people still relatively able to embrace that idea even late in in adulthood eventually if they behave in it. It's almost as though, this is going to sound a little bit condescending, but I think it's very cute and also very telling. It's actually kind of disappointing and disheartening that one of the life hacks about language learning is that you rediscover implicit learning. What do you like? Comprehensible input is implicit learning. You take what you know and you figure out what's missing. That's implicit learning. What does that look like in a really, really low input state? Duolingo. Duolingo looks like that in a very, very low implicit state. It's so low that anyone feels like they could master it in a matter of a few minutes because they want to lower the amount of time you would invest in it. So you only learn like one word. I mean, like, we'll get into that, but it's on average for the Duolingo Spanish side, maybe 8 words. 8 words a day. But because it's completely reliant on implicit learning. Like, oh, we took out this word for another word. Can you guess what it is? Well, here's all these other examples. You could click on all of them and test them all yourself, or you can look at the choices and you're like, well, it's got to be this word, right? All the other ones are like nouns and this is an adjective. Hey, I'm looking at this and I'm missing an adjective. Let's go look at the word choices for an adjective. That's implicit learning. But Duolingo holds your hand so much that the people who think that it's teaching you nothing, it's teaching you the one thing. And you're probably fairly good at implicit learning, yet you focus on constantly complaining that it needs explicit instruction, right? So that's kind of where cognitive dissonance starts being tossed into the discussion. So comprehensible input, you can push that limit, and different models push even harder. Like, how low can you push? I usually push even past like 80. I push past like 15% at most. I go as I try to hit 90%. So like, my comprehensibility is, if I had to do CI, is 90% overall. So I would get like 10% of stuff. What is Duolingo at? It's kind of at like 96%. Like, if at all, it's like 98%. Where the one drop is so minor that, yeah, you're going to get it right away. And one of the downsides of that is that it's so easy that it required so little effort that it's negligible if someone's already passive already. So if you don't like language learning and you're already passive about it, you would have to double down in your effort in order to achieve an effortful active participation. When I'm describing this stuff, I'm inputting excessive effort because I actually don't think this is a lot of work. Like, Duolingo has such a low threshold that you have to do quite a lot to get a little bit. And what I mean by a little bit, I mean the same criticisms that I agree with, where like, oh, you learn very slowly. It's like, well, yes, of course you learn very slowly. They're about engagement and consistency. Their investment is like 10 minutes. What do you think you're gonna learn in 10 minutes? So yeah, I agree. Now, on the other hand, that doesn't mean you can't make it hard on yourself. Doesn't mean you can't take that 10 minutes and then suddenly constantly ask yourself, how would I reword this? Can I even reword this? What would I want to say instead of this? So that's kind of where I come in on this, which I haven't gone over. The stuff that isn't facts, the stuff that isn't what Duolingo offers, is the stuff that I tend to add to it. So we're still gonna keep going on with that. This is gonna be a long one. This whole conversation, when I'm doing Duolingo, exercises and like plugging away, this is what I'm thinking about. How am I getting along? What does Duolingo actually do? What does Duolingo actually explain? And then what can I do with it? Well, I can certainly talk about it, right? If I can recall this stuff, then I most certainly hope that it stays and I can retain it. So let's keep going, right? So 2.3 is 2.3 is days of the week. So days of the week often uses a masculine article. So that's one. Occasionally took me a while to remember or get used to again. And then also number agreement. So I think we're going into plurality now, like things that are plural. And 2.4? 2.4 is N and Enye, because there's a special one. So that's self-explanatory. There's 5. This one I screw up every once in a while still. Omit articles. So they're trying to introduce some of the conditions that you omit articles, and one of them is before a profession. I can think of, as far as I remember, I can think of like 7 situations where you can omit articles. It would be weird to include them. And then there's also situations where you omit indefinite articles versus definite articles. So you kind of actually, it occurred a bunch of times already. Like here, I'm like, I don't remember. Is this one of the conditions? Like, because there are verbs where you omit articles, and then there are verbs that you don't, and you kind of try to fill them out. And one way to fill them out when it comes to these things is there's actually not that much of a pattern to them. So interestingly enough, the one thing that you kind of want explained, it's actually comes down to practice. So it's in a way, I actually think it's pretty humorous that Spanish and possibly English actually works quite well with the way Duolingo approaches its output dominant things, because some of these are exceptions, like omissions, probably like tener. Usar? See, I still can't even think about them off the top of my head. When you hear it and you said it for a couple times, you kind of just feel out when the omissions are. And it can still be tough. And that's one of the things that I'm still working on again. Getting my sea legs on where articles, and it's not the end. It won't make or break your Spanish. Like, sure, you put in an article. It's like, oh yeah, that's weird. You don't need an article there. That's fine. It doesn't destroy the meaning of the sentence you're doing. So these are things where you go from output to normalization, in my opinion. Right. learning language as a thing. Let's see. Now we're starting to get like demonstratives. So este versus esta, because it's this. So we also have two genders, and then eventually we get estes and estas, right? And then they expand that nouns, articles, and adjectives all have to agree on both number, right? On number and gender. So that's covered as well. Where are we at? 2.7. 2.7 is tener in the use of age, expressing age. So it's not s, and I make this mistake every once. You don't characterize using ser, you use tener. Tener for age, right? I think we now go into plurals. So the first thing we start with plural articles. Plural articles and one weird thing. So now we're going to also context specificity stuff, like su. Su being, you know, your in a different way. Your formal, your formal, his, hers, and also ours. Right, so su is context specific when it comes to interpreting what they are, based on the subject, right? And then 2.9 is more. So now we have going over subject verb couples. This is where llamar and sentar are introduced formally for their context. Or sentir. So like, well, se llama, right? And then like me siento, right? And le siente. They're subject verb couples. And 2.10 is we have plurals, plural verb conjugations now. Right. And also how ser is special. So now they're filling oh, I forgot something here. So there's also something that's irregular here. And the irregularness is occasionally, and this is very occasional. This is not even 50% of time. It's like 20% of time. There'll be an additional unit on conjugation or a grammar related thing. Which the whole unit is about that. So it could be something like an entire, and it's not one actually, it's 5. It's 5. It's going to be a lesson set dealing with the grammar related things. So it could be 5 sets, 5 lessons on just picking ser and estar in compound sentences. Like which one uses ser, which one uses estar, and you have to make sure that you know them. Or fill out a conjugation table, right? From I, you, he, she, them, right? Them, y'all, right? So over and over again. So that's there too. It reminded me because that's why ser, there's guidebooks on like ser is special because they actually represent things in conjugation tables. When they start moving forward to other things. Yep, still going. This is all in the around 30 days. So this is all the material you're supposed to be responsible for in around 30 days. In fact, I went slow compared to other people. Like what I mean by compared to other people, not the average Duolingo user, the person who I interact with online often. So I think the average Duolingo user would likely go a lot slower than this, right? So I'm going relatively fast in the sense that I'm challenging myself to see where I become uncomfortable. I will eventually slow down because I'm catching up with my old curriculum, like the stuff that I know from high school. Most of this stuff is still familiar. So I'm not technically getting a lot in the sense of input, but more refresher, right? So that's a big disclaimer. However, for many people, especially like those who are learning Japanese on Duolingo Japanese, they can always say like, oh, this is very slow. And it's like, wait, what do you mean you're very slow? You're telling me you can remember 25 new vocabulary words in a single day, like just like that? Like I can't. I mean, WaniKani has told me I certainly cannot. So while the lessons are very repetitious, they might not even be all that efficacious, largely because one of the funny things when people say they blame Duolingo for is falling into a false sense of security, as in like they're learning the words or they think they're learning the words, but they're not. And oftentimes when I think about the stuff, it's both a Duolingo design thing, but it's also the user. Oftentimes the user gets that false sense of security, at least relative to me. I have no qualms to saying like, dang, Duolingo moves fast because I understand how much I can actually remember in a day. But the people who are falling into false sense of security, it's a two-part problem, right? Something doesn't suck because something doesn't suck strictly is all their fault if the user has autonomy on the flexibility of how they approach the lessons. So it's both parts the user's fault and the tool. Now, I've already spoken a little bit about why I would say some people would say it's a design thing, because in SRS, a dynamic SRS would be pretty sweet based on what they're doing. But I don't think the way they have their workflow now would accommodate modularly integrating some sort of SRS. So they're compensating instead now using LLMs. And LLMs can make for that dynamic adjustment, which that works, right? For Spanish and French, of course. And that's a progress thing. All right. I can tell you I have not executed with impunity all of these grammatical points alone. So there's no way I'm saying I did all of this, section 1 and 2, and I can tell you I can just bleh and do all section 1 and 2's vocabulary words and all these grammar points on point. I probably very loose. I drop some things and forget some things, but when you're using Duolingo, they make it so that you don't drop them. Like they provide like 80 to 90% of the comprehensible input without active recall. So what I mean by that is one of the nice things about Duolingo is also one of the things that take away Duolingo's efficacy, which is they don't force you to recall the things around the new things. As in, there's no active recall or active engagement necessary to remember or construct or bring up information voluntarily around every new information you get. So when you learn a new word, it's surrounded by all the words you've seen through exposure and repetition. But when you take it away, you don't recall what it is. Largely because Duolingo did it for you. And that's kind of how I feel leads to the complacency of people who say they didn't learn anything for like 4 years, because there's no active desire to work for it in some sense. So it's both a boon and a bane. If something's very easy, I often encourage someone, make it just hard enough that you can't say it's easy, but it certainly won't prevent you from continuing. That's a whole different discussion for another time. Like, how do you know, Maku? You keep saying all these things. How do I know what's easy enough that I don't quit, but hard enough that it gets me want to work for it? This. You do something for a little bit, right? Maybe 2 weeks. Write down all the things that you're retaining, how they're retaining, what doesn't work for you. Repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. If you're self-studying, of course, when you're choosing to do this on your own. Otherwise, obviously there's other routes. Talk to someone who is trained to do so, right? But for me, not everyone has a luxury of doing that. Actually, it's ironic because one of the luxuries of becoming an adult is that you can do it without the supervision of another adult. So I'm gonna sound a little bit rude here, probably a little too direct, but if you're asking if something is good for you, if something's worth your time, should I do this, should I do that, and you think you're an adult and you think like an adult, this is going to be a very stern wake-up call. You are not an adult. You do not think like an adult. You do not have the mindset of an adult if you're going around asking those types of questions. And I think that's perfectly fine, because it also means you have the potential to unapologetically and passionately learn something with an adult supervision, someone who's trained to teach you. So whenever I hear someone say those things, if they have the money or the or a friend or accessibility of a person, I think it goes a long way. Because what is the double edge of being a self-sustaining adult? You butt heads with all of the other adults, so it could provide interference. Like, if here's a great example which I was gonna tackle later. When someone constantly overcorrects me, that is different. An adult who's self-sustaining knows and has the confidence that they can override and recondition themselves or even unlearn things. They would be actually interference by someone who constantly corrects them. So if you're not one of those people and you're saying, oh no, I like being corrected all the time because I want to know that I'm right at all times, you're less of an adult. But the nice thing is that also means you're very, very open to instruction. Much like open to influence, right? You're very open to influence. So when I'm watching a video and this person's like, this is the best thing since sliced bread, I'm like, hold my beer. You're gonna have to answer some questions before you can convince me this is the best thing since sliced bread. And then alternatively, the other person who is less like an adult, right, who don't really know what they want, evaluate their own competence and use critical thinking skills yet, they would be like, oh, that sounds really good. Oh, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. man, this is good. I'll buy that. So, double edge, very double edge. It also means that it's very difficult to convince someone who's independently thinking that certain things are real and certain things are not. And if you want to hear a really, really dark version of this, sometimes it's very hard to convince an adult that they're competent. Because they are so stuck in their ways a lot of times, and they're so self-sufficient. They know that if they feel awful and they don't do very well to their liking, it's very difficult to convince them otherwise because they need evidence. But when you're thinking like a more opened, youthful person, you're susceptible more to instruction, and you can probably benefit from a lot of that. And that's kind of what makes children so good at learning. They are so susceptible to instruction, but you know, you can kind of see that also mean that's why social media is under regulation and whatnot. It's because that also means that adults can find very, very effective ways to manipulate younger minds. I feel like youth and adult kind of has a double standard here. I'm gonna say more like, I think we'll use youth, right? Youth and inexperienced and experience, I should say. So an inexperienced mind may be more likely, I'm not saying they're exclusive, because there are experienced minds that are brutally arrogant and closed off. That's due to like actual experience, like trauma and whatnot. So in a way, that's still experience. But for the most part, if you're going around asking, is this good for me? And you aren't able to obtain that question, that typically means that it requires a lot more self-evaluation, right? And that's perfectly fine. I think there's ways to leverage that. And I honestly think it's on the responsibility of both the person asking the question and the person trying to answer the question. And tools, when you use tools, that is an adult decision. No one forced you to use Duolingo. No one forced you to use Anki. So while the tool may arguably have some deceptive qualities by the way the language is being presented, it can be misleading, right? It is not strictly the fault, unanimous fault of the thing you voluntarily chose. And understanding that gives you the power as a adult thinker to understand what you learned and what you didn't learn from that choice you made, and develop and improve upon it, right? Then the decisions you make become more and more consistent to your expectations and the things you have. Meanwhile, instead, I end up hearing in this thing where someone would say, oh yeah, Duolingo doesn't work, just like Bushu, just like Renshu, just like this next gamified thing. It's like, well, if you know that didn't work and this doesn't work and that's kind of like this and that doesn't work, then why do you keep on doing the same thing expecting that it'd be different? Like, sometimes I feel like someone thinks credibility is based on how often they try and how often they fail the same way. I would say, to me, it sounds like you're a very hard worker. However, I think one could benefit from a lot of instruction in that case, which also implies that this person is very inexperienced in the way they think, but could go a very long way to leverage that inexperience, because that naivety can be channeled with great guidance. But obviously it's not me who has the great guidance or whatnot. Meanwhile, an adult, right, someone who's more refractory might have stuck to their guns, and they often tread fairly average, actually, like myself, where sure, I'm not doing the most efficacious way, but I can tell you that I wouldn't fail achieving it. So it's a mixed bag, right? Sometimes I embrace the new fad and it lines up and it's very trendy. Sometimes I don't. Actually, most of the time I don't. I usually go on the side of, yeah, let's just start. It'll work out. And then, you know, the trendy little person who believes that the world is black and white would come by and say, but you're not doing it the best way. Don't you want to succeed even better? My first thought is there's no guarantee that, like, you can't guarantee that. Like, if you do, and if I fail, would you give me money for in return on my time? Like, there's no guarantee for that kind of thing. Like, you're saying if I start this, I will succeed. It's like, well, you can say if I start this, I am more likely to succeed. After you realize what I'm doing. But I am more than happy to take a challenge. As in, someone will tell me, like, here, I will stake my pride and my integrity, my professional integrity, that if you use this thing, you will be satisfied compared to my course of action. And the irony here is I'd probably be fine with it. That's kind of how people make business. You pick people who will trust you, and regardless of what they do and how mediocre their performance might be, if they trust you, they are more than happy to buy your product and continue to trust you. In fact, it's to the point where even if you think you are underperforming, you might think you're successful because you believe in the product. And I think that goes a long way to making something like comprehensible input and immersion the status that they are now in language learning. And in the meantime, I actually think it's because they're committed. I think one of the biggest underlying things is the commitment of the people by the time they reach engaging in that. Immersion is often recommended, and like comprehensible input is often recommended after practicing foundations and having a working foundation on which to build upon that. So yes, those people are probably statistically likely to have more mature, experienced thoughts of how they can make things work. So yes, the world is not fair. Duolingo will continue to be a place where they have mixed reviews, mixed feelings, because when you start something, that's where the ambivalence comes from, far more than someone who's seasoned. So whenever someone says Anki, most people like Anki, is because most people like Anki after having a matured mindset. It's a very niche product. It caters to the people who finds Anki. Now, you might be thinking, well, you know, there are people who suggest Anki from the start. Yeah, those people, they probably have mixed feelings about Anki in the long run. If you probably could even decouple. I mean, like, I'm surmising, obviously, I don't have data for this, but I would say there's probably a correlation between people who are mixed feelings about Anki and people who live and die by Anki, right? Those who start Anki early will have more likely, like as a starting point, will have more likely mixed feelings than those. I bet it correlates with that. And usually that's how it goes with first step things. So there's a double standard here. Comprehensible input is often a later stage than grammar, vocabulary, SRS is. Or like just willy-nilly trying to feel out how much volume you want to commit to this. And it goes without saying, regardless of how much you say, reading a book is less effort than looking at a flashcard. I think that is the pot calling the kettle black and being a hypocrite. When someone says, oh, comprehensible input is really great because it requires less effort than the alternative, when fundamentally, based on how you're saying and presenting your things, it ultimately requires more effort. That effort is how it creates the return on your learning input. It engages the person while also eliciting a creative process to figuring out what things are. A flashcard is, you know it, you turn it around, you check if you're right. If you're wrong, there's the answer. Very, very low effort. Incredibly low effort. So going around and telling people like, yeah, do CI because it's easy. Like it's not easier. So we have to keep this in mind. It's not easier than the other per se. I don't like I'm not going to talk about easier and harder things anymore for the rest of this stream, because it also requires awareness. And immediately someone's going to say, but I think learning flashcards is harder than learning from reading stories. Like, yes, because it requires self-awareness. So in the end of the day, it still requires that someone who's self-studying be aware of their own competence, their own lifestyle choices, and what experiences they already have, which is not the focus of pre-selection for any of these things. Like, I don't see an app where I go on the app and someone asks, you know, you're asking yourself, oh, is this app for me? Is it good? Is it worth? I recently got asked this on a video comment, and they asked me, is it good? Like, do you think it's worth getting the pro? And the best thing I can do, the most responsible thing I can do, is describe the thing as much as I can, and if it interests them, give it a try, because there's very little that will compensate for pre-selection. I could tell you, oh, this is the greatest thing since sliced bread, and you believe it, then my professional integrity is on the line. So going around saying I am a successful language learner, I learned this Japanese, I guarantee you doing this will make it work. My thought is, well, that is someone I have a very hard time talking to, and probably not someone that I would wholeheartedly sit down and have a conversation with, because they're so firm and they're so hyperbolic that what is there to discuss? Like, my only thought is they're so confident in their statements that I'm either a person who's willing to embrace them wholeheartedly, or I wouldn't be able to hold a candle or a conversation with them. That characterizes the random stranger that comes by and say something in Spanish. Like, Spanish happens a lot, or a lot more, where someone comes by and is like, oh dude, I speak Spanish. Like, here, you want me to correct you along the way and do that? It's like, no, not really, because you don't learn Spanish. You haven't learned Spanish in a long time. So the likelihood of you doing something that's consistently conducive to my learning is probably quite rare. I would love to hear about what you find interesting in Spanish, because that is where you are, and that's great. So instead of going around feeling that you're obligated to help someone through a detachment, sharing interesting things in Spanish is a great way to get someone to know more things about Spanish, as opposed to like hypercorrecting and trying to anticipate the errors that they make. I can't tell you how often, if I had $1 for every time someone says, oh, you got to be careful about this. Like, this is going to be a problem. It was a problem for me. So you got to be careful. If you do this, you're going to get bad habits. If you do this, it might sound too much. It's like, well, how do you know this? It's like, well, it happened to me. It's like, oh, okay. So you turned out pretty good. I guess it'll be okay. It's like, no. You'll be different because you're not like me. It's like, then why are you giving me advice? Because if I'm not like you, you couldn't possibly give me advice. You're not even relating to me. So which is it? You either I'm not like you and you're trying to prevent me from doing something horrendous, or you're like me and you're giving advice that's relevant to me. It's a cyclic argument. It's self-contradictory. It's very difficult to communicate to someone who lacks self-awareness about where they are and where their position is. That goes very well with the territory of someone who guarantees results by saying like a trite 3-word sentence, like, look up this guy. You're welcome. I'm like, okay. I'll look up the guy, but I can guarantee you that I'm going to have a different perspective on this than you do. Because you embraced this guy. I did not yet. So, you know, think a little bit or something like that. Yeah. I pretty much hit on a lot of... I don't think we're going to have to go over the third point today. Okay. So, 211. Let's continue. We have plural again. Plural nouns. Right? Plural nouns. That's fine. And adjectives, right? So we have plural nouns and adjectives. Now that we have plural verbs, we also have plural noun and adjectives. And also possessive plurals. So this would be like sus, tus, and mis, right? Mis, sus, tus. What else we got? We got donde. Donde está? I don't know why. Wait. Well, donde like estar, sort of structure. This is to answer one of our interrogatives, right? At this point we are at this point you're already introduced to like cuánto, possibly cuál, qué, por qué at this point. So they're going over interrogatives fairly slowly. And also because of position, there's also contractions. So del and al in this one. I still remember like constantly forgetting to slam de el into del and a el to al over and over again, right? 2013. Section 13 is stem changing verbs. We have stem changing verbs. So stem changing verbs start with querer as our prototypic. So we have like quiere, right? Quiere and quieres. There's also the completion. Now we have the completion of focusing on different verbs. So now we have ad, ed, and ir for traditional ones. So outside of the stem changing verbs, they're contrasted with the 3 classical ones that do not have stem changing, nor are special, right? Nor are special. Then 2004, 2.14 is, I keep saying 2000. We have infinitives with present tense. Something like me gusta me gusta bailar, right? Me gusta bailar, or les gusta escuchar la música, something like that. So you're combining infinitives with present tense. Let's see, 2:15. We're almost there. We're almost there. I don't think we're gonna go over some vocabulary. I was gonna try to go over some vocabulary very quickly. How long did I say I was gonna do this for? Like 2 hours? Okay, we have me gusta for all versions of the indirect and stad. It probably also encantad. And then de as possession, as opposed to modifier as possession. So like la cartera de mama, right? De as possession. Oh, okay. Can we slam the rest of this in here? Okay. 2:16. 2:16 was special verb. Special verb ir. Right. So voy vas va vamos van, right? Then we have our other demonstrative. Esa versus ese for the genders, and then we also have an exposure to consonant ending genders. So things like what's a good example? Parque, el parque, or like something like la biblioteca, or not biblioteca, what am I saying? La dirección, right? Things that end with son, like la estación, things like that, where there's a tendency for certain consonant endings to have certain genders, and they gave you a table. I actually don't really remember what the examples they have. I just go by case, and eventually you kind of form the feel of like, oh, this feels like an example. Like I just said el parque, right? El parque, but la parte, like la parte is feminine and it ends with an E, so they both end with an E, so probably not those. I think masculines are like L. Do I have an L? Hotel, hospital, probably. Oh, hospital, sorry. Hotel, hospital are typically things that end with L's are often masculine, right? And things like ion are feminine most of the time. Case by case, you eventually get it, right? Practice. Then we have quisiera. Did I spell this right? Quisiera. Yeah, quisiera. So masho, right? Masho for the Japanese peeps. Masho, quisiera. The masho form. Okay, and then we have finally nos and le, right? Or less. I don't think we even have less yet. So nos and le, and a plus proper noun. So when you're addressing someone, like someone's name, like you're regarding them, you use an a to mark them, which will fit into the most recent one that we had. But there's also para mí and or para ti. Para ti. Then again, I think this is where we do another estad and ser review. Like, so they went and repeated ser and estad because it's like very, very important. Again, this time now it has like nosotros, right? Nosotros, if you're into that. Vosotros, ellos, ellas, and ustedes. Ustedes added to the. So this is more like estamos, and vamos, right? Just to include all of the stuff. Then 22, and then this is les. So like les gusta, right? So we got les, and also a mí, and a ti, which is to really emphasize or express that this is regarding you or regarding me or you, etc. And this is a more of a filling situation as well. It's actually kind of funny because in the actual like guide, it says like, oh, you know, it's this and this, and then at the very bottom they're like, or sometimes they just feel like it, right? So it's very self-aware. They're self-aware of this. And then we have more special verbs, conocer, and I think this was the conocer one. And they also did a for person, or person direct object. So when you're talking about any person, like a mama, a papa, you want a, right? With a few exceptions. There is an exception to this, but we're not covering that yet. And then we have another special verb, tener. So you finally get to acknowledge tener. So this is conozco and tengo, right? The special verbs tend to have like a special exception at the beginning, and tener is extra special because tener actually has a stem change and a first person mix up. We're almost there. Querer. So now we have querer versus amad. So one's casual, one's personal, like personal. And then also these are the ones that require indirect, I don't know what you call these, but indirect subjects in front of the verbs. So like me llama, right? Or you can put indirect objects in front, or indirect subjects. So like me quiero, or not really indirect, I guess they're kind of direct subjects, basically saying who you like, so le quiero, right? Le quiero, te quiero, I like you. And then lastly, our special one was special verbs, hacer and salir. They're special because they're first Well, they don't change their stems in any of them. Ago and salgo, which is like konosko, where they change. And that's it. Or you might be thinking that's it, but yeah. That's all this guidebook stuff. So every guidebook, I imagine all these sound familiar. Like most of these are all familiar to me. So in the long run, when I see them, I'm like, yeah, I get it. Now, how consistent can I do them? It's a bit of a mixed bag right now. So let's see, it's 1 a.m. I kind of... Where were we on this? So I don't think I'm going to go over this stuff here. Like, I think I've talked enough about, does it work? Is it good? Do children learn language? I actually spent like 4 hours one of the recent days talking about this. Maybe I'll bring it up in WaniKani or something. The WaniKani review tomorrow. Yeah, I'm going to do all of this again for WaniKani tomorrow. I think so we're going to skip this. Future plans is going to roll into my routine, right? But before that, let's do a little bit of... Do we do a little bit of vocabulary? So I didn't write up here what else. So all of this stuff is part of what you learn. Or what you implicitly learn. And then there's vocabulary still. So let's add a vocabulary right here. And the word section is very comprehensive. The word section in Duolingo is very comprehensive. And as of this recording, it is 720. I should write this on a separate thing. Now let's take it to the other one. We'll do a little bit of vocabulary, right? Just to illustrate some stuff. So words. Words are cool. We like words, right? So vocabulary is often a great hallmark by the numbers kind of thing. And the number here we're talking about is a courtesy of the word section. And the word section is quite comprehensive. It's very comprehensive. And how is this comprehensive? This is different. Comprehensive is different from comprehensible. As a clarification, comprehensive as in it includes and counts a lot of things. So it's comprehensive because they count all the conjugations too. This includes gender, plurality, and specials. So what does this number end up being after 34 days? It ends up being 722 words. We can talk about some of these. Let's I have to jot my memory as I go here. So oftentimes there are categories, right? Let's do some categories. We got verbs. Verbs are good. So salir, hacer, dormir, escuchar. I'm just rattling off the top of my head, right? Dormir, gustar, encantar, llamar, conocer, llevar. Wait. Maybe not formally. Maybe not formally. Levantar. Correr. Enseñar. Visitar. Leer. Hablar. Cocinar. Limpiar. Llegar. Okay, okay, we got okay. Let's go back up here. I need to keep this completely visible so then I can see what I have. I should have thought about this more systematically. Caminar. Tener. Ser. Estar. Amar. Comprar. Ir. Ver. Poner. Usar. Salir. I don't know why I started with salir. Tomar. Tocad. Hacer. Debería hacer. Ayudar. Pasar. Pagar. Cantar. No voy a cantar. Jugar. Costar. Yeah. Probar. Buscar. Oh my goodness, I'm not abrir. Cerrar, I guess. So older, younger. God. Did I have Yamad? Is Yamad here? Yeah. Right? Yes. Look. Homer. Totally forgot about Homer. Beber. It just keeps going. Like, what the heck? I feel like I'm missing a lot. Quisiera is a different conjugation. Pantad? Pintad? Oh my goodness. I don't think this is gonna end. How could you possibly remember all these things without... I'm actually quite floored at how many verbs you get in 2 sections compared to like the pace I was going in Japanese. But I have to keep in mind, right? Because I already know almost all of these. Mirad. Bed. That's related. Chad. Bailad. Did I have bailad? No, I don't. Wait. And yeah, no bailad. Test? I have test. No, we have try. Nadad. Ibuhad. I'm thinking about arts now. Things you can do. Kored, Hugad. And Salir. Aprender. Entender. But that was kind of only used once. Salimos, comprar. Abrir. Tener. Odd. Oh, vivir. Live. Escribir. What else can I do with write? Is there any other form of writing? No, I don't think so. Right? Cook. Eat. Get up. Son of a bee sting? Get up. No. Levantar is to get up. Oh, wait. Yeah. Oh, duchad. Duchad. Did do I have BC Tad Biahad for visiting? What about what was riding? Montad. I'm thinking of transportation now. Clothing. Photos. Color. Oh god, a blood. Wait, do I have study? Estudiar. No, estudiar. Poder. Okay. Drink. Disfrutar. To enjoy. What about feelings? I don't think I have recover or F bosses. No, those are feelings. Oh, feelings. Sentir. Aprender. I already have what is call? Oh yeah, it's just llamar. Vivir, comer, work, trabajar. Hablar, disfruta. Do I have querer? Did I skip over querer? I did. How could I forget querer? I might have written something twice, but we're just going off the top of my head. Estudiar. So, enseñar. What about give? How do I give something? I don't think I have give. Did I write tener? Okay. I think that's a pretty good number, right? Look at this. Like, so you're telling me that in 30 days, some people think this is a short list. I feel like if I had to think about Japanese, right? Oh no, I do know a lot of Japanese. Oh, not like kanji, but yeah, I'm kidding. I know like 300. How many is this? 3, 6. I just say roughly 9, 12, 15. I was trying to line them up. 15, 17. I was trying to write like 20 columns. We'll just say like 60. Yeah, that's barely serviceable. It's wild how fast language runs. Let's do another category that's kind of fun, right? Maybe let's group some nouns together. Mujer, hombre, and we're gonna do them in pairs, right? And then let's do like adjectives. And only do them in pairs. So we have like niño, unless they're like, oh, and chico, we'll do them pairs in that way too. I could use a different color. just to do a little bit. I think it's nice. This is relaxing. This is the part that is nice. Maybe like mal, feliz, or contento, which is related to that. Maybe like nervioso and emocionado. I mean, to contrast some of these, we have enojado. These are all emotions, right? Yes. Enfermo. Alright, let's go back to some nouns. We're gonna do like person nouns. What else we got? Maestro. Maestro jefe. Profesor. That's a pretty decent group. Now we have abuelo, padre, madre, papá, mamá, hijos or hijo. Just lots of family members. Hermano. Then we switch over here. Menor. Mayor. Do we have other family members? Nieto. No uncle and aunt yet. Interesting, you know? That's kind of going to be a sticky situation. Yeah, not a lot of family members actually. And I'm largely writing the masculine form. Use your imagination, I suppose, for the feminine one. Unless there's a very feminine one. Oh. Esposo. And then we have a very specific one, marido. No feminine counter yet. Let's do some more adjectives, right? Largo. Yeah, actually, there's no short length yet. So we'll go with alto and bajo. And then, oh, we have like some interesting things like position. A position. Antes. Después. Does it go there? I think. Maybe. Sobre. Debajo. Cerca. Lejos. I was gonna say proximo, but that's not one of them. It's something like proximo, al lado, yes. Aquí. Aquí. Okay. Trying to think of other categories. We can do some food. What food do we have in the noun section? Food. Comida. Comida. Pollo. Pollo. Arroz. Ensalada. Jugo. Vino. Vino. I guess bebida. Forgot that I should be separating drinks, but that's fine. Bebida. Not much food to go on, huh? Hamburguesa. Hamburguesa. Patata. Oops. Patata. And patatas fritas. I'm just gonna say frita. Fine. It's also like fried. Fried is as an adjective too, but it's fine. Manzana. Not a lot, huh? Naranja. Té. Café. Not even soda. Pescado. Carne. Wow. Yeah, not a lot. Okay, I just go over here. We have some more adjectives, right? Sueño. Cansado. Divertido. Whoops. Simpático. Hambre. Sed. Sal. Leche. Azúcar. Calor. Frío. Miedo. Es bueno. I guess we have like phrases. We can do like phrases. Nah, let's not do phrases. It's kind of hard to distinguish between phrases and what's another big group? Some personalities. Oh, professions. I kind of already touch on some of these. I just keep continuing. Noun continued. Médico. Doctor. I don't know. Música. Piano. Guitarra. Baseball. Football. Tennis. Polígrafo. Periódico. Oh, I missed diario. Libros. Oh, locations. Locations is a big one. Ooh, okay, locations. Here we go. This is where it comes. Pueblos. Ciudad. Universidade. Or Universidad. I don't know why I said dade. Universidad. Casa. Parque. I guess a place would be. Oh no, let's not do that. Estación. Rio. Calle. Oh, I kind of think I had more than that. Oh, we can do like names, right? España, Cuba. The things that are commonly used. Italia. Francia. Things that are commonly used. Alemán. Inglaterra. Oops. Europa. Anywhere else that's really commonly used? Mexico. Claro. Estados Unidos. Estados Unidos. Funny enough, China. Or yeah, China. Not Japón. No Japón. It's weird. It's kind of like a weird mix of locations. Decent locations. What else we have? Restaurante. Restaurante. Oh, this that reminds me of more things over here. Camarero. Dang it. Ente. Estudiante. Mesa. Plato. Cuchillo. Tenedor. Cuchara? Yeah, cuchara. Vaso. Botella. Just thinking of restaurant. The restaurant really pulled in some nouns. Cuenta. Oh yeah. Aeropuerto. Then I was gonna say kuruma. Kuruma. Carro. I mean, kuruma just sounds like a Spanish word too, you know? It could be car. Who knows? Never know. We have Pedro. Gato. Everything is linked to everything. So occasionally whenever I write something, it reminds me of 6 or 7 other things. Gato. Do we have any other animals? No, not really. No. Yeah, no, not really. We have pájaro, but not really. Okay. Carro. What else? What else we have? Autobus. We have a ship. I'm gonna say dice ship. I mean, I'll know it when I hear it, but I'm not like. Guess we can add avion. Bicicleta. Oh wait, this is position. Wait. Wait. That's position. It's over here. Those are nouns. Old. Old. So train. Carro. Avión. Bicicleta. Autobus. Zapatos. Oh, I forgot clothing. Zapatos. Abrigo. Vestido. Camisa. Camiseta. Pantalones. Falda. Sombrero. Carretera. 700 words and not including all the conjugations. So like, for example, we have about 60 verbs here, right? But technically it's like 60 times 5, right? So that's like 300 words because it's all the conjugations. And then all the things I'm listing now, if they have feminine and masculine and plural forms, they all count. So I'm actually getting pretty close to like 700. I'm actually getting pretty close to 700 if I keep going, because you have to conjugate all of them, or like you have to make them all agree in numbers so they all count when doing that. The things that I clearly omitted are sentence structure stuff. So we should do that too, like pronouns, right? So pronouns. Yo. Tú. Él. Ella. Nos. No vos. Usted. Ustedes. Right. So then all of these, oh, technically, yeah. So these would count as separate entries, right? And then there's like me and me, ti, le, les, and nos again, nobos. And then there's te. And we have su. Tu. Right, su, tu. Me. And then you have like mis, tus, sus. We covered most of them. Oh, and then we have el, the other el, and la, and los, and las, right? And we have a, al, del. I'm thinking of like different parts of the sentence now, like articles and whatnot. And then we already went over some of these things, but then we have like esta, esta, ese, esa. And then you have to remember that they all have plurals as well. We're not gonna write those. But you have to like double and triple a lot of those things. The reason why I write these is because there's also eso or esos, right? Actually, we would have to write these because esos is slightly different. And then estos. Also, we have interrogatives. Let's put it down here. Interos. That sounds so cool. So we have cuando. Cual. Bien. ¿Cuántos? Or just cuánto. It's fine. It's unconjugated. Or like it's not agreeing to anything because we're doing them separate. ¿Por qué? And also ¿por qué? Not really interrogative, but this is just gonna fit in here somewhere. ¿Qué? I mean, even like ¿qué tal? Let's see. Where, when, where, oh, donde, where, when, why, how, how the heck do I do? How? Who? How much? What? And then we're gonna add the other stuff too, like pero, but some conjugations, right? E, o. This is kind of like, whoops, I'm missing one. That's okay. Oh, como. That's how. And let's see, e, o, pero. E, o, pero. Oh, where do we place that stuff? Honestly, this isn't really positioned, but we're just gonna add entonces. Oh, actually, you know, entonces is kind of, let's throw it in here. Like, a menudo. Oh man, I just realized we could do like frequency. All right, let's see, frequency. Let's go and like plug it in here somewhere. Just anything dealing with time. Hora, a menudo, siempre, a veces, otra vez, otra vez, temprano, tarde, noche, Todos los días. Todos los días. Cada. Oh, I just realized we got more adjectives coming into my forehead. Preocupado. Ocupado. Perezoso. Estudioso. That's a different color, but that's fine. Alright, so ahora as well, ahora. Ahora. Mañana. Ayer, we didn't get ayer yet because we're still focused on either present or future. Usually present and future until we get to past. We haven't gotten to past tense yet. Wait. Early. This also substitutes for afternoon, night. Again, sometimes, always, often. Anything dealing with todos los. Cada. Mañana. Nunca. That's pretty good. So how are we doing on the 700? On the 700. On? That's a different color. Agua? Right. Are we gonna do buenas noches, buenas tardes? Nah. Buenas tardes, buenas noches, and buenos dias. That's fine. Oh, gracias. I guess we do a little bit of phrasing. Just a little bit of phrasing. Phrases. So, buenas. Whoops. Wait. No. There's no tilde there. Buenas dias. No Z's. What am I doing? Buenos dias. Buenos tardes. And oh, I reversed them. It's the other way around. Buenos dias. Oh, no. Jeez, I did it again. Buenos dias. Buenas tardes. Buenas noches. Gracias. Honestly, there's no de nada. I shouldn't write them crooked, or else everything's gonna be crooked. I guess we had K tal down there. So like adios. Hasta luego. Hasta mañana. Hola. ¿Qué pasa? No, I'm just kidding. I don't think they get ¿qué pasa? Mucho gusto. Mucho gusto. This is gonna go on for a really long time. You're just doing this from memory right now. Lo siento. We'll do this for a little bit longer and then try to get into our future plans. I'm not gonna do the FAQ thing. I think I did quite a lot about it in the beginning and in the end. Talk about some hot takes. I'll save it for another time, I guess. Perdón. Disculpe. Spanish is great. It's pretty amazing how much is retained over the 20 years. Por favor. And we're already getting into our Spanish like shapes already. Like carro. I guess we have de nada. Hopefully. That would make sense. You know, of all the things that I haven't written, we haven't written sí and no. Oh no. Where do we put like... Jeez. It's both a noun and a... Oh, okay. Well... It seems like so much less than 700 words, but even doubling all of them, I still feel like there's more than 700 words. Okay. So we got another form of transportation, right? Taxi. Taxi. Oh, you know what? I totally forgot a verb. Necesitar. Jeez. How did I forget that? Oh no, I have more nouns now because of that. We have teléfono. Celular. It was never ending. Tele. Or televisión, whichever you prefer. Wait. Yeah, that's fine. Transportation. Pasaporte. Oh, now I'm thinking of travel more. Hotel. Oh, now we're going into locations again. Where do we place locations? Up here? Hotel. Hospital. Apartamento. Ugh. Oh boy. Said help. We're out of space. It's down here. Technically, cafe can go in here too, but we already have cafe or the drink. Yenda. Oficina. Umi, just kidding. Oh my goodness. I thought of another one. Reserva. Reservar. Or oh no. Let's just stick with the noun version. Let's just stick it in here. Reserva. Jeez. Who's here? Reserva. Dinero. Pesos. Peso. Dolor. Dolores. 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 The accent's on the first one. I was like, that sounded weird. Boleto. We got more locations, right? When I'm thinking of money, we also have banco. Jeez. Oh, supermercado. Mercado. Supermercado. It goes without saying that you are responsible for a lot of vocabulary in 30 days with that amount of timing that I did. It's pretty wild how much it is. Is this still nouns? Yeah. Persona. Because I did gente. I totally forgot. I totally forgot we can count from 1 to 20. 1 to 25. No, actually 1 to 30. So all those are... We're not going to count. It's fine. Like, let's see. Oh, you know what? Para is a good one. Oh my gosh. Yeah, para is good. So let's just ignore numbers, right? Numbers are so cheap at this point, but it's very important that you know the beginning numbers though. Oh, you know what? Like on de seen. Okay, and God, I'm out of space. I don't think there's enough space to fit even half the permutations of it. So like queso, sandwich, cheese. Okay. I should be close, right? I feel like I should be close. What else can I remember? Tomato. Oh no, tomato. Tomate. Inteligente. Interesante. Interesante. I just keep thinking of more things. It's absurd. What the heck, dude? Zoológico. I guess Puerta is a location. It's at the door. I don't know. Just throwing Jardín. Oh my gosh. Stop. And of course, with those locations come more nouns, right? There's more nouns with those, like animal. I don't even have animals, but like animal, mascota, or mascoto. Oops. Mascato. Jardín, planta. Fucking banana. Or even plantain. No. Ventana is ventana, cocina, nevera. Sia. Okay. We're fine. Heckin' playa. Biblioteca. Okay. That was a bit burst. Oh, wait. Wait. Enjoy hot. No. I think we're fine. We're fine. Elegante. Auto. Oh, yeah. Okay, we still got peeps here too, over here. Like novio. Novio. Is grande. Pequeño. I forgot all the colors. Calor. De donde, you know. Donde son calores? Oh, jeez. I mean, the colors are kind of important too. put it in here. What do we have? We have rojo, rojo, azul, verde, amarillo, negro, blanco. I covered most of them, right? Marron. Rosa. Tinto. Okay, that's fine. We're still excluding numbers though. Numbers are kind of important though. Like up to 20, I would say. At least up to 20 for the structure. Right? So let's throw those in. Let's throw those bad boys in. We got uno, dos, tres, cuatro, right, cinco, seis, siete, ocho, nueve. And I just realized all the days of the week. We didn't get months yet, thank goodness. 10. So then we go with once, right? Once, doce, trece, catorce, quince, 17, or 16. Right, 17. Whoops. Ah! I hit the wrong button. About this. 18. 19. And then 20. And then there's actually something different, right? So we have 21, 22, 23. So there's an accent on there. And then 30 and beyond are slightly different from, so you have to actually count all the way up to 30 before 30 reaches a specific format, and then you get to 100. And 100 has a specific format. That's not that bad because it's adding the 100 onto the thing. Then you get to 1,000. So technically, I don't have enough room to fit this stuff, but 20s are important too. And until you get to 30s, then you're fine. I think that's pretty good. Off the top of my head, that's pretty good. Oh my goodness. You know, there are some that are coming to my head and I'm like, how did I miss that? Like, bonito. Perfecto. Right? Perfecto. Familia. What the? I don't even think I wrote familia. Yeah, I don't think so. This is where it is. Familia. My eyes are kind of like glossing over right. Tomorrow we have to do this for WaniKani. Well, but we're not gonna go over WaniKani vocabulary though. So I'm just taking my time now here because WaniKani is SRS. So we're not going over vocabulary for WaniKani. Oh heck no, that's not happening. Ropa, ropa, jaqueta. I think we got camisa and camiseta. Do I have that? No, I don't. So we have gris. Gris for gray. Do I have... So we're thinking of colors, or colors of like... No, we don't. So, caro and barato. Barato. Expensive and cheap. Diferente. 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 Do we have accessories? Sombrero. Gloves? No. No gloves. But cinturón. Belt. Regalo. I don't even know where this goes, but we'll chuck it in here. Demasiado. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Demasiado, muy, mucho. Más. My hand is starting to. So we're gonna probably stop this now at some point. What is another way to express degrees? No, we're fine. We're fine. I think that's good enough. There's probably so much more. Escuela, right? I think I totally forgot school, even though I wrote universidades. Escuela, clase. Examen. Carrera. Carrera. Tarea, not tarea. Tarea. Oh, is it tarea? Tarea. It's tarea. For homework. So when we're thinking about homework, there's also fácil and difícil. Oh my gosh, there's also like pregunta. Now I'm starting to think about school some more. Problema is related. Things that I'm not going to write now. Computadora would be one. Computadora, medicina, americano, española, italiano, just inglés in general, mexicano. Ugh. Yeah, no, we're done. We're done. We're done. Share volume. Okay. So last thing we're gonna do. All right. Now that we've gone over what was the thing? Okay, so we've gone over that. I didn't even go over my schedule, so to speak. Okay, so we're gonna quickly go over my schedule and then how that's gonna change, right? Slightly. I don't think we're gonna change too much. All right. So what was it? What were we going to talk about? So we went by the number, stats, some facts, right? Things that happened. We covered that. Some vocabulary, all the grammar points. And then we kind of touched on the third one where stream related things that came up. That's largely talking about the children and the adult thing. And then quality of life, which kind of bled into why I do tentative talks. We're not going to go over is Spanish is easier than Japanese or Chinese or that kind of thing. I think that's low-hanging fruit. I thought I might have needed something. And then different interactions with speakers. A lot of the things I talked about with the quality of life dealt with interactions with other people. So we're going to go into routine and future plans, right? Not too much of a routine. So yeah. So last thing, it's going to be integrated into future plans. So there are things that I do outside, and I called it the routine, right? We already went over the facts. The facts are we complete during stream. So during stream, all the stuff that I'm talking about now during stream is happening. Most of it's happening during stream. So during stream, we're going to continue. Section 1 and section 2 were marked as A1, right? And section 3 is still marked as A1. I think we're gonna keep playing by ear until we hit where I'm struggling with vocabulary and struggling with conceptualizing some of the structure, right? It's gonna have to get to subjunctive beforehand, and I'm not even sure where subjunctive is. So I'm guessing section 3 is gonna hit at least past tense, and then maybe future perfect down the road, like future progressive, probably progressive comes next, the gerunds, progressive or future, and then there's also past progressive. But at some point, I'm not even sure if Duolingo is going to hit subjunctive. So there is a chance that we're just going to keep cruising along this way. The last section was rated as B1, which I think I place myself in B1 conservatively. Like I would say, if there's anything comfortable, It's B1. So we don't know yet. So for now, stays the same. So this is what we're happening during stream, right? During stream, we start with a recall. A recall in active recall of last unit. And this usually involves what we're doing right now is the routine is that I try to think of isolated keywords. I call them isolated keywords because I don't want to emphasize that they're vocabulary. It's not the same. When I write a word, I'm thinking about all the things that relate to that word, like the usage, how it belongs in a sentence and stuff. Whenever someone says vocabulary, they're thinking, if I say vocabulary, a lot of times people would think like, oh, you only know that word in isolation. Like, it's not the same in Spanish. Spanish is not the same case. Mandarin as well. They're not that. Japanese, maybe. Japanese for sure. Like, if I say a word, I'm like, it doesn't automatically come to me where I would use it in a sentence. But Spanish, very much so. Far more than Mandarin, actually. And then Mandarin more than Japanese. So these are isolated keywords. So when I say gustar, I'm talking about all the grammar as well that's related to gustar. So we do isolated keywords, and then I talk about the podcasts, right? Which the podcasts are on mobile. I cover that. Talk about what was in it or in English, right? And then see if it reminds me of any Spanish phrases that I missed up here. I haven't been very diligent. Originally, I was aiming for 80%. So basically, once we do the isolated keywords, the podcast, usually it's on average 3 podcasts. And then I draw a diagram of the adventure, right, on the mobile. On the adventure on the mobile, where I draw a box and have a little fun with it, talk about what happened in it in order to try to elicit more keywords, right? And then once I've done that, that is the routine for now. And it's only regarding the last unit. So I haven't been doing double stacking and then airing anything because we're blitzing. We're doing 1 unit a day. So we're gonna keep the 1 unit a day up for now. 1 unit a day. Which is absurd for me right now because like what I was doing just now reminds me of how many words. Like I still feel like I missed like 100 or stuff. And I covered almost all the grammar points, but I think there's missing like 20 or 30 grammar points that I could think of. But it has been shown in Duolingo, but they haven't been covered on a guidebook. So I only went over the 34 guidebook points. And those 34 guidebook points roughly equate to 55 grammar things. And 55 grammar things, also that includes conjugation tables or special verbs and stuff, which entirely is multiplicative. When you think of a special verb and they start covering special verbs, you have to think back that all the units also have to retroactively use those special verbs. Like the moment they show conozco and hago and salgo, then you still need ango and the other irregulars that have first if they prove it. So they are very methodical about this, which is great. I actually think Spanish, I can see where it was tough to address Eastern language like Japanese and Chinese, because the model that they have that they're like trying to fit Japanese and Chinese in, like you're building a thing and it worked really, really well, I think, for Spanish and English, right? And then you're iterating on the design as opposed to trying to come up with something that's inconceivably, incoherently esoteric compared to your formed piece. And I totally understand now why people talk about the reductive criticisms where like, oh, this is just a Spanish version approach, and then they just wedge Japanese and Chinese in there. Listen, if you're going to make a product and your customer base is going to say, oh, this is so inconsistently obtuse, and then at the same time those customers are likely going to also say this product is inconsistent while also desiring it to be consistent. So when I think about this in the long run, in retrospect, which I was going to talk about comparing Japanese and Chinese experience, which I'm not going to have enough time because my voice is really wrecked and I need to be able to do this tomorrow for WaniKani. I can definitely see how they stuck to their guns and they try to slowly take the design that they have, which I think is actually working really fantastic for Spanish. It's actually, I'm gonna say this as a slight hot take. If high school students were charged to use Duolingo for their elective in ninth grade to 12th grade, I think it will blast past the formal education, at least, like in my opinion, on average, largely because of the modern society today. It might not work as well in a society where like people didn't have smartphones and all that stuff. So this is after the fact, right? And it's not because formal education, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that this works better for the reasons that people think it works better. I'm saying that the engagement is incredibly high, the accessibility is incredibly high for high school students who have very, very flexible schedules. Now the question is, does Duolingo compete with all of the other choices that kids can make? In this case, yes, it probably can for Duolingo's thing. That's why I didn't say Babbel, or I mean, I don't have that much experience with them, but on surface, when I think of Pimsleur and whatnot, it's like that's adult oriented. It's quite adult oriented. In this case, this is pretty sweet for Spanish, right? I'm confining it to Spanish because I'm remembering what I learned, how I go about it when I was in high school, and maybe I'm a fringe case, but I liked my Spanish class. I really did, and to the point where I took Spanish as an elective in college, and that was just used casually. Like it didn't like fit into my like career or anything, but and I retained most of this stuff. And Duolingo, that's like 30 days. Like I do spend more time on Spanish than this. And it's really difficult because at the time you have to juggle all the other classes. In high school, maybe not as much. In college, you had to juggle even more classes, at least in my opinion, in my case. So it's pretty nice. It doesn't quite work for Japanese, Chinese, and I totally understand where it's coming from. However, honestly, I wasn't going to expect them to completely uproot their design that balances first and foremost the engagement first, or prioritize it, not even balance, but prioritize it at the expense of content, right? Like the appropriate content. So it's definitely a growing pains. I can definitely see why now when I think about seeing what's available on Spanish, yeah, that's a far cry. But it's quite good on Spanish. I haven't completed the Japanese Duolingo course, but it's gonna be a weird contrast because I don't know how I'm gonna do it right now. Anyways, that's here. We do the adventure. I draw like a schematic and I talk about it. Eventually I'll probably just throw in Spanish words here and there. So the goal now for the future, right, in this particular segment, I want to adhere myself to at least a 80% plus. So what I do is after we're done with this active recall, I check the words section. And the words section in the Spanish Duolingo is incredibly comprehensive. It's almost inflatedly comprehensive. As in, there's an entry for every single conjugation and gender. And the downside to that is there's no quick listing or filtering or anything. Like, verbs aren't on a separate list. And like, you know, certain objects are not there. It's not searchable. It's literally one contiguous, like, so long of a thing. So it's not extractable or categorizable. So you just gotta know. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna leverage that. So I don't have to do the Japanese thing and the Chinese thing that I did, where I would manually take notes, write all them out, stamp them, and then after 50 or so days I would like go through them and try to recall them. I don't have to do that anymore. At that point though, that also means I'm less likely to remember them if they're new. So until we keep hitting very new words, what I'm going to try to do is strive for 80%, but have a primary focus on new words. Right? I'm using the new words as in new-ish, so unfamiliar words, and I want to really prioritize them. I've been really lackadaisical. Like, for example, what's a new word? I didn't even write breakfast, dinner, and lunch. Desayuno, almuerzo, and cena. Right? Those are familiar, but there was one word like marido. Marido is not familiar to me, so I'm prioritizing them. So we're gonna try to keep that. And how we're gonna do it is we're gonna cross-reference. So after we do this, the active recall, this is the current routine that I have that's on top of Duolingo. We check word, look at what is missed, and we continue, right? And while we continue, then we go through the one unit, right? We go through the one unit, we complete the unit by legending it. So as much output as I can to reinforce something in a given time. And basically we're going through this whole thing right here. This, everything that's in blue and here. So we're going through all of this next, right? With legend. And then at the end of the day, right now what I do then is I look at what the podcasts are. So I go over, look at what the podcasts are that I'm going to do in the evening, and plus the one adventure. This is usually the standard format. Occasionally there's only 2 podcasts, and occasionally there's no adventure, right? We already talked about how they can vary a little bit. So that's for the evening. And then occasionally for the evening, I would do events like every 3 days. Right, so this is for the mobile version, right? And then we rotate back to it the next day, and then we talk about again the podcast, the adventure, the events, and the isolated things, and then we bootstrap back into the comprehensive. And we're gonna continue that with the unit. Now, what I'm going to do, oh, excuse me, sorry about that. In this active recall, while I'm doing these things, we're probably gonna start inputting in Spanish vocabulary. So primarily for the sake of redundancy. So I'm going to end up already gonna start speaking hybridly, right? We're gonna start doing hybridization. Basically, sometimes I'm like, yeah, there were a lot of mujeres in el parque, right? and now that person is looking for, and I'm gonna throw in keywords here and there because we're already at that stage for Spanish. In fact, sometimes I don't even process myself, like just weaving in and out of Spanish words and English words. So there's gonna be about a bunch of Spanglish, I guess. Spanglish is gonna happen. We're already at Spanglish. Okay. That's probably something that we're gonna move into. It's a full thing. Like, it's surprisingly packed. So I don't know when did I started doing all this, but it's pretty packed for the month, and I can see this being occupy me pretty convincingly for the next month. So not much to talk about when it comes to the future. For the future, by future I mean we're going to do this until the end of section 3, probably section 3, and check. And one of the checks are going to be another tentative talk, right? Or tentative takes here. And I don't remember how many sections. Section 3, check. Section 3 has 28 days, 28 units. So that'll put us really close to the next 60 days, right? Almost right on top of day 60. Then we'll check again. And mostly I'm going to look at the readouts. Am I still maintaining 80%? Right? In terms of like keywords. And probably looking at looking for like stray grammar stuff. Grammar maintenance is okay. How would I'm still gonna have a hard time grammar maintenance. I think this is gonna be playing by ear. If it's a very core foundational grammar thing, I would slow down for the next one. So I'm probably gonna focus a lot more on this in the coming sections. Yeah, not much to say. Not much to say that I've already said. I even said a little bit about the Chinese and Japanese comparison. Yeah, really packed. I like it. Honestly, it might be a little too much. Like, I actually think they can streamline this. Yeah, there might actually be too much things going on right now. Too many things. It's kind of less focus. But I kind of get how that's appealing. For myself, I rarely have chance to collect my thoughts, which is good for now. I haven't collected many of my thoughts. Oh, you know what? Let's talk about some of these thoughts, right? On the routine. Why do I think this is okay in the long run? For myself, usually, for the Japanese thing, so we're gonna compare it a little bit. So some comparisons. Why do I have a lot less adjustments to like the Japanese course and the we'll just do the Japanese course because the Chinese course is even less, right? The Japanese course, one phrase: variety is the spice of life, right? Variety. And they've done a wonderful job, unlike Japanese, which it would have to become substantially more popular in order to vigorously encourage them to right, sorry, monetization and all that. So variety is wonderful because in terms of Spanish you have again a constant mix of traditional prompts. So the core prompts, we're going to say core prompt format, and then another form, and then back to core prompt. And even within the core prompt, they exceed Japanese's core prompts. So like in the core prompt, there is typing mandatories. That only happens at the beginning at the reviews. So there's typing mandatories already. So you don't even have to obligate yourself to typing. And occasionally, and I think it might change soon, the prompt, there's also response prompts. Using response prompts, but although rare, using typing, which is interesting. I really like that. So typing is mixed in there in the prompts, so that's great, on top of your dialogues and stuff. And what's another variety? Stories are regulars as opposed to Japanese, which you have the 10 and I'm like kind of like coincidentally in the middle of it, and the 3 that I know in Japanese, they were in Spanish. So it's kind of fun to hear the Spanish version that correlates with the Japanese one, right? There's slight differences. I'm not sure if since Japanese is added way after, I'm not sure if it's the same thing, right? Because for these stories, I think those are either voice actors or they personally curated them, because they are not the synthetic voices. And it's fantastic way to normalize the vocabulary sounds. Like the voice actors are incredibly articulate, right? Articulate, as opposed to there are some concerns, right? For the synthetic voices, sometimes things get cut off, endings get mushed together. 2 words sound like 3 words together, but not in the way that you're thinking, where like, oh, it was too fast, that's why they were all together. No, it's like 2 sounds get mushed together sometimes, and some sounds get lost in between. That's a growing pains thing. I think I'm okay with that. And also, you know, we have podcasts, and those podcasts, and I'm referring to a different. For now, I'm referring to the synthetic ones, right? The synthetic ones presented as a podcast. The synthetic stuff is unemotional, it's detached, right? So this also goes to adventure as well. However, the nice thing is both of these provide context in dialogue. Not context in reading, but context in dialogue. And while there's no emoting nature of the personalized curated stories, it is a well different type of input than the core prompts, right? The core prompts are complemented by these 3. And then even so much so that this is also complementing the synthetic voices. So there's a lot going on here. It's wild. coming from like the Japanese course is wild how varied it is. And of course the Japanese course had these things on the mobile with like the events and stuff, but I'm doing the star tasks. I'm doing the star task and the events now on Spanish, and that increases my speed. So I'm also speed training now. So on top of all this, I have a normalization for sounds whenever it's provided, every unit, at least twice over or 3 times over. I have 2 forms of synthetic context in dialogue. Granted, they're synthetic voices, so you have to normalize their detachment, but I can use my imagination. Like, I know it's extra work for other people and they don't want to do it. In my opinion, están perezosos, right? Just saying. But you imagine what it would sound like for yourself. And then the personalized practice and the core prompts are functional. They're very functional. Meanwhile, they balance between typing the inputs with partial completion. You can choose to completely type everything. I am not going to do that. It will take a very long time, and my hands are not that great at constantly typing and writing. So we're not going to type everything, but you can still choose to do that. In fact, they even have an option in the Spanish one to make it harder or easier for those things. It's just kind of weird, like interesting enough. So I'm also speed training. So reading is very, very fast, like exceptionally fast, and listening is already gone to the point where I'm like summarizing the stuff, and that's to my detriment. So these prompts are actually kind of helping me out for like trying to listen, as regardless of how unnatural these prompts are. Like if you think they're really robotic, that's fine. Like honestly, people speak a lot better. So, and the people that I talk to sometimes make these bots sound like they're like speaking in high speed. So I'm okay with that. Mix and match, right? The stories are fantastic to help you normalize. Lots of mixed bags, but what happens is you get a lot of variety. It's intentionally very variety forward. What more can I say? All the stuff that I talked about is actually absent in Japanese, outside of like maybe enforcing typing, right? Other than that, even the core prompt sets do not include certain things, right? They do somewhat here and there where there's like response and multiple choice, but it's not that well developed. And I didn't even talk about the other thing. Occasionally, they also include a grammar, conjugation, grammar related and conjugation stuff as an extra set, and that gives you to brush up on stuff like estar, ser, all the conjugation tables. Pretty neat. I kind of expected the conjugation tables and the verb things to be in a separate category or something, kind of like a kanji section, where they were like, oh, you can practice conjugation if you want, but no, they're holding your hand through all of it. It's pretty wild. If this is what is useless, if this is what's hear me out, this is more of a comment on better things if better. If people are telling me that, which I actually may want to hold my breath on this one, when someone tells me like, oh yeah, but Dreaming Spanish, right, is so much better than this, and my only thought is Dreaming Spanish is different from this. Like, I can't emphasize that enough, where if someone is telling me when they watch me use Duolingo and stuff, they're like, oh yeah, this is better than this. They're different than this. I actually don't think many current apps that want to compete with Duolingo would go about doing their apps like this. With that said, there is one app that is quote unquote going to be released that presumably said that they solved everything and do everything that Duolingo can't and preserve all that stuff. I forgot what it's called. It even has a name that is a pun off. I forgot what it's called, but more on that maybe in the future. But what I'm gonna say is, no, I think this is incredibly wonderful in the way that they're going about it. As in, it's different, like it or not, it's different, it's isolated, and it's to the point where they've invested so much into it that it's one of those things like, do you want to replace your Windows operating system? I mean, there's obviously better there's quote unquote better operating systems that have less features but more streamlined things for you, or you stick with the workhorse and you make it work, because despite all of its idiosyncrasies, the flagship things are so busy. It's almost busy to detriment, like Windows OS to some extent, right? And whenever someone tells me something is better, it's hardly a point of comparison. It's better because it's different for most people. Like when you look at Dreaming Spanish, it's CI, it's comprehensible input. Duolingo is not that. Like what I mean is, it's comprehensible input, full stop, with immersion. It's not that. So whenever someone says, oh, this is gonna be better, it's like, well, I'm gonna agree with you. It's different. And it's probably gonna be better because I'm used to Duolingo and not to Dreaming Spanish, ironically. So things that are different after a long time is very refreshing. And I totally understand that. Maybe one day I could get like a free pass and a guarantee that I can participate and share that experience. Otherwise, maybe one day I'll personally go and do it in the privacy of off-stream activities, because I cannot stream those things. So in the future, there will be not a comparison to Duolingo unless otherwise being available. Maybe Babbel. I actually looked up, like, can you get lifts on Fair Share or something by being affiliated, right? Temporarily affiliated with it. So things like Babbel and like Lingo Knots or whatever, Zoom Space Rocket, Language Rocket, or Rocket Launch, those various ones, they do have programs. So that could be fun. You could apply for it, maybe do it for a month and see. But I don't think when people talk about something that's better, they're really emphasizing that it's different and it somehow suits them more. It's shocking. After doing, this is the epitome, right? This is the flagship language. And after doing all this for a month, it would be an incredible disservice to say that, oh, you can just substitute Dreaming Spanish, for example. I haven't even used Dreaming Spanish. And you can say that you will have the same experience on Duolingo. That's not true. That's like absolutely objectively not true. It's like kind of saying you want your I don't know, you want your pizza with pineapples and then you want your pizza with anchovies. Like, one's better than the other. It's like, okay, you could decide if it tastes better to you, but they are fundamentally different things at this point. They look like pizzas, like, but then you go and ask someone who cares about their pizza, I suppose, and you're like, what are you talking about? These are two different things. I wouldn't even call one thing a pizza, for example. That's kind of how I feel about these. So, that's another hot take that I encounter frequent. Like we're still, I guess we're talking about like, let's quickly do some rapid fire FAQ stuff, right? FAQ stuff. When something, when something is better than something else, right? That's a very common thing to ask or suggest. What are you comparing? And how are you reading it out? It's not to say that I can't defend those people. I can most definitely defend those people. But I think it's far fairer to demonstrate the logic, the fallacious logic that's behind the glass of like rose-colored goggles for your new pet thing, right? Whether something is bad or good does involve a metric that can be comparable, a readout that can be comparable, but the experience is also worth a double take, largely because on the one hand, you're fundamentally doing something on the other hand. So yes, it's very easy, almost to a fault, to say one is better than the other because they are so different that they're incomparable. Right? You're like, for example, you're saying, okay, man, you're just grinding context sentences. You're just grinding simple sentences, and then it's just grinding into your vocabulary. And suddenly you're like, oh, here, over here, you're implicitly trying to actively figure out words that are haphazardly thrown in based on a topic that you're interested in. It's so far removed that you can say you should try this. It's a different experience, in my opinion. So when someone has suggested dreaming Spanish a couple times already, and it's disappointing that I can't do it unless I get the go ahead. I mean, if the dreaming Spanish person or dev or anyone would be interested, they might as well make an open letter to anyone who wants to be sponsored by them to have a sponsor spot so that they don't get pursued for like copyright infringement or whatnot. But as far as I looked at things like dreaming Spanish or any form, a large majority of comprehensible input champions and immersion champions, they are personal use things. They actually farm and double dip their own content on YouTube, which makes it harder and harder to use that stuff. So it can trigger any type of copyright, largely because the footage that I'll be looking at will be identical to the footage that YouTube algorithm runs on to pick up fair use case charges. Now, I would be far more impressed, in my opinion, and believe in the developers of their well-being if they lifted and had an open declaration clause that said this was to submit to public domain and allow content creators to iterate on it without limitations. I doubt that's true for people who are already structuring their business model over making their own videos, double posting them on YouTube and on their website. And then when you use their app, it increases the traffic to their YouTube channels. Like, I'm not trying. I guess this kind of sort of sounds like an ad hominem argument, but not. I'm not saying their character is corrupted or not. I can't do it because of that, and it's a very pragmatic way to run a business. It would be interesting if they do pursue that. I think, in my opinion, there are a lot of things that are gleamed towards design quite a bit, and people talk and recommend things not based on design. They talk in based on whatever works. So if Duolingo works for you, you would defend it vehemently. If Dreaming Spanish works, you would defend it vehemently. Or if you like edgy things and not popular things, you pick the lesser of the two, like less popular of the two, that kind of thing. Those are where I think the comments are coming from. But for me, it's inconceivable that one could easily and so full-heartedly say, oh yeah, this is better than the other, when I'm expecting a comparable metric, right? So this is what's another one under this topic is Spanish. Is Spanish easier than Japanese and Chinese, right? I kind of talked about this a little bit. And we're not talking about Duolingo anymore. People asked if Spanish is easier than Japanese and Chinese, and someone who thinks they know me, which they really don't because they keep talking at me most of the time instead of listening, they spoke for me, and it was a comment that was made during Spanish, and they said, like, of course Spanish is easier than Japanese and Chinese. He speaks English, and Spanish is easier for an English speaker. I think the difference here is, first of all, we have to qualify easier. Most of the things I do, I try not to make it easy on myself. So not only is this coming from a wrong mind, like a different mindset because people don't understand me, I focus on the process. So if something is inherently, let's just say I accept the premise that because I speak English, certain languages are going to be easier than other languages. I accept that premise. That's perfectly fine. I totally get it. However, that's dependent on goal-oriented things. So in order to make this comment, people are thinking about the goal, as in, okay, how far is English from Spanish, and how far is Spanish from Japanese, or English from Japanese? And they argue, okay, English is really far from Japanese. There are a lot of like objective things that makes it harder. It's like, I agree with that. But you're asking me if I think Spanish is easier than Japanese or Chinese. And that is where it gets hairy, and I will continue to answer this question this way for many comparisons that deal with difficulty. Process-oriented thinking is the key word for me. I normalize all the difficulty. I normalize difficulty. But I don't really think of it as hard or easy. I do as much as I can to engage myself sustainably without overexhausting myself, because I work on the moment. What does that mean, normalize difficulty? If whatever I'm doing is easy, I will know that I am working less. So I find ways to work harder. Hard enough that I find it rewarding. to learn. Because if I don't work hard enough, then I rarely learn very much. It's less challenging. So the funny thing here is Spanish is no harder than Japanese. It's no easier than Japanese either. So is Spanish being to Chinese or any language for that matter. I work as hard as I can so that I'm properly providing enough effort input in those. Spanish can be as hard as you want it to be. Right? You can make it as hard as you want it to be. Japanese and Chinese, you can make it as hard as you want to be. Now, if you were talking about the relative position to a goal, certainly you can make the agreement that there's so much more you have to cover between English to Japanese, to like whatever that lofty goal at the end is. But in the moment, I'm working as hard as I could, about similar amounts, in my opinion, across all three languages. Because if I don't work that hard, I'm not going to be rewarded with learning. So yes, if Duolingo makes the thing very easy, I'm going to deliberately work even harder to normalize my work ethic. So when someone goes around and say, oh, I'm just looking for the easiest way to learn Japanese, we're not seeing eye to eye anymore. I'm looking for the most engaging and sustainable way to learn Japanese with the flexibility of making it as hard as I need it to be. Not the other way around. So if you're around and you're looking for the easiest thing to do, then you're already struggling to work hard. And I totally get that there's a diminished return here. Like, you could be working in a bad way, right? That's the argument. That's the rebuttal against what I'm saying now. You can work in a bad way, so you're just working hard to waste your time. And my thought about that is that's a possibility. I agree with you. However, for me, when I work hard, I tend to reflect on it. And when I reflect on it, I have opportunities to improve it over time and naturally come to something that may not look like the way you're going about it. Like, I want to discover that working hard is giving me diminished return. So is Duolingo giving me diminished return on Spanish right now? Absolutely not. Unless you're telling me learning 730 words in a month with only 20 minutes of input is something insignificant. Because the last time I checked, people said that you don't learn anything you're not responsible or learn anything in 15 minutes a day on Duolingo. The other times, I'm just outputting. Like, you don't count those times. You output them whenever you want. You could even skip it if you want. Just do the top thing and you're like, oh yeah, I'm so good. Just skip to the next unit. Like, I'm flabbergasted by how someone would have such a warped conception of how much is hard and how much is easy. And hear me out. That's probably because when the goal is farther, they want to make larger strides. So let's do a little fun little mental experiment. So say someone views as goalposts. This is what they think of Spanish. Right? And then this is where they think Japanese is. And that's how they view difficulty. So you can quantify how different Spanish is from English. I just put it in the middle. It's not drawn to proportion. And then Japanese. So when someone says, oh yeah, okay, I also learn Japanese and Spanish. So that means if I want to get to here, and then they would think of an arbitrary time, like in 2 years. Of course, they would say easily that Spanish is, in 2 years' time, is easier because you take less leaps. Right? I'm drawing these because I would do this. I would periodically evaluate myself. But that big leap is what people see. At least the people that I talk to who says like something is easier than something else. This is how I see it. Where I see many small steps towards something. Right? And when you do this, in my opinion, this little thing right here, at this step right here, this goalpost might actually move over here. When you get here, this goalpost might shift over. And by the time you get here, Spanish might be on top of Japanese. Because natural language does not have a cap in one's mortal life, at least in my opinion, for mastery. So what happens is you think Spanish is easier than Japanese, but then you start watching videos and comments about native speakers and Japanese speakers talking about, oh well, Japanese doesn't have this, so this is why Spanish is harder, or Spanish don't have these, that's why Japanese is harder, etc., etc., right? Because lots of times people are thinking about mastery. But when it comes to mastery, this goalpost, it doesn't even exist in like concrete terms. You're moving it. You're the person that's either moving it or putting it somewhere. So for me, what can I do? I can work as hard as I can that I can manage for the languages I care about. So and it takes time. It takes time. Like right now, if I had to take a guess, I'm working the hardest. If I had to put it in like on a Likert scale, right? On a Likert scale, this being hard and this being easy, since I'm using these words now, Japanese is probably like here. Chinese is here. And Spanish is here. And when I mean hard, I mean this is unsustainable. And this is, I'm not learning anything. Very different perspective, right? If something is too easy, I understand myself, and I personally would agree. I personally would be conservative and say I understand other people. When things are too easy, you actually learn less. It's the balance between ease, the perception of ease, and hard, because most things that are unfamiliar with to you are hard. Things you never do, things you avoid are hard. You don't know anything about them when it comes to learning. That person that you dislike and you decide not to talk to them, that's hard. Go talk to them. That is a hard task. It's unsustainable as well. So like, if I try to talk to everyone that hates me, that's a hard task. And I would learn a lot from it. It's also unsustainable. So for me, I usually try to say, okay, well, I'm working so much time and I have so much time. I want to move my Spanish a little up. And then maybe I'll scale my Japanese back a little. So then I have a kind of an equal distribution, or I can deliberately do it this way. I could deliberately start with something that I'm having the most difficult time with, slow the scale down. That kind of sounds like a fitness program where you drop set down and still continue to make progress towards something, right? So that's kind of what I mean. When you're working out, for example, when you're working out, I work as hard as I can without injuring myself. You're working harder, but in a disciplined way. So when someone goes around and say, oh, I can't do this, it's too hard. It's like we're not in the same sphere of mindset anymore. Like, you tackle a hard problem at your pace because you're choosing, and we're talking about choice here. So if someone says, oh yeah, you're probably not going to learn this language, it's too hard for you, I'm like, no, it's not. You make it as easy as you can, or you make it as hard as you can. It's intellectual, so grade it to you. So this constant bickering or constant like competition about on the internet about language learners competing and comparing and constantly contrasting, my thought is, you're a language learner. Learners dictate how hard or easy something is to them. You work with the adult, mature experience that you make it as hard as a way it's part of your discipline, right? Unless, one big asterisk, and I talked about this earlier, if you are inexperienced and you have no idea what is hard, what your competency level is, you do not self-evaluate, you don't think about reflection and evaluate yourself as an adult, then I can understand why it is very easy for you to pick up something and you're like, oh yeah, that's better than that thing. Oh yeah, this is better than that thing. Oh, this can do better than that. And like, you can't know that. Like the way you're saying it, it doesn't explain anything. Like, oh, this will work better than this. Like, how so? Did you use both of them to an extent that allows you to evaluate them, or do you go around saying whatever works for you is better? Because for me, that doesn't mean very much. Not that I'm saying other people, like, it will work for other people. I'm pretty sure when you talk to a room of people who work with their intuition and learn based on their intuition, specifically just in their intuition, you probably can connect with them. But for myself, I've answered many comparative analyses. Like, what do you think is a better tool? Or do you think this is worth it? And whatnot. I think a lot of those questions I cannot answer. Like, in general. Unless you're my friend, we talk a little bit. We talk about your value system. But even then, I have friends that I talk to who don't even understand their own value system. Like, they're still discovering it at like mid-20s and later. They're making comparative analyses where it's clear as day that they're not comparable, but at the same time, they're willing to forgo it by feeling it, vibing, if you will. You vibe out comparisons nowadays, right? And that saves, well, the nice thing, you know, one of the biggest pro is it saves a lot of time when you vibe out comparisons. If you're asking me for my, like, opinion and whatnot, right, specifically mine, yeah, like, hard and easy is, before you do something, is presumptuous and very, very avoidant. Now, is it worth doing things inefficiently to find out that it's inefficient, right? To me, if you're asking me, yes, absolutely, because you could choose to make it more efficient knowing that it is inefficient. That is a different skill. That's called optimization. Optimizing things is something I think, I want to take a ballpark, more than 50% of anyone who's raised on the internet, so we'll just say Gen Z, more than 50% of Gen Z do not know how to optimize things. And what I mean by that is not that they can't optimize things. They haven't learned to want to and or participated in optimizing things. So even then, if you take those people, those are likely also the people who make comments about how to improve things without actually even problem solving anything. So like, for example, what's a great way to fix Duolingo? Like, what's a great fix for Duolingo? Add more grammar points. Okay, let's just say that's a good idea, right? Meanwhile, and I caught this multiple times of someone, that same person would suggest a tool that doesn't focus on grammar. So that's kind of weird. And multiple times, actually. And they suggest it because they liked a tool that did not focus on grammar. And then as their argument for why it works, they suggest that it's because Duolingo does not have grammar explanations. That's kind of how I feel about vibing comparisons. It blows things out of proportion. Like, for example, let's hyper focus on this like thing about comparing languages. You can make a case for pretty much anything if it doesn't exist and it's uncomparable. I forgot, someone made a comment about this earlier where they were making a fun quote where someone said, if you can prove your axiom to be false, then anything follows. So for example, Duolingo sucks because they don't have native speakers on their prompts. So then you go find a product that has native speakers, and you can make a cogent argument for anything because your premise is already fallacious in comparison. Right? What's not there is not comparable. Like, if that's the form of your basis of how you measure things, then how do you measure things in the first place? It's absurd to me where you take apples and oranges comparisons as opposed to even starting with things you can compare. And that's probably what Chinese and the whole language controversy and stuff is like, oh, okay, so English is going to be harder. I mean, Spanish is going to be harder for an English speaker because, or Japanese is going to be harder for an English speaker because kanji doesn't exist in Spanish. And Spanish uses the same characters that English do, so you don't have to learn another entire like kanji, right? You don't have to learn kanji in order to read Japanese. Like, okay. But kanji is separately identifiable from Spanish or from English. So when you learn kanji, it becomes incredibly segregated from English. Meanwhile, in Spanish, you're making constant spelling errors because Spanish words are close to English words. And those would be the same people who later complain that the same, very similar things are very difficult to remember, but the things that are very different are easy to remember. And yet make the same case that Japanese is harder because it's very different from English. That's a cyclic argument if I've ever heard one. Maybe even a cognitive dissonance thrown in. So for me, actually, it was incredibly refreshing not to use the English alphabet for Japanese and Chinese. In fact, the first time I was able to finally use and read the reads, I used it every day. Like, I mean, like, I'm retroactively trying to incorporate Odomaji for keyboard typing and pinyin for Chinese, because that's very useful to bridge the language. So those are things that are comparable. The logic behind things that are similar being easy and things that are hard being different is fallacious. It's incredibly fallacious, especially when it comes to language at a later stage. But you wouldn't get to know that. You wouldn't get to know that if your eye is on mastery, right? Along this line, right here, what is the most common things I hear people talk about? Oh yeah, these things are way too similar, so they're kind of hard. Like, they're just way too similar. That you don't think that happens with languages that are really similar to each other? It is as hard as you make it. If you think different things are easy, then you can probably find ways to make the different things easier to stick out. If things are very similar, then you can make it as hard as possible to figure out what the difference is between similar things. So I think it's actually very, very self-defeating in a way when someone says, yeah, I can't learn Japanese because it's too different from English. I'm like, I think because it's so different from English, you can probably leverage that. However, if you're an adult stuck in your ways and you don't like learning new things or approaching learning methods differently like myself, then yeah, it's going to be a tough road, and maybe pick a language that is similar to English, not easier or harder to say. It's easier and harder from the perspective of what you know now. It's not easy or harder from the perspective of what you will know when you're doing it. So when someone says this is harder than that, this is easier than that, in my opinion, it often comes from a position of incompetence, which, I mean, it sounds like an insult, but I'm not really. This is an apathetic state of fact. You are, when you choose a language to learn, you are incompetent in the comparison. You are relying on other people's perception in retrospect. So when someone says this is easier than that, or it's a quantifying of the goals. In the moment, in my opinion, it is very irrelevant how hard or easy you work, because the easier you work, you tend to learn less anyways. So if you think something is too easy and you're learning really well, and you truly are, then you make it harder and you become more efficient that way. So that's an interesting thing. It's self-correcting. So I'm not saying this is a panacea for everything, but the way I think about process-oriented thinking is self-correcting. You're trying to self-correct yourself. That also involves making mistakes, and then how to solve them. So problem solving. It involves things like writing down observations, doing this, what I'm doing now, doing this. This is the whole basis of why I'm doing this. Not because it simplifies things for other people. It's a secondary thing. So the second goal of this, people like summaries. They like generalizations, right? And nowadays, shorts, low effort entertainment. And what I mean by low effort, I'm talking about from the point of view of the consumer, the viewer. I like low effort entertainment. Make a deck builder that teaches me Japanese. Take my money. Right? Make a deck builder that is so fantastically novel like Slay the Spire, and it teaches me Japanese at the same time. Take my money. I like low effort entertainment if it exists, right? Because what happens, in my opinion, is when you find something that is low effort, that means you have the flexibility. You have the flexibility of making it harder. Now, isn't that great? It doesn't work the other way around, in my opinion, unless you're really into the sink or swim thing. But for me, I like something I can enter and adjust upward. If I enter from the other direction, like enter from it being too hard, like, I don't know, from soft games, sometimes people like that. You know, you jump in the deep end, you slap yourself, you hate yourself, and then suddenly it comes out rewarding. Kudos to those people. I'm not one of those people. If I go in really hard, then I'm gonna crash out. Like, nah, this is not for me. Like, you aim high, it's difficult to adjust in the meantime. I can risk injury, burnout. Like, for example, going into a bench press, knowing that I can't bench press that much, and then suddenly thinking that today I'm just gonna get lucky, I'm gonna put in my all, and I'm just gonna survive it. No. It's like taking a bat to the face and hoping that it doesn't hurt, because it's not going to be hard. That kind of thing. You know that it's going to be hard. So if someone's selling you a product that's hard, it's like, yeah, it's not that great, right? When was the last time a language learning app said, oh, we're going to make this really, really hard, and they sold a lot of subscriptions? They're going to advertise it's really, really easy. But the thing is, the moment I get my hands on that easy thing, I'm going to work as hard as I can with the easy thing. Because if I don't apply myself, tools lessen the barrier of entry. But then you have to work hard. And I got some controversy and some pushback from someone that I spoke to for some time now about that. It's still attentive, due discipline, and the input of effort. Some people would disagree with me on this, and that's fair enough. I think they probably have very cogent rebuttals, but for myself, that's how I keep myself improving. You don't improve by lessening what you do. You improve by improving the efficiency and making even more improvement. Like, you're going beyond what you've done before. So if Duolingo is becoming stagnant, which it clearly isn't, because I still have no idea how to refine this, because there's so much things going on. If Duolingo is still stagnant, then I'm not actively engaged. I'm still actively engaged in Duolingo. However, if, say, or for the meantime, someone is going to say, then Dreaming Spanish is going to work really well, right? No, it's not. Because Dreaming Spanish, based on, again, this is all presumptions, not as well as you think. And this is presumptions. I haven't used it, and I don't think I'm going to be able to stream it anyways. So my thought about Dreaming Spanish is that it is a great tool for people who want to learn Spanish that think everything is hard about Spanish. Like, it's the hardest language. Like they can barely learn Japanese, so they're going down to Spanish because it's easier. So then when they learn Spanish, maybe they have the confidence to learn Japanese because they heard maybe there's some relationship between Spanish and Japanese, which there is to some extent. That's great. That's probably a product for you. Now, when I see the product, I see curated, prescribed content that they made, also double dipping on their YouTube channels and all their affiliate content creators or something. So they're double dipping on that. So the moment I can think about it is, if it is the content that I like, then I'm probably going to be disinterested in it pretty much, because it's going to be easy and I'm not trying to really hard to understand something, right? So I'm going to end up splashing watching other content, applying their method. So I'm probably going to extract their method and start paralleling it with things that I have to learn in the process as well. So it would be less like using what I'm paying for, likely. Like the content itself, I'll probably extract this method and probably have less engagements with the content. And here's the other flip side. That content could be completely irrelevant for me, and it makes it very hard. So therefore, I'm not gonna, like, again, hitting hard. I can be up for that challenge and try. The idea here is I can see a lot of scenarios where dreaming Spanish is not good or not ideal, but I'll still try it if they let me stream it, because I'm curious. So all the possibilities I'm talking about now makes me curious about it. So when human being raised streaming Spanish, I'm genuinely piqued by the guarantees that this polyglot makes by their products, and then like understand all of that. But it's not because the product is better than Duolingo. It's because they're doing something different than Duolingo. And when someone tells me something is most certainly better for me, I'm more interested if they are invested in me. So like if the developer of Dreaming Spanish comes up and say, I guarantee you this is going to be better, and we're going to give you full liberties and freedom to have your unsolicited opinion on this, then that sounds like a wild and wonderful way to engage me in working as hard as I can on something. And yeah, I would probably end up confirming that their product works better, because I'm sentimentally invested as well, and intellectually invested. That's not going to explain why Duolingo works better or worse than Dreaming Spanish, because they fundamentally don't do the same thing. In my opinion. Other people, especially other experts, may argue, and they probably have very cogent arguments, I didn't read them, that this method is comparable to this method because their output is the same, right? Like they measure it by proficiency, like how proficient you are in a certain amount of time, and that's fair enough. Like you can't argue with that. Maybe they found out that comprehensible input will inevitably make a language learner learn this language faster than that's great. I can understand how that would be very, very attractive to someone whose goal is to acquire a language as fast as possible. I'm doing more than that, though. For the sake of my integrity and like a professional criticism, I would like to humbly say that the fastest way to learn a language is arguably not the most sustainable and consistent way a language learner succeeds at acquiring a language. So you might be thinking, yeah, they will probably reach a language faster, and that's one metric. But what is the retention of applying that language, sustaining that language, and making it part of your lifestyle? In my opinion, I would argue that's debatable. Especially the fast part. There's no, in my opinion, without a merit of problem solving, troubleshooting, self-evaluation, I think the nice benefits, in my opinion, the benefits of learning another language is also lost. Like, not completely lost, but it's diminished. And it's a balance point. If you think sticking to one method and one mindset is all it takes to learn a language the fastest, and it works, I have no arguments. I mean, that sounds amazing. It fits the person. If you think that type of approach is going to encourage the person to figure out how they're competent, how they solve problems, how they're going to pick and do their own thing, then I would firmly say, convince me that that's true. The one thing I love about learning another language, when I think about it from a kid's perspective, like why do secondary languages may be parts of curriculum, is to impart these things with the language. You learn how to self-discipline, problem solve, choose to do things, and then figure out what works for you. Lots of unaided process, experimentation, and problem solving. That to me is a far more cogent argument for incorporating secondary language voluntarily, right? Because English exists. Than saying, oh, well, these kids are just gonna learn the language the best way, and then it's gonna be the way they learn every language. So inherently, then in the future, they're just gonna keep learning everything the same way. And hopefully that nothing requires a different method or a different interaction or a different thing, because everything is so neatly bound by a hyper-optimized approach. And then I would say yes, for sure. Spanish is harder than English. Japanese is or like English, an English learner has a harder time learning Spanish. An English learner is definitely going to have a harder time learning Japanese than Spanish, because the assumption here is the English learner is going to learn a specific way, and that's not going to be conducive to Japanese, but conducive to Spanish. And to me, that is a great illustration of what happens when you rely on a single way of thinking. I can't see, in my opinion, Japanese any harder than Spanish. I can see the fact that I know more Spanish making it easier in some ways than Japanese, because I still can think of goals. Right? However, even in the moment, I'm trying to work as hard as I can that's equivalent to Japanese. I could deliberately like slack off in Spanish, and then it'd be really hard because I'm not learning a lot, right? The output is how much you learn in a time. Well, I could slack off. Then it will look like Japanese is so much easier than Spanish because I'm slacking off on Spanish because I think it's easier. At least in my opinion, right? If you don't feel this way, I would love to hear it, but I can definitely tell you readouts and outputs do not correlate very, very well a lot of times with things like this. Pre-select